Chapter 5460. As soon as she finished speaking, several hundred pitch-black figures darted out from all directions and attacked those delicate white-clothed female immortals without a word. The hidden guards' movements weren't gentle at all. They directly yanked the veils on those white-clothed young ladies' faces and gave them a good beating before chasing them out of the city gate. The citizens lining up to enter the city were practically stupefied. Fortunately, the hidden guards acted with great propriety and tacitly chased the people out of the city, so it didn't cause an even greater commotion. Suhegwo's female immortals couldn't help but be about to die from anger. They had never seen such a rude and unreasonable person who attacked them without a second word, wanting to throw them out of the city. How could their Suhegwo suffer such a huge loss in front of everyone's eyes? How could these women not be so angry that their hearts ached? It was truly rare to see someone so rude and unreasonable when they were guests in someone else's home. Arbor criticized endlessly in her mind and glared at that Miss Xiao Xiao with disdain. Simply outrageous. She actually called herself JoJo like her. Little Cannon Fong, Sue was right. Such a pretentious thing simply sullied her great name. She had to give her a beating and chase her out so that Sir JoJo wouldn't be displeased. She hated seeing people like the saintess the most. Who was she trying to impress by walking out with a white veil? If she really cherished her appearance so much and didn't want to be seen by the general public, why didn't she freaking stay at home and not come out? She was afraid of being seen by others when she came out. Just how beautiful was she? Disgusting. Sir JoJo felt nauseous and vomited. Needless to say, Su Shanshan and the others couldn't help but cover their faces when they saw this familiar formula and familiar series of actions. So many years had passed, but the little crown princess was still so adorable. Su Shanshan and the others were simply about to die from laughing at the little stoic. Su Shanshan did her best to suppress the smile on her lips and walked up to hold her little junior sister's soft hand. "Jojo, don't be angry. Let's go back earlier. It's annoying to stand here for too long." "Eldest senior sister, how did you get into an argument with those idiots?" Fong Su, the little cannon, opened her mouth and started to attack. "It's all because of those pretentious immortals and saintesses who always pretend to be immortals and saintesses. They snatched the team to enter the city and accidentally bumped into our eldest senior sister. Then they blindly said that we bumped into them, nagging on and on. What the hell is so annoying? Then can't we beat them up and kick them out?" The little stoic blinked and made a chopping motion with her hand. "Or, I might as well go all the way what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over." The corner of Su Shanshan's mouth twitched, and she hastily reached out to grab the little stoic's arm. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she said, "Where exactly did you learn this from?" "Forget it. It's just a small matter." Su Shanshan smiled and said, "They're guests from afar. If we don't want to see them, we could just chase them away." Arbor nodded when he heard this. In his heart, he was still wondering, when did Mother send an invitation to this Su Hagwa? Could it be that they had received the news and rushed over to attend the full moon banquet? At least, in her impression, she had never heard of this Su Hagwa. Jojo angrily thought, why did all kinds of cats and dogs want to come to the palace? "That's right, senior sister. Why don't I see second Aunt Master?" Second Aunt Master went to buy wine to drink as soon as he entered the city. Su Shanshan couldn't resist rolling her eyes. "That's truly too regretful." The little stoic looked at eldest senior sister with bright eyes. "I have good news to tell you." Chapter 5461. "Oh, what's the good news?" Su Shanshan and the rest looked at her with great interest. Unexpectedly, this junior martial sister's little stoic face was taut as she met their expectant gazes. Then she strode forward. "Forget it. I'll tell you when we return to the Eastern Palace. I don't want you to cry so loudly that you attract the city guards. People might think that I'm bullying you. Everyone, little junior sister, you'll lose us sooner or later if you do this." Seriously, this child was just saying that she was cute, but now she didn't seem cute at all. On the other side, Suhugwa's group of female fairies were thrown out of the city gate by the young crown princess's hidden guards. They were all in an extremely wretched state. Lady Qiao Qiao was so angry that her eyes turned red. she shouted sternly. You actually threw Su Hagwa's group out of the city? Today, they had really embarrassed themselves in the sea of forgetfulness. Nothing could save them from losing face. Su Hagwa's group of maidservants actually had their dignity trampled on by the crown princess of the divine land. They had just entered the sovereign capital and were mercilessly thrown out. This was simply infuriating. The satin in Lady Xiao Xiao's hand that she used to block attacks was cut into pieces by a hidden guard sword. Her eyes were almost spitting fire. This was too much. This was too much. Stop! Why aren't you stopping? A stern shout suddenly sounded. Amidst the commotion, the hidden guards ignored the woman's angry voice and directly threw out the hundreds of white-clothed female fairies. Among them, there were a dozen or so female fairies who were quite skilled. They weren't thrown out in the beginning. When the secret guards saw this, they couldn't do anything about it. They simply went up and beat him up before throwing him out. After this operation, the city guards were dumbfounded. The commotion had already alarmed the small leaders of the city guards. When they ran over to take a look, before they could even take a breath, they saw a black-clothed hidden guard walk up and flash a waste token at them. These small leaders of the city guards really sucked in a breath of cold air. This waste token was clearly the waste token of the Eastern Palace's master's personal guard. So these black-robed youths who suddenly attacked were from the Eastern Palace? There's a saying going around the entire imperial capital, don't mess with your crown prince. He's not someone you can mess with. Compared to the crown prince, your crown princess is even more difficult to deal with. The crown prince of the Eastern Palace's recent disregard of his own family had caused everyone in the imperial court to feel threatened. Everyone knew that the two fiends in the Eastern Palace were not to be trifled with. Thus, when they saw that it was the crown prince's personal guard, the two guards didn't say anything. They just bowed and cooperated. He even hurriedly called for a group of city guards to block Su Hagwa and the others who wanted to enter and argue. Get out of the way. A cold voice sounded from behind the crowd. They saw a graceful young girl dressed in white and wearing a white veil standing at the city gate, staring at them coldly. I want to speak to your crown princess. The two hidden guards stretched out their arms to block her path like emotionless mechanical puppets. The white-veiled young girl looked at the young crown princess's back and couldn't help but shout angrily, Crown princess, if you chase out our Su Hagwa's people like this, you won't be able to explain yourself to His Majesty. A trace of anger flashed across Xiao's eyes. Chapter 5462. She reached out to support an extremely frail masked woman who couldn't even take 2 breaths after taking 2 steps forward. The masked woman complained, Princess, that woman is simply unreasonable. I think we should just take out the things and show them, lest others think that we don't have a backer and can be beaten and scolded as we wish. The white-veiled princess frowned and glanced coldly at Xiao. Leave. Today's matter was truly too rash and impetuous. It was originally a small matter, but now the matter had been upgraded. Both sides were somewhat embarrassed. If the little crown princess heard the princess's thoughts, she would definitely snort and tell her, I don't feel embarrassed, but you are really embarrassed. The woman walked up and shouted at the distant Xiao Mu, who was separated by a group of expressionless black-clothed hidden guards. Crown Prince Consort, please wait. We are guests invited by old concubine Su. We are also old concubine Su's family. You rudely drove us out of the imperial city. Even if this matter is mentioned to old concubine, His Majesty, and the Empress, it's not justifiable. There was complete silence all around. The young lady shouted so loudly that even an ordinary person would have heard her clearly. Someone immediately whispered to each other as they asked with puzzlement in their eyes, Who are they? They are so arrogant, daring to challenge Her Highness the Crown Prince Consort in public. Now in the entire Dragon Flame City, whether it was the common people, the officials in the capital, or the madams and misses of aristocratic families, who dared to provoke this little jinx, the crown princess? Weren't they afraid of being scolded? Weren't they afraid of being beaten until they couldn't find their bearings? Weren't they afraid of being beaten by the crown prince until they couldn't turn back? In such a situation, they were driven away by the crown princess, but they didn't get out of here obediently. Where did this Suhegwo woman come from? How dare she provoke their crown princess again and again? There were also insiders who whispered, "I've heard about this Suhegwo. It said that one of our former emperor's concubines came from Suhegwo." No wonder. Just now, the woman said that they were old Princess Su's family. I'm afraid that she wanted to make friends with the crown princess. That person couldn't help but curl his lips. Who didn't know that the two from the Eastern Palace were ruthless people who didn't recognize their own family? Old concubine Su had nothing to do with them at all. Even if they were related, an aunt like Madam of the Ministry of State Security would still be sent to the 18th level of hell by the crown prince when she made a mistake. Therefore, this Princess Suhegwo was still quite naive. She did not know how she would negotiate with the crown princess. Arbor frowned and stopped in his tracks. Su Shanshan glanced at her junior sister. Seeing that she was still expressionless, she could not help but say, "Junior sister, I've troubled you." If it wasn't for them, little junior sister wouldn't have fought with Suhegwo's group. Now, the situation had become a little ugly. Since the other party had already introduced themselves, if little junior sister still ignored them, who knew if it would affect her when it got to the palace troublesome, the little stoic muttered. She clung onto Su Shanshan's arm and trotted back a few steps. The group stopped in front of Suhegwo's white-veiled princess. The little stoic's gaze flitted across the princess's face. Chapter 5463. She only took a glance before immediately retracting her gaze. She shifted her gaze to the side and couldn't resist taking a few more glances at the maidservant standing next to the white-veiled princess. When the white-veiled princess saw that she had returned, she couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief and was about to say a few gentle words. Just then, she heard the young crown princess ask crisply, "You? Who are you? This crown princess finds you a bit familiar. Have I seen you before?" The white-veiled princess was startled and turned to look at the personal maidservant following closely behind her. The other party had her head lowered apathetically, turning a deaf ear to the young crown princess's words. The little stoic knitted her brows and shot a severe gaze at the white-veiled princess. The white-veiled princess, Suhegwo's heart couldn't help but thump fiercely, and she hastily explained, "Crown princess, please calm down. This princess's personal maidservant is deaf and mute. She can't hear what the crown princess is saying." Arbor raised a brow. However, the little cannon Fong, Su couldn't resist snickering. "Who are you trying to fool? You're a princess, yet you have a deaf and mute person by your side to serve you. Could it be that you two don't communicate normally? You don't need her to do anything for you? Could it be that the two of you have to gesticulate every day before you can match up to each other's needs?" This whatever princess spoke insincerely. She could tell she wasn't too honest with a glance. The little cannon Fong Su rambled on. "I think she's just guilty and doesn't dare to speak. She's afraid that our little junior sister will recognize her." The group of Suhegwo maidservants next to the white-veiled princess were so angry that smoke was about to come out of their heads. Where exactly did these weirdos come from? What kind of maidservants did their princess choose to have by her side, and how she communicated with them? They were truly too meddlesome. The white-veiled princess also couldn't help but clamor in her mind. Guilty my ass. What's wrong with her liking a deaf and mute maidservant? Does she need to be guilty? Arbor sized up the deaf and mute maidservant from head to toe, and her brows creased slightly. It wasn't that she was deliberately looking for trouble and wanted to make things difficult for this Suhegwo princess. The deaf-mute maidservant by her side gave her a sense of familiarity at first glance. Generally, there were only two kinds of people who left an impression on her: friends and family, enemies. Obviously, this person didn't seem like a relative. Therefore, Arbor couldn't help but be curious. He wanted to lift her veil and take a look. With this thought in mind, her hands moved even faster. She stretched out her 5 fingers and grabbed at the white veil on the deaf-mute's face. The white-veiled princess was shocked. She quickly reached out to block the little crown princess's claws and shouted, "What are you doing?" When Xiao Mu failed to grab her, she saw that woman lower her head and take a step back, and she sneered in her heart, "Men, remove the veils from these women's faces." refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. These people really deserved a beating. The little stoic didn't have much patience to begin with, especially towards people she didn't like. Her patience quickly came to an end, and she directly ordered the hidden guards to take action, planning to end the battle quickly. Unexpectedly, after this order was passed down, all the Sahagwo maidservants present simultaneously trembled and continuously retreated. As if they were about to be stripped naked and humiliated, shrill screams rose one after another. That young lady called Chow Chow was even more horrified. She pressed her hands firmly against the white veil on her face, and her entire body trembled as she wailed and howled. This series of actions stunned everyone present. Chapter 5464. No one could understand what they were doing. Each and every one of them clutched the veils on their faces, as if they had done something unpardonable in Arbor. They were so ashamed and indignant that their eyes were red, as if they were about to die for being hit by a pillar. Sir Jojo had an innocent expression as he turned to meet Su Shanshan and the other's eyes in astonishment. He pointed at the shrieking Sahagwo women and asked, "What's wrong with them?" Little Canon Fong Su seriously considered for a moment before saying hesitantly, "Could it be that their faces were all destroyed when they were born, so they're all extremely ugly and can't be seen in public? That's why they're so extreme and itching to fight with their lives on the line when they saw little junior sister giving the order to remove their veils?" The little stoic looked at the chaos and felt that little Canon Fong Su's analysis was on point. She nodded with a look of sudden realization. No wonder these women are so delicate and pretentious, all wearing veils. So it's because they're ugly and can't be seen in public. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Fuck, why did they inexplicably feel like the little crown princess's words were a bit harsh? Someone couldn't resist sneaking a glance at that Sahagwo princess and saw that her eyes were bloodshot from anger under her veil. However, they heard the little crown princess say in deadly earnest, "Then it's not good to blame them too much. After all, in many of their eyes, a woman's appearance is greater than the heavens. If their ugly faces are exposed in front of others, it will indeed be very embarrassing for them." Little Canon Fong Su nodded. "Little junior sister, then let's not force them and forcefully remove their veils. Otherwise, if they can't face their ugly faces, it'll also be quite troublesome if rows of them seek death." The little crown princess made her decision on the spot and waved her hand to dismiss most of the hidden guards. "You're right. Since we know the reason, we can't force them like this. Other people have their own reasons for wearing a white veil to cover their faces," the little stoic said indifferently. "It can't be helped that they're ugly, so it's not good to be too harsh on them." Everyone, as they resisted the hidden guards and protected their veils, they also heard the crown princess and Fong Su speak of them like this. It angered those Sahagwo ladies so much that they almost fainted. "Who's ugly? Your family is the ugly one who can't be seen in public and can only use a veil to cover your face." Was this crown prince consort an idiot? How could she come up with such a conclusion? This truly infuriated the ladies of the Suha kingdom so much that their hearts, livers, spleens, and lungs ached. They glared with burning eyes at the young crown prince consort. "You don't need to take off the other's veils, so just take hers." The little stoic pointed at the deaf-mute woman who was retreating backwards, her sharp eyes flickering slightly. "Even if you want to hide, you have to see if you can hide in front of her." The more she looked at the deaf-mute girl, the more she felt that she was very familiar. Just by looking at her sparkling eyes, she felt as if she had met her before. Who could it be that was masked but gave her a sense of familiarity? Arbor muttered in a low voice. He looked up at the deaf-mute girl who was being restrained by the secret guards and whose arms were being forcefully twisted. "Raise your head," Arbor shouted coldly. A royal guard then forcefully twisted the girl's face and raised it. Arbor reached out her small hand and gestured with her eyes. She stared at her evasive eyes from a distance and suddenly sneered. "So it's you. It's truly been a long time since Du Chunjiang left." Chapter 5465. The Suha maidservant, whose chin was pinched, shuddered all over. Tears welled up in her eyes as if she had suffered an enormous injustice and grievance. She kept twisting her body in an attempt to break free from the hidden guard's grip, biting her lips tightly without uttering a single word. Everyone was a bit confused, and their gazes simultaneously roamed back and forth between Xiao Mu and this woman. Crown Princess of China. Don't push it too far. Sua Nation's white-veiled princess was about to vomit blood from Arbor's domineering attitude. She clenched her fists tightly as she glared coldly at Xiao Mu. She shouted angrily, "This is my Su Haiguo's maidservant. If I say that she doesn't understand etiquette and offends you, the Crown Prince Consort, if you want to teach her a lesson, then this princess should be the one to do it. It's not up to outsiders to comment." Arbor didn't waste any more words with her. She looked up and coldly swept a glance over this Suha Nation's princess. She nodded. "Then you take off her veil." The little crown princess was too obsessed with this maidservant's veil. Suha Nation's white-veiled princess knitted her brows and couldn't help but ask furiously, "Crown Princess, although Suha Nation's maidservant is a servant, she's still a servant of our Suha Nation. It has nothing to do with China. You're spouting so much nonsense. Are you going to take it off or not? I'm giving you face so you can take it off yourself. Do you really think you're someone important?" A cold glint appeared in the little crown princess's eyes, and the meaning she revealed was also very clear. Today, this Suha Nation's maidservant's veil had to be taken off whether she wanted to or not. She was going to take it off. The white-veiled princess took a deep breath and fiercely suppressed her bellyful of resentment. She tried her best to speak to this stoic face in a relatively steady voice. "Our Suha Nation's women must wear veils before marriage. This is our nation's custom. We hope that the crown princess will forgive us." Seeing Arbor take a step forward, the white-veiled princess of Suha also took a step forward and raised her hand in front of the maid. Her eyes flashed, and she said coldly, "Could it be that the crown princess wants to take my maid back to the East Palace? Once the veil of our Suha state's women is lifted, they can only marry." The two secret guards silently retracted their hands and looked in the direction of the little crown princess. Arbor blinked and turned to look at Grand Senior Sister and Little Pal. What does she mean? I have to marry her just because I took off her veil? Everyone was speechless. Can I, the crown princess, remove the veil? The crown princess can reveal it. A cold voice came from outside the crowd, accompanied by the sound of the wheels of the chariot. But my grandniece, Sue, has already made it very clear. If you take off her maid's veil, the crown princess, you must take her back to the East Palace. Please consider carefully, the crown princess. A woman wearing a beige robe walked down from the chariot with the help of someone. Her robe was embroidered with purple-blue flowers, and a pair of rose-ruby earrings hung from her ears. Her lips were tightly pursed. This woman was about 40 years old, and her eyes were very cold and sharp. Xiao Mu glanced at her in bewilderment. Who is this person? Several secret guards couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They hurriedly walked up and whispered to Arbor. When Arbor heard that this person was Grand Concubine Sue, a trace of confusion flashed through her eyes. She had been in the palace for so long, but she had never heard of Grand Concubine Sue. She was stunned when someone suddenly walked up to her and said that she was the former emperor's concubine. Chapter 5466. Grand Concubine Fong had some contact with him before. Since Empress Dowager Chun was killed, the former emperor's concubines were like invisible people and never came out again. Arbor looked Grand Concubine Sue up and down. Judging from her age, she was probably only 10 years old when she entered the palace, right? She was probably unlucky that the former emperor died not long after she entered the palace, so she had never heard of this person. Anyone who had a son or a daughter, even the unreliable old Prince Giant Pain, would have some filial piety. As long as the mother didn't die, after reporting to His Majesty, he would usually take his biological mother out of the palace to live and take care of her. This grand concubine, Sue, judging from her tone, she was the grand aunt of Suha State's white-veiled princess. Arbor looked at her again and didn't answer her. Her eyes were still coldly staring at Su Hagua's maidservant. Grand concubine Sue said faintly, "Crown Princess, have you thought it through? This is the rule of our Suha state." Arbor looked up at her and sneered. "Grand Concubine Su, have you forgotten that you have been married to Shinjo State for decades? Isn't it too ridiculous to keep saying that Suha State's rules are rules?" Grand Concubine Su didn't get angry. She glanced at Arbor and nodded gently. "Although I have been married to Shinjo State for many years, I am still a person of Suha State. I'm just kindly reminding the Crown Princess not to be impulsive and bring unnecessary trouble to the East Palace. After all, the Crown Princess and His Highness the Crown Prince have always been deeply in love. The Crown Princess doesn't want another woman to take away His Highness's favor." Arbor turned to look at Little Pao. What does she mean? Little Pao was about to die from anxiety and hurriedly said, "What else can she mean? This old woman means that as long as you remove the veil of Su Hagwa's maidservant, His Highness the Crown Prince will follow you. This maid belongs to the Crown Prince. She must follow you back to the Eastern Palace." Arbor said, "Oh." Little Cannon Fong, Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry at her stoic face. She quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Little junior sister, don't fall for their tricks. How could Jojo be fooled?" Arbor patted her hand to comfort her. After that, she turned to look in the direction of old concubine Su and said coldly, "Open it." After receiving the Crown Princess's order, the two secret guards did not hesitate. Even if this ugly woman might rely on them in the future, they couldn't care less. The secret guard tore off the veil on the woman's face. Under the veil was a face the size of a palm. Although it wasn't very beautiful, it wasn't ugly either. However, this mediocre appearance caused Xiao Mu to be slightly taken aback. She remembered that the Yao Guang Sanus's face was very delicate and pretty. It was definitely not the ordinary face in front of her. Old concubine Su sneered. "The Crown Princess doesn't listen to other people's advice. Then I have to report it to His Majesty. Crown Princess, please take this maidservant back to the East Palace first." Arbor glanced at her and rolled her eyes. Su Hagwa's rules are Su Hagwa's rules. This Crown Princess's rules are Su Hagwa's rules. I ignore all the rules of Su Hagwa. Old concubine Su's eyes widened and her aura was released. I have reminded the Crown Princess before. She's so arrogant and domineering. Even in front of His Majesty and Her Majesty, what the Crown Princess did today is not justified. Arbor glanced at her coldly. Chapter 5467. Don't blame this Crown Princess for not reminding you. Colluding with someone from the heavenly fate realm, die. The young Crown Princess's words completely suppressed Grand Consort Su's aura. Everyone present kept quiet out of fear and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They only felt that the little stoic's awe-inspiring appearance weighed heavily on their hearts. What do you mean? Grand Consort Su's face was abnormally cold and furious, and she clenched her fists tightly inside her sleeves. The literal meaning, Arbor said coldly. Don't tell me you think a mere transformation talisman can fool this Crown Princess? What do you take this Crown Princess for? And what do you take the entire Divine Province for? Little Sahagwo, you're ignorant and conceited. You're bound to bring about your own destruction. Grand Consort Su's breathing stopped, and Princess Sahagwo couldn't help but shrink her neck. She hastily stepped forward and tugged at Grand Consort Su's elbow. A female freak who willingly accepted transformation delusionally wants to enter the Eastern Palace? Arbor sneered and scolded rudely. Your face must be as big as the sun, right? Princess Suhagwo hastily said. Crown Princess, don't make irresponsible remarks. What do you mean by that transformation talisman? Who used a transformation talisman? Whoever used it knows. Arbor flung her sleeves, and 3 talisman forces immediately burrowed out of her sleeves and pounced at the maidservant of Sahagwo, who was continuously retreating. That maidservant nimbly dodged many times and somersaulted a few times in the air, barely evading the talisman's light, just as she took a deep breath but didn't have time to exhale. Suddenly, a purple light abruptly leaped into her conscious. The transformation talisman's talisman force was removed too quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. The maidservant in front of her had simultaneously transformed her body, limbs, and appearance. Under everyone's watchful eyes in broad daylight, it was simply like a dramatic transformation of a living person was staged. Everyone was stupefied by this scene. Grand Consort Sue's complexion was especially ashen. She clenched her fists tightly as a bad premonition slid through her heart. Could it be that the current emperor of Sehegwo, her nephew, was unable to bear the pressure of fate and had already joined in? What should they do? Her palms were sweating profusely, and the cold sweat seemed to be free as it trickled down from her forehead. Old concubine Sue forced herself to calm down and said quickly, "Crown Princess, this matter still needs to be discussed." This maid should be, the Suha country's white-veiled princess reacted very quickly. When she saw this change, she immediately screamed and revealed a look of disbelief. "What's going on? Yao Yao, what is wrong with you? Your face is actually a fake face?" Your height. Yao Guang's saintess recovered. She was much taller and slimmer than before. Most importantly, her ordinary face had become extremely beautiful and dazzling. After she had grown taller, her original clothes did not fit her body size at all. They all shrunk up to her wrists and ankles. Her clothes were too short. "Nie Yao Guang, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You are still alive now." Not only was she alive, but she could even run in front of her and pretend to be dead. If she sneaked into the palace secretly, she didn't know what she would do. Nie Yao Guang was exposed, but she didn't panic at all. Chapter 5468. 12:20. She only glanced at Arbor coldly, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This smile made Arbor's heart skip a beat. He stared at her face, his eyes extremely cold. "This person is a person of heavenly fate," Arbor ordered lightly. "Take her away first." Nie Yao Guang's smile, just now, made Arbor somewhat uncertain. She was so calm after being caught, and after her identity was exposed, she was neither arrogant nor rash. She did not make a fuss or make a fuss. This abnormal phenomenon made Arbor immediately think that this woman might have a backup plan. Could it be that she had already buried something in the city that could be detonated? Once she was caught, the entire Dragon Flame City would be buried with her? But on second thought, Dragon Flame City's defense array had long been activated. If there was anything wrong, she should be able to receive the news immediately. Now that there was nothing wrong, this meant that Arbor's heart still skipped a beat. As if thinking of something, he hurriedly turned and said, "Return to the palace." She was not in the mood and did not have the time to deal with Su Hugwa and the others. Moreover, this matter was so strange that it gave her a bad premonition. What's wrong? Little Pao, Fong Su, and the others felt their little junior sister's nervousness and could not help but become slightly nervous. Little junior sister just said that Princess Su Hugwa's maidservant was a person of heavenly fate. Was Su Hugwa innocent? Was it related to heavenly fate? Although Su Hugwa's princess, Su Yi immediately revealed a shocked expression, it did not mean that this matter had nothing to do with her. All the personal maidservants were people she trusted very much. How could she choose someone she was not familiar with? Therefore, this Nie Yao Guang should have been by her side for at least 3 months. After 3 months of contact, how could she not know Nie Yao Guang's true identity? Who was she kidding? Moreover, what was the purpose of this group of women coming to the capital this time? All of this was probably what Jojo was having a headache about now. Su Shanshan hurriedly took her little hand and comforted her gently. "Don't panic, everyone is here. Let's return to the palace and discuss this with the crown prince first." Arbor nodded. She thought so too. This matter was urgent, and there was nothing more important than discussing it with Mo Lian, because she had thought of something that she had to tell him. Old concubine Su broke into a cold sweat. Seeing the little crown princess leading a group of people to leave in a hurry, her tense mood eased a little. This was truly a trip to the gates of hell. Old concubine Su only felt that her clothes were wet and cold. Being blown by the cold wind, she felt even more comfortable. She turned around and glared at Su Yi fiercely. She also felt a little resentful towards her in her heart. After all, she had not seen her maternal family for so many years. He didn't expect that his grandniece would hide such an important matter from him. Her maternal family had never revealed to him that Suhugwa had already defected to Tianyun. Old concubine Su was in a cold sweat. Fortunately, when she received the news, she immediately rushed out of the palace to support her grandniece. In the end, she ended up like this. The crown prince and his wife hated Tianyun the most. This time, it was estimated that they would blame her. Thinking of this, old concubine Su couldn't help shivering. Without saying anything to Su-e, she turned around and was helped to get on the carriage. She went back to the palace as soon as possible. She had to explain the situation to His Majesty before the crown princess complained and get herself out of it as soon as possible. Chapter 5469. Grand Consort Su rushed back in a hurry, but Arbor was also burning with anxiety. How could she have expected that Grand Consort Su would play the blame game and run to His Majesty to complain first? She directly returned to the Eastern Palace to find Jojo's Lien. Fortunately, her Lien had already returned to the palace. When she saw her rushing in like this, she hurriedly reached out to support her and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Jojo?" "Emolien, I thought of something." Arbor looked at him with a serious expression and said, "Tianyun has always had a very formidable curse practitioner hiding in the dark. Now, I have reason to suspect that he's already hiding somewhere in our city and just hasn't come out." Emolien held her hand and paused. "You suspect that Black Cat and Chu Chingfei's master, that great master Yi, is already in our city?" Arbor shook her head. "No, I suspect that it's that mysterious hall master of the Charm Hall. I'm guessing that he should be Tianyun's final trump card. The mysterious hall master of the Charm Hall." Emolien frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying with a nod, "I'll have people search the streets and alleys and house by house. I won't miss a single inch of land. If he's hiding somewhere, he'll give himself away every time we check." Arbor nodded pensively. "I encountered a group of women on the street today. Do you know who I discovered? I heard that you went to the city gate to welcome the senior sisters from the Holy Water sect." "That's right." "Oh, that's right. I arranged for the senior sisters to rest first. When we bring second Aunt Master back later, I'll let my master out to meet them." Arbor pulled him and said, "Don't interrupt. Do you know that when I was fetching my senior sisters, I met an acquaintance? You definitely won't be able to guess who she is." Emolien didn't have any interest in any acquaintances other than his wife. However, seeing that his wife was in high spirits, he couldn't bear to dampen her spirits. So he hastily asked, "Who?" "Nie Yaoguang." Arbor tilted his head and said, "Look at how powerful my eyes are. When I glanced at her, I felt that she looked very familiar, so I forcibly pulled her out from among more than 200 veiled women." When the little stoic said this, she was rather pleased with herself. "I removed the transformation talisman on her, and guess what happened?" Emolien looked down at her in amusement and said naturally, "Nie Yaoguang has revealed his true colors and exposed his identity in front of everyone." Arbor punched him with his little fist and snorted. "You're so smart that you know everything. I'm not talking to you anymore." Emolien, he was in the mood to play along with his beloved wife. So why was he being scolded? "I told you I have a good memory." The little stoic spoke with conviction. She turned around to glare at the crown prince and said, "Don't think that you're the only one with a photographic memory." Right. My Jojo is the smartest." The crown prince nodded repeatedly and reached out to ruffle her hair. He beckoned for Yuba and the others to come in and whispered a few instructions before pulling Arbor to sit down. "Jojo, did you get angry with someone today?" Arbor nodded and said huffily, "There's actually someone with the same name and surname as me in Su Hugwa's group. I was so angry that I couldn't help but want to hit her." Saishio and Saichi, who were standing on the side, couldn't help but twitch their mouths silently. Oh my, the crown princess. They clearly heard at that time that girls seemed to be called Xiao Xiao, not Jojo. Besides, it was just a name that was similar. Where did the same surname come from? Chapter 5470. I restrained my emotions and restrained myself from hitting her. "That's too infuriating, Jojo's run," the little stoic said with a taut face. "I didn't expect Chin, eldest Omega Kitoku, to be so treacherous and cunning." She purposely created these people to disgust me. She even purposely made one of them use my name. The little stoic was enraged, and her beady black eyes widened. I really didn't expect them to be so despicable and shameless. It must be because I usually get supreme pleasure from beating and scolding that JoJo. It feels like I'm being abused. The Crown Prince? What should I do about my beloved wife's persecutory delusion? Why did this matter involve Chin, eldest Omega Kitoku? What should I do if I think those two were just a bit wronged? Would I explain it to the Crown Princess? I won't. It's better to make the Crown Princess dislike Chin, eldest Omega Kitoku even more. They know that I dislike that kind of veiled saneness the most. My life experience tells me that I should just hit the saneness whenever I see her. Why did I feel like laughing? The Crown Prince. Yet they still had to name her JoJo and dress her up as a fairy saintess to purposely disgust me. The more Arbor spoke, the angrier he became. He slammed the table with a bang and said furiously, "You don't know how angry I was at that time. It practically burned." Saishio and Saichi, His Highness the Crown Prince. This won't do. I have to do my best to stifle my laughter. The Crown Prince the Great was very clear that if he burst into laughter in front of his wife, then he would definitely be dead for sure. Did you know that JoJo's run was too infuriating? Arbor's small face was cold as he tried his best to keep a straight face and huffed. My rationality told me that I shouldn't vent my anger on that maidservant, but my emotions seemed to want me to act recklessly. Arbor sat upright and still as he looked at his husband expressionlessly. I tried very hard to restrain my emotions. In the end, I restrained myself from beating her. There's no point in venting my anger on her. The ones I should beat the most are the culprits, Professor Chin and Omega Kitoku. When Crown Prince heard this, he immediately nodded vigorously. He didn't feel sorry for big Omega Kitoku, who had been innocently shot. Instead, he continued to push the plot forward with all his might. JoJo, you did very well today. Not only did he control his emotions, but he also had a clear mind. He analyzed the situation thoroughly and found the mastermind behind it. Not only have you exposed Nie Yaoguang's true colors, you've also seen through the phenomenon of this incident. That's right, it's Omega Kitoku that's hurrying over to annoy us. Your analysis is correct, very correct. Seeing you so calm, I feel very comforted. Emollien's handsome face was taut as he spoke. At the same time, he extended his paw and gently stroked the little stoic's hand. Kai Xiao and Kai Chi were speechless. Crown Prince the Great, is it really appropriate for you to say funny things with such a deadpan expression? The Crown Princess's train of thought is so bizarre. So why do you have to follow her and go crooked? You're afraid that the Crown Princess isn't crooked enough. So you courted disaster by leading her crooked and crooked sprinting with her, letting your thoughts run wild. This really isn't too appropriate. The little stoic sighed and clenched her small fists. Big Chin and Omega Kitoku have launched an all-out attack in the kingdom of Qingzhou and may have sent many people to infiltrate our capital. You mustn't lower your guard during this period of time. They may take the next step at any time. The little stoic stood up and paced back and forth in front of Emollien with her paws behind her back. Chapter 5471. I think the best method is to first ferret out that mysterious hall master in the city, and Arbor made a beheading motion as her chilly eyes stared icily at Emollien. Hubby, are you confident? Emollien twitched his mouth and frantically nodded, replying without any moral integrity. Don't worry, wifey. Leave this matter to Hubby. Hubby will definitely dispose of that damn mysterious hall master as soon as he finds him. Arbor nodded with a frosty expression and muttered to herself, see if they still dare to cause trouble for me. Killing their most capable hall master would be the icing on the cake for their plot to develop the Imperial Providence. Reporting to Your Highness the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. His Majesty is summoning you to Benevolence Hall for a chat. Arbor was taken aback and glanced at her husband. Royal Father wants to discuss matters with you again? Could it be that the situation in the kingdom of Qing was becoming increasingly urgent? Who knew how Duan Yu was doing? Arbor's eyes flickered. However, Emollien raised his brow. feeling that his old father seemed to be here to stir up trouble. Could it be that he wanted to stir up trouble again because he was having a good life? The young couple packed up and boarded the carriage. When they arrived at Benevolence Hall, they were welcomed inside. Not only was the emperor present, but Her Majesty the Empress was also sitting next to him. Her Majesty the Empress's eyes involuntarily brightened when she saw the two enter hand in hand. The more she looked at this pair of children, the more she liked them. However, the emperor asked sullenly, "Do you know why father called you here?" He really wanted to teach these two a lesson. Last time, a state security incident actually caused him to be in a complete mess and unable to eat or sleep in peace. It was simply infuriating. The only thing that the emperor rejoiced about right now was that his youngest brother, the old prince of Giant Pain, had gone crazy from the seizures earlier and pulled his son into seclusion with him. Being locked up at home for so many days, actually freaking, saved him a lot of trouble. Otherwise, based on the crown prince's previous temper of disliking anyone he saw and disliking everyone, wouldn't he make an example out of the old prince of Giant Pain? At that time, he would definitely have a headache. Wouldn't that old King Giant Pain be crying his heart out in his palace? Fortunately, the old King Giant Pain was tactful enough to close himself off. When the great emperor thought of this, he could not help but sigh in relief. He felt that he should take back the words that he had said to his youngest brother, "Stupid coward, unable to be educated." Arbor didn't know why the great emperor asked them to come. She just glanced around and saw old concubine Sue, who was crying silently, his heart stirred inexplicably, vaguely feeling that he had guessed something. And Mo Yin gently grasped her hand, and he also glanced at Grand Consort Sue. "What business does Imperial Father have with us?" The great emperor sat on the main seat and wanted to put on airs in front of the couple. Unexpectedly, his foot was gently kicked by the empress. He couldn't help but feel depressed. Old concubine Sue said that just now at the gate of the city, the crown princess fought with the people of Suha. The situation was out of control. Is it true? It can't be, right? This old lady must have nothing better to do. She had yet to diss Su Hagua and become the lackey of Tian Yun and his group. At this moment, she actually accused her in front of the great emperor. If the old lady didn't know how to behave, then don't blame Sir Jojo for dissing her. Imperial Father, Mo Yin spoke first. "I don't know if you know that there is a transformed person of Tian Yun in the team of Sua's maids. This person used to be the holy nun of the Sun Moon Temple. When she was in Shuntian Prefecture, she repeatedly plotted against me and the crown princess." Chapter 5472. Oh, when the emperor heard the crown prince's words, he turned his head to look at Grand Consort Sue, who was sitting on pins and needles. What is Grand Consort Sue's explanation? You also know that the current situation in our divine province is tense, and we are irreconcilable with the Heavenly Fate Empire. If Grand Consort Sue's maternal family is implicated with the Heavenly Fate Empire, the emperor purposely paused at this point and glanced faintly at Grand Consort Sue. This made Grand Consort Sue increasingly unable to sit still. She hastily stood up and said, "Your Majesty, you mustn't listen to the Crown Prince's one-sided remarks. I can guarantee that Su Hagua has absolutely no connection with the Heavenly Fate Empire. What you said is too fake." The little stoic rudely interrupted him. "You've already unearthed Nye Yaowang in your team. It's hard to guarantee that you won't unearth several more Ho Yaowang, Wang Yaowang, and Sun Yaowang tomorrow, right?" Grand Consort Sue was so angry that her entire body quivered, and she hastily shook her head in denial. "No, it's not like that. There's no dispute about this matter." A chuckling voice was heard from the roof. Arbor looked up, and his eyes involuntarily brightened. Second Antmaster? Second Antmaster Yang Shirong was currently squatting on the eaves of the main hall without a proper appearance. She held a wine pot in one hand and a cup in the other. She laughed as she drank. "My little disciple." Yang Shirong's sudden appearance startled the emperor and his entourage. Many royal guards even dashed in from outside the hall with nervous expressions while wielding sabers and swords. Someone actually secretly squatted on the wooden beam of Fu Rin Hall without them noticing at all. It was evident that the newcomer's cultivation was more than just a little bit higher than everyone's combined. Yang Shirong jumped down from the beam with a smile and cupped her hands at the emperor. Holy Water Sex, Yang Shirong greets your majesty. The emperor had an amiable expression and waved his hand to dismiss the royal guards outside the hall. He said with a smile, Holy Water Sex, second Peak Master, we have long heard of your great name. May I know what Peak Master Yang meant by your words just now? Yang Shirong cracked a smile and took out a jade image talisman from her pocket and tossed it into the air. Ah, I was passing by and accidentally recorded everything that happened. Your Majesty can take a look. In any case, there was no proof. Now that there was everything on the jade talisman, the whole process was clear. If His Majesty saw it personally, it would be clear who was right and who was wrong. After carefully watching the process recorded in the image talisman, the Emperor and the Empress both turned to look at old concubine Su, who was slightly pale. Old Imperial Concubine, this is your fault. You were clearly present at that time and already knew that her family was colluding with Tianyin. Why are you trying to argue with the Crown Princess in front of us? The Empress frowned and said coldly, Princess Su Hagwa's personal maidservant is a person blessed by the heavens. Now, she has been imprisoned by the Crown Princess. This matter is true. What else is there to refute? That's not the case, Your Majesty. Old concubine Su felt bitter in her mouth and stammered to explain. Our Suhagwo has nothing to do with destiny. This maid, you say that she's someone chosen by the heavenly fate. What proof do you have? Just because she disguised herself and used a transformation talisman, could it be that you can falsely accuse her of being a person of destiny? The Emperor waved his hand and directly interrupted old concubine Su's words. He said coldly, Old Imperial Concubine, don't pester endlessly. Come, invite old Imperial Concubine back to the palace. In the following month, please stay in your palace and recuperate. Don't come out to talk nonsense again. Chapter 5473. Let me go. Let me go. Old concubine Su couldn't help screaming. The Emperor actually wanted to put her in confinement? What was the difference between this and confining her for a month? The most terrible thing was that whether she had a chance to come out after a month depended on the Emperor's mood. Now she had some regrets in her heart. If she had known this, she wouldn't have gotten involved in Su Yi's mess. Now she was in trouble. Su Yi was also in trouble. The Emperor also spoke harshly to her. It seemed that he was going to punish her severely. Old concubine Su felt cold all over. When she was carried out, her legs couldn't help trembling slightly. However, as soon as she walked out of the gate of Foreign Hall, she heard endless screams. In the square in front of Foreign Hall, several eunuchs and palace maids seemed to be haunted by ghosts. They stumbled and rolled a few times, exclaiming several times. Old concubine Su was startled, and the two eunuchs who forcibly supported her to drag her out also stopped. The three of them stopped on the steps in front of Foreign Hall. At the same time, the guards in the palace heard the exclamation and rushed here quickly. Old concubine Su didn't understand what was going on. When she saw the thing climbing up the stairs, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Was it Nie Yaowang? Old concubine Su's cheeks twisted fiercely. She stared at the strange thing that climbed up the stairs with all four limbs in disbelief. There was a pair of black antennae on its head. It looked like two spider legs covered with a layer of very fine fluff. Old concubine Su gasped and couldn't help but take a step back. The two eunuchs who supported her were also frightened and hurriedly stepped back. When they saw that the strange thing was climbing faster and faster, it almost kept climbing in the direction of old concubine Su. The two eunuchs were so scared that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly let go of old concubine Su's hands and ran into Foreign Hall. His Majesty and the Empress had come out when they heard the scream. The two eunuchs didn't dare to be rash. They stopped and knelt on the ground. They pressed their heads tightly and didn't even dare to raise their heads. Bai Wuxia glanced at them and walked out of the gate of Foreign Hall by them. Looking at the source of the sound, she saw old concubine Su fell on the stairs. Half of her waist hurt. She waved her hands in panic. Nie Yaowang quickly crawled in front of her and laid there, ready to attack. His scarlet eyes stared at her coldly. Old concubine Sue probably used all her strength to restrain herself from screaming in front of old concubine Sue. Arbor followed him out of the Furin Hall. Seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. Bringing the mutated Nie Yaowang into the palace and letting Nie Yaowang find a chance to escape from Furin Palace was done according to her plan. She wanted this Yaowang saintess to know one thing, clearly little glutinous dumpling. What's that? The emperor glanced at the couple suspiciously. Why do I feel like this was deliberately arranged by someone? How could such a monster appear in the palace so openly like this? The emperor could almost be sure that this must be done by the black-hearted couple. The emperor stole a glance at his expressionless daughter-in-law and coughed softly. Glutinous dumpling, what do you think about this matter now? The emperor was also aggrieved. He didn't dare to ask more and could only ask tentatively. Chapter 5474. Old concubine Sue was lying on the steps in front of Furin Hall. She was scared by the monster and fainted directly. He couldn't let old concubine Sue lie straight on the cold stone floor and ignore her all the time, right? It was too much of an eyesore. A faint cold light flashed through Arbor's eyes, and he said with a light expression, "How does father want to deal with it?" "I don't know if father has found it." Nie Yaowang still insisted on coming to find old concubine Sue after turning into a zombie. Obviously, she has a deep impression of old concubine Sue. Maybe there are some secrets between them. Old concubine Sue woke up faintly and thought that she had been moved back to her bedroom. However, when she opened her eyes, she still saw Nie Yaowang lying in front of her. When she heard the little crown princess's words, she almost fainted again. She held her chest with difficulty and steadied her breath. However, when she saw Nie Yaowang's distorted face, old concubine Sue was so anxious that she leaned back and hit her head on the steps with a bang. She was in so much pain that she burst into tears and cried sadly, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Save me, Your Majesty. Where are they? Where are they? Come on, come on. Take this thing away. Take it away." Her lips trembled, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. At this time, old concubine Sue should have been hit by 10,000 points of mental attack, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Nie Yaowang's appearance was really terrible. Her lips were blue and purple, her facial features were distorted, and there were two black tentacles sticking out of her head. At a glance, she didn't look like a human being. To be honest, she was even more disgusting than the zombie that could walk and jump. Everyone liked the zombie, and then looked at this thing, and they really felt that it was very unpleasant to the eyes. She looked a bit like a demonic cultivator with poisonous spiders in her body. Mo Lien whispered to Arbor, "Jojo, analyze it for me." Xiao Mu had an analytical expression on her face as she said with certainty, "It must be that after the mutation failed, it turned into this inhuman and ghostly appearance. Very few people can achieve a perfect transformation." Sir Jojo snorted. When he thought of Wei Su, his expression turned cold again. Just like young Master Wei, the mutation can be considered perfect, no matter how she changes. Arbor took a few steps forward and walked down the stairs. This Nie Yaowang was courting death. He was definitely going to die today. Arbor walked to old Princess Sue. At this time, the old concubine was scared out of her wits, and her nerves were almost in a mess. When she saw Arbor coming over, she hurriedly reached out to grab her leg. Arbor unceremoniously kicked her hand away and scolded, "Get lost. You're in the way." Old concubine Sue rolled down more than 10 floors along the stairs and rolled to the platform in a panic. Fortunately, they were wearing thick winter clothes. She rolled all the way down, but it wasn't a big deal. However, when she thought about how she, the dignified consort dowager, had actually been kicked by that damn girl and had rolled down the steps in such a humiliating manner in public, she choked back a mouthful of old blood in her heart and felt very depressed. Arbor didn't even look at old concubine Sue from the corner of his eyes. He walked to Nie Yaowang and stared at her from the corner of his eyes. His eyes were filled with hidden hatred, and a touch of coldness appeared on his lips. "I originally wanted to keep you for a few days." Arbor's gaze fell on her coldly, and he said faintly, "Unfortunately, you're too ignorant and tactful. Trash will always be trash. No matter how much medicine you take to mutate, no matter how much shortcuts you take, you're still trash. Chapter 5475. Niao Wang, I, the Crown Princess, want you to understand this principle. Arbor looked coldly at Niao Wang, who kept twisting her body on the ground, as if she wanted to create sparks from the friction. Her posture was unusually twisted, and her 4 claws scratched the ground fiercely. She looked like she was ready to attack. Her eyes stared straight at Arbor with unconcealable hatred. Arbor glanced at her coldly. I'll give you a chance to fight with me. As long as you can survive 3 moves from me, I'll let you go. From then on, we'll bury the hatchet and never find trouble with you again. The group of Imperial Palace guards who had heard the news were all gathered at the bottom of the stairs. When they heard the little Crown Princess's words, they couldn't help but look at each other. Compared to the secret guards who always followed the Crown Princess, these Imperial Palace guards usually only met the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess face to face. Although they had heard that the Crown Princess was extremely powerful, they had never seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, when they heard the Crown Princess's words, they couldn't help but feel worried. If Her Highness the Crown Prince Consort was injured in the process of fighting with Niao Wang under their protection, the ones who would be punished in the end would definitely be this group of unlucky fellows. If even a strand of hair on the young Crown Prince Consort's head was harmed, given the degree to which His Highness the Crown Prince doted on her, they would probably be in deep trouble. When he thought of this, the leader of the Imperial Palace Guards couldn't help but sigh. He was afraid that today's matter would be difficult. Seeing their Crown Prince standing on the stairs with a smile on his face and an expression that said, "My Crown Princess is always right," it was a little unbearable to look at. Arbor leaped down and landed on the flat ground below. Niao Wang's head suddenly rotated 360 degrees. She swung her limbs in the opposite direction and climbed down the stairs. Bai Wuxiao was shocked by her terrifying appearance. His eyes couldn't help but widen. He said in a low voice, "Can all the bones in her body be reversed?" Just now, Niao Wang's head had suddenly turned in a big circle. His feet were in front and his hands were behind him. The way he crawled quickly had really frightened her and made her break out in a cold sweat. Just looking at it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. It could only be said that a daughter-in-law who dared to fight against such a thing had a very strong mental fortitude. The Empress felt that if she looked at such a strange-looking thing, she would feel uncomfortable. However, she did not expect her daughter-in-law to be able to hold her own. The two of them exchanged blows in an instant. The ferrule in Xiao Mu's hand slapped over his head without any mercy at all. The ruler landed squarely on Niao Wang's head. The scene of Niao Wang's head being smashed into smithereens did not happen. After being hit by the ruler, she was still very proud. She raised her head and grinned provocatively at Arbor. "Didn't you say that you could defeat me in 3 moves? Look, now your ruler is like scratching an itch for me. It doesn't hurt at all. It just looks mighty." That was the meaning behind her provocative gaze. Xiao Mu merely glanced at her before promptly retracting her gaze. The second ruler landed on Niao Wang's head at a faster speed with a trace of fiery light. This movement was so big that everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Chapter 5476. Even old concubine Sue, who was lying on the side and shivering, couldn't help but tremble and shrink her neck subconsciously because of her earth-shattering strike. When they looked up again, everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They saw that the mutated thing was still lying there, and there was no damage on its head at all. She even grinned provocatively at Arbor, as if mocking her for being a pretty girl and not being able to hurt her at all. In fact, although Niao Wang had become very ugly, she still had some intelligence and memory at this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so hostile to Arbor. She was very happy now. At first, Arbor was bragging, which really made her nervous. She said that she would kill her in 3 moves. These words were all lies from that scumbag Arbor. She knew it. She had already been modified and mutated, and her survivability had long been stronger than ordinary people. Although she was a 3rd-level mutated waste, she had also gone through 3 mutations. Her body couldn't be as unchanged as before. She had long been made into a body of copper skin and iron bones that couldn't be broken. Arbor wanted to use such a small ruler to smash her head. Huh, what a fool's dream. The more Nye Yaowang thought about it, the more excited she became. Her face was distorted as she raised her head at Arbor. Her two antennae swayed back and forth on the top of her head, expressing her joy. Arbor looked at her expressionlessly for a long time and suddenly raised the ruler in her hand. Nye Yaowang put away her nervousness and looked at her with disdain. This small broken ruler couldn't break her head once or twice. Could it be that she could go to heaven for the third time? It was said that the first drum was strong, the second was weak, and the third was exhausted. Arbor's third attack was definitely not as good as the first two. Nye Yaowang didn't care about Arbor's ruler at all, until that oppressive flame suddenly spread out from the ferrule. A trace of black flame ignited the remaining strands of Nye Yaowang's hair and suddenly burned her neck and face. With a loud bang, Arbor's strike broke Nye Yaowang's neck. Everyone only heard a kacha sound. He looked back in horror and saw that half of Nye Yaowang's neck was crooked. His head was swaying slightly, as if it was hanging from a bamboo pole. Old concubine Su, who was close at hand, turned back and vomited. She was scared out of her wits, her body trembling back and forth. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and fell hard on the stone floor. This time, he fainted from fright and completely fainted. Arbor looked back at the grand concubine and looked down at his hand in confusion. The ferrule in her hand glowed faintly, and the black holy flames revolved around her fingers obediently. The old lady was too easily frightened. She was just joking with them, who knew that their tolerance would be so poor. Speaking of which, she didn't do it on purpose. Before the fight, she had already reminded Nye Yaowang that she could defeat her in 3 moves. Why didn't she believe it? Xiao Mu shook her head and indifferently stared at a certain thing that had collapsed to the ground with a plop, its limbs twitching continuously. A black crystal rolled out of Nye Yaowang's head. It was the size of a thumb. It was one of the few large crystal cores she had seen so far. Chapter 5477. What made Arbor feel a bit strange was that Nye Yaowang's crystal core had clearly fallen out of her head. However, she hadn't completely stopped breathing. Her hands and feet were twitching nonstop, as if she wanted to take something out of her bosom. Under the Crown Prince's signal, 2 hidden guards stepped forward and kicked Nye Yaowang down the stairs. Nye Yaowang rolled down the stairs and fell beside Grand Concubine Su with a bang. Grand Concubine Su was slowly waking up. She saw Nye Yaowang's round eyes sticking to her left hand. She immediately cried out in alarm and fell backward, her head bumping into the stairs. Bai Wuxia's mouth twitched, and he hastily directed the dumbfounded royal maids at the side. What are you staring blankly for? Didn't you see that Grand Concubine Su has fainted several times? Quickly help her up and send her back to her bedchamber. Isn't it good for her to stay in her bedchamber and enjoy life at her age? Why did she always like to come out and cause trouble? The emperor watched this scene expressionlessly. When he saw the little crown princess shove that crystal core to the crown prince, he was truly speechless. He lowered his head to look at Nye Yaowang, who had fallen on the jasper stone platform. He saw her take out a crumpled item from her bosom with great effort. Why did it look a bit like a sealed letter? Ridiculous. This mutated monster was about to die, but she actually took out a letter from that pile of rags? It wouldn't be believable if someone didn't purposely give it to her. The 2 hidden guards rudely kicked Nye Yaowang, who was moving mechanically again. This kick was very powerful and directly kicked Nye Yaowang's head off her neck. Arbor was speechless and silently glanced at the 2 hidden guards. The 2 walked forward and used the tips of their swords to move the crumpled letter on the ground. They turned the letter over and saw a line of words written in the middle of the envelope, to Arbor only. The 2 immediately looked at each other and turned to look at the little stoic crown princess. Crown princess, this letter is for you. Emol Yin's eyes turned slightly cold as she said faintly, what a dirty thing. I don't even know if it's contaminated with corpse poison. Jojo, I'm not watching. Xiaomu nodded with a docile and obedient expression. It's burned. Emol Yin grasped her small hand and turned around to leave this place. However, as if he had suddenly sensed something, he suddenly turned around. He saw that the letter that was burned by the secret guard was wrapped in a ball of flame and flew up 1/2 meter into the air. At the moment when the flames were burning, a cold and handsome face suddenly appeared in the flames. Just like that, he stared at them coldly, his eyes devoid of any signs of life. The Holywood fragment and a wisp of your soul are all with me. Are these two things worth a trip to the Qingzhou kingdom? Before the end of the month, I will be waiting for you in Qingzhou. Remember, you are the only one who can come. Mo Yin's complexion was ashen, and he raised his hand to erase the face in the flames. He turned to look at Arbor and saw his wifey's expressionless face. She silently glanced at him. Bai Wuxia asked in shock, "Who is that person?" The emperor's expression was cold and furious. "Wuxia, he is the former second young master of the Qin estate and the current leader of Heavenly Fate, Qin Exine." Bai Wuxia nodded his head in astonishment. Although she had seen portraits of the Qin estate's leaders before, it wasn't as realistic as seeing his soul with her own eyes today. Chapter 5478. For this person to be able to pour a wisp of his soul remembrance into the letter and do as he pleased to this extent, it was evident that his divine sense had already reached the acme of perfection. Bai Wuxia glanced at the young couple worriedly. He knew that they already had something to say, so he turned around and said to the emperor, "We also don't know the whole story of this matter. We'll think of how to help after the children finish their discussion." The crown prince was furious on the inside, but he forcefully restrained his emotions on the surface. He nodded at the emperor and the empress and said, "Royal father, royal mother, don't worry. This son will take care of this matter." After bidding farewell to the emperor and empress, the two of them strolled hand in hand toward the eastern palace along a pebble path. After walking for less than 2 minutes, Mo Yin angrily turned around and pressed the little stoic into her arms. She warned in a low voice, "I forbid you from going. Do you hear me?" The little crown princess blinked and nodded. "I didn't say I wanted to go." Prince Mo reached out to grab her chin. He couldn't help but feel deflated when he looked down. How could she not go? Jojo's wisp of soul remembrance and the last fragment of the Holywood were both in that damn Qin Exine's hands. The blatant threat in his words practically hit her in the face. She simply didn't need to think deeply about it. Sir Jojo waved his hand and said unconcernedly, "It's fine for me to be like this right now. I've pretty much found all the fragments of my soul. Even if I'm missing this last fragment, I'll just be more careful in the future and fight less with my divine sense in order to prevent my soul from becoming unstable." It was just a bit of pity that he couldn't summon the Fushi sword anytime and anywhere. However, compared to going to the kingdom of Qingzhou to see the person he loathed, losing a wisp of his soul wasn't anything to be regretful about. As for the sapling, he'll definitely understand me very well. At worst, Qiuqiu and I will lose a wisp of my soul, and he will lose a fragment. Both of us aren't perfect, so let's not mock each other. Masta, Qiuqiu might be able to understand you. Qiuqiu also doesn't wish for Masta to take risks. Masta, we're not going anywhere. You can't send a sheep to the tiger's den and go to Qingzhou by yourself. That's just sending yourself to death. Speaking of Qiuqiu, Qiuqiu arrived and climbed up from her back, kicking its legs above her head, flailing its arms and legs as it shouted angrily. "Let's anger him to death. Anger him to death. Anger this big bad guy to death. We're not going anywhere." Mo Yin's handsome face was taut, and his thin lips were pursed into a straight line. The words, "I'm very unhappy right now," were written all over his face. Qin Xin, this person, was simply despicable. What was he thinking? He wanted Jojo to go to Qingzhou alone. Arbor tilted his head and walked 2 steps. When he turned around, he saw that his husband was still standing in the same place. She couldn't help but pout and yell at him. "What are you doing? Let's go back and eat." Mo Yin came back to her senses and quickly followed after her. She picked up her small waist, and with a tap of her foot, she flew out as light as a feather. The little stoic was very dissatisfied. "I can also fly. I also have a flying talisman. You should let me fly you next time." Mo Yin looked down at this naggy little thing, and his originally gloomy mood inexplicably improved. After dinner, the little Stoic solemnly invited Second Ant Master and the Holy Water Sex Sisters to the main hall. With a wave of her hand, she released Murong Sun. The pitiful Murong Sun was eating hot pot with the Holy Sons and the others when she was released by the little Stoic. She was still holding a pair of chopsticks and looked around in shock. Chapter 5479. Subsequently, Sir Holy Sun also ran out with a steaming pot of hodgepodge soup and stood on the side to watch the commotion. Similarly, Feng Chanqing and the others also came out. Everyone was holding a pair of chopsticks, and some chopsticks were still holding meat slices that hadn't been delivered to their mouths yet. Now that everyone was gathered in one place, they looked at each other and were momentarily at a loss. This Stoic was too unreliable. Before letting them out, she didn't even warn them and directly dragged them out. The little Stoic expressionlessly glanced at the hot pot in Sir Holy Sun's arms and said dryly, "Just now, your little friend died on the steps outside. I saw her." Sir Holy Sun hastily put down the pot and shook his head. "She's not my little friend anymore. I have nothing to do with Nie Yaoguang anymore." He could even see a trace of odd contempt on this Stoic's face. How preposterous! Letting a man of striking appearance like him hold a pot was truly an eyesore. He saw Nie Yaoguang's matter very clearly in the Star Domain. Ever since he learned that the Sun-Moon Temple's higher-ups, including Nie Yaoguang, were all lackeys of the All-Seer, he had already drawn a clear line between himself and them. Now that he saw Nie Yaoguang's mutated appearance, Sir Holy Sun only felt extremely nauseous and was glad that he had escaped unscathed. Otherwise, he really didn't dare to imagine what he would become if he joined a freakish organization like the All-Seer. He might mutate even more and become stronger like Wei Su, or he might become a second Nie Yaoguang and directly evolve into a monster after the mutation failed. But no matter what the outcome was, it wasn't what Sir Holy Sun wanted. He even felt that he had gotten used to staying in the little Stoic's Star Domain. Time was tranquil, flowers were blooming, and the scenery of an otherworldly paradise truly couldn't be any better. He really couldn't do it if he had to go out and continue this world of mutual deception and shoulder the mission of restoring the Sun-Moon Temple's glory. The little Stoic looked at Sir Holy Sun and blinked. She had long noticed that Sir Holy Sun and the Phoenix Clansmen, Imen, and possibly Shurchun, Ginkgo Peony, and the others. She didn't know if it was because they had stayed in her Star Domain for too long, but now, besides cultivating, they ate, drank, and strolled around the Star Domain. If she hadn't forced them to come out, they might not even remember to come out to the outside world to pursue new things for 10 days to half a month. The little Stoic discovered that these people had already entered the stage of retirement ahead of time. Was this appropriate? They were all young and were at the age where they had to work hard to improve themselves. Especially Holy Sun Miyan. No matter how much he nurtured him, he felt like he had become useless. Previously, when the Divine Hall was destroyed, didn't the Holy Sun say, "If we don't perish in the ashes, we will be reborn in the ashes, and as long as the Divine Hall has you and me, it will eventually rise again"? Such impassioned words. 2 priests and 3 divine guards followed him. Later, Priest Radiant Light also returned to follow him. But what happened after that? The Holy Sun didn't know when he would send everyone away. What was going on? After being raised by Sir Jojo in the star field for a while, the Son of God had become more and more useless. Now, he did not even mention anything about the Renaissance Temple. What about his beliefs? God, why don't you want them anymore? Sir Holy Sun almost covered his face with the pot again. What kind of weird gaze was the little Stoic using to stare at him so fixedly? What was she looking at? Can I ask you something? Chapter 5480. When do you plan on reviving the temple? Holy Sun Miyan. As expected, the little Stoic was very annoying. She always touched a sore spot and did not want to listen to her. I remember that you previously dispatched Priest Radiant and the others to investigate each state and act according to the circumstances. You wanted to find a place with beautiful scenery to rebuild your temple, right? Did I? Holy Sun Miyan looked at her in bewilderment and turned around to face her with the back of his head. You misheard. Arbor. Therefore, Priest Radiant Light and the others have been running around outside for such a long time, and even their shadows were nowhere to be seen. How did they end up with such an unreliable holy son? Sir Jojo gloomily looked at his husband, who was holding back his laughter, and grumbled, I actually raised the temple's holy son into a cripple. At the same time, the dumbfounded Morong Sun met the dumbfounded Yang Shirong's eyes. The latter was rubbing her eyes hard for about a minute before abruptly slapping her thigh. My eyes might be playing tricks on me. Why did I see eldest senior sister? Fong Su, who was slapped hard on the thigh, grimaced and said, Master, your eyes aren't playing tricks on you. Isn't it just eldest senior aunt? Impossible. Yang Shirong waved her hand with certainty and calmly said, I slapped myself hard just now, but I didn't feel any pain at all. I must be dreaming right now. Lamentable, pitiful. Right now, I can only meet eldest senior sister and third junior sister in my dreams. Sigh. If there was a mirror right now, Peak Master Yang would definitely pity herself. Su Shanshan couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She glanced at Second Ant Master's vivid expression, and her eyes involuntarily moistened. She recalled Second Ant Master's silly and hilarious behavior during the gathering of the Three Peaks. Fong Su wanted to cry, but had no tears. She rubbed her thigh and said, Master, you slapped my thigh hard just now. How could you possibly feel pain? Yang Shirong. So her disciple meant that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her? Senior sister? Morong Sun calmed down before her and nodded with a very composed expression. Second junior sister, long time no see. How have you been? Su Shanshan, Jiang Qi, Lu Ling, and the other disciples of Holy Water Sect's first peak were wiping their tears emotionally. They stared unblinkingly at Morong Sun, practically unable to believe their eyes. When she suddenly saw her second Ant Master, she abruptly jumped up and darted toward Morong Sun at top speed, about to slap Morong Sun's head. Xiao Mu was alarmed, and she jumped up from her stool in fright. She shouted, Second Ant Master, have mercy! Her master was only at the early stage of the profound realm, and was as thin as a piece of paper. How could he possibly withstand a palm strike from a divine realm expert? It would be strange if this slap did not kill Morong Sun. It wasn't easy for her to salvage the situation for her Shizun Darren. She didn't want to be slapped to death by that foolish second martial uncle. Then who could she cry to? Thankfully, Yang Shirong did not really want to slap Morong Sun's head. Although she hadn't seen her eldest senior sister in a long time, her eldest senior sister's prestige was still there. In the past, it was always eldest senior sister who chased after her and beat her up on the snowy peaks. She never had the chance to hit eldest senior sister. She didn't dare to hit Morong Sun. She reckoned that she would be very miserable after this slap, right? Yang Shirong did not dare to hit Morong Sun, but Morong Sun directly knocked her on the head. Chapter 54:81. Disciple also told me that you've matured a lot recently and aren't as silly as before. But I didn't expect that you haven't changed at all after seeing you today. She was still so silly. Yang Shirong looked at Morong Sun in bewilderment for a moment before suddenly pouncing forward and tightly hugging Morong Sun with both arms. She wailed, Eldest senior sister, I really didn't think that I would be able to see you again in this lifetime. I originally thought it was a dream meeting, but I didn't expect everything to be real. Yang Shirong picked up Morong Sun's sleeve and wiped the tears on her face. She wept and lamented, It's good that you're back, senior sister. I can finally hand over the burden on my shoulders to you. In your dreams. Morong Sun couldn't resist retorting. She threw away the hand Yang Shirong was using to wipe her tears and disdainfully swept her eyes over her. Second junior sister, the sect's future depends on you. I, your eldest senior sister, came back on this trip to recuperate. Old, you look like you've relieved yourself of a burden. It makes people uncomfortable just looking at you. Yang Shirong's eyes widened, and she raised her voice in disbelief. Eldest senior sister, you're actually trying to shirk your responsibility? Scram. Morong Sun took a step back and turned her head to look at the expressionless arbor. Disciple, come here. Hence, as soon as she called out, Su Shanshan and the others all pounced over with a whoosh, trapping her in the center of the crowd and preventing her from getting out. Murong Sun originally wanted to pretend to be strong and joke around a bit to smooth out this sorrowful atmosphere. However, when she turned around and saw Su Shanshan and the others crying their hearts out, her eyes involuntarily reddened as well. She truly couldn't continue pretending. Moreover, the little stoic expressionlessly said, "Master, it's not shameful to want to cry. Go ahead and cry. Disciple won't laugh at you." Murong Sun forcibly held back her tears. What an expressionless traitor, Murong Sun thought. She raised her hand to stroke Su Shanshan and the others' heads. Thousands of words converged into a soft sigh. Thank you for your hard work. She didn't just miss out on time these years. She also missed out on her disciples' growth. She felt regretful just thinking about it. In the days before the full moon banquet, Arbor had been cultivating with his son in the star field. Whenever he had some free time, he would use it to draw talismans and refine pills. He had prepared many things for everyone. She became more and more skilled at drawing talismans. The 11th jade slip of the Golden Talisman Jade Tome had also been opened. Arbor felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if he had drawn talismans countless times in the past. Now that he thought about it, he must have learned it from his master and martial uncle after his soul explosion. He had already broken through to the 11th level of the Spirit Division record, and a 12th branch meridian had been formed in his divine veins. She stayed in the star field for 10 days, but it was 4 months in the outside world. Not only had his talisman skills improved, even his alchemy skills had improved by quite a bit. Presently, not only had Arbor successfully advanced to become a divine grade great talisman master, he was also an extremely outstanding divine grade alchemist. In the past, he would have to spend an entire day and night to make the soul-returning pill. Now, he only needed an hour to make it. After all, this fellow had nothing to do, so he guarded the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron in the star field and continuously refined soul-returning pills now. Every soul-returning pill she refined could reach the level of a black vein pill. Her pill refinement skills were extraordinary beyond compare. Chapter 5482. However, it was her talisman art. Sir Jojo frowned. The probability of her drawing a sacred-grade golden talisman was still 50-50. In other words, she could draw at most 50 sacred-grade golden talismans out of 100 talismans. The rest would still be purple talismans. But even so, if these words were spread out, it would still frighten others. If Old Master Moon knew that his granddaughter could draw a sacred-grade golden talisman out of every 2 talismans she drew, wouldn't he faint from fright? Currently, she had drawn at least 10 divine-rank, sacred-grade, golden talisman storage jade talismans, which could hold about half of the entire Dragonflame City. It could be said that ordinary cultivators could live a carefree life with just 1 sacred-grade, golden talisman storage jade talisman. What made Arbor the happiest was that the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron's 9 stars were shining brightly after her relentless feeding and pill refinement. Only the crescent moon in the middle was still dim and lightless. Now, the deterrence her colored glass cauldron fire released was no different from a sacred fire. Sir Jojo was very happy that his little cauldron could develop to its current state. After all, when he first saw it, it really was an unprepossessing little lousy cauldron today, and Mo Lien had returned early in the morning. He drew close to her mysteriously and whispered into her ear, "Chow Chow, I found something." Arbor looked up and glanced at him. "Tomorrow is our son's 1-month-old banquet. Why isn't Duan Yu here yet?" Prince Mo secretly ground his teeth. These past 2 days, Chow Chow had asked this question the most. Duan Yu was so annoying. Duan Yu is so annoying. Duan Yu probably won't be able to come. Mo Lien answered expressionlessly. This guy was far away in Qingzhou. Why would he come? Why would he come? Sir Jojo was rather displeased. He took out a jade ornament and hung it on his son's waist. Look, he's already given the gift. So why isn't he here yet? This jade ornament was probably a token that could mobilize a portion of Sangzhou's manpower and resources. It was also very likely that it could mobilize the royal palace guards. Hence, This jade ornament was probably the symbol of Songzhou's emperor, representing power and wealth. Duan Yu, this idiot, gave this toy to his son as soon as he made a move. Prince Imo lowered his head to look at his expressionless son and complained in his heart. Why was her son always so expressionless when he saw his father? Her son was as soft as a glutinous rice ball. He hugged his father and called him father. He was so cute. What was wrong with his son? Arbor was slightly stunned. He lowered his head and saw that the jade ornament hanging on his son's waist had disappeared. He guessed that his son had taken it back into his inner world. The couple's lips twitched. At the same time, they felt that the way their son looked at them with an expressionless face was inexplicably cute. What was going on? This little thing actually knew how to store precious things in its inner world so that it wouldn't be carried around by others and stolen. Arbor glanced back at his husband and said expressionlessly, "Your son is so much like you. She's as stingy as you." Then he sighed and shook his head. Before Imo Yin could reply, flabbergasted, the little stoic had already stood up and pattered out the door. "Just now, I heard someone report that the person from Ming Province has come." Imo Yin picked up her son in exasperation and followed behind her. "You're still going to welcome him?" When did his wife become so close to ACI? The crown prince instantly felt a sense of crisis. Who's welcoming him? Arbor was baffled. "It's time. Let's go to the dining room." Chapter 5483. Imo Yin was speechless. "Wife." He hurriedly chased after her with the baby in his arms and hugged her with a smile. "I was talking to you just now. You didn't even respond to me halfway through." Arbor turned her head to look at him. "Did you find that mysterious hall master?" Imo Yin was a little discouraged and shook her head. "I didn't find any trace of that mysterious hall master, but I saw Luo, the deputy hall master of the Talisman Incantation Hall." "Luohi?" Arbor frowned slightly. "Oh, Jojo, aren't you curious at all?" Imo Yin poked her round cheeks with dissatisfaction. "Besides Luohi, guess who else I saw?" Arbor's eyes brightened. "That mysterious great master Yi?" Imo Yin broke into laughter and shook her head. "It's Mu Xiaoxua." "So it's her." Arbor responded faintly, her expression slightly disdainful. "Your Highness, Crown Princess." Eunuch Chun hurried over and couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw them. "His Highness the Crown Prince of Ming Province has arrived." "So what if he's here?" Imo Yin retorted exasperatedly. "He even specially came to inform them." "Haha, so what if he's here? Does he expect them to line up to welcome him?" Eunuch Chin couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said seriously, "The Crown Prince of Ming Province wants your Highness and the Crown Princess to treat him to a meal." Imo Yin was very unhappy. "Why do you want to treat him to a meal again? Didn't you treat him to a meal every day when we were on the island last time?" Arbor nodded her little head as if they had a common enemy. "No, let him go out and find a restaurant to eat." Eunuch Chin's mouth twitched as he complained incessantly in his heart. "It's the Crown Princess. Even if the two of you don't treat him to a meal to welcome the Crown Prince of Ming Province, wouldn't the palace's kitchen be able to make a sumptuous imperial meal? Asking someone to eat at a restaurant on the street was truly unheard of." Ming Yasi came uninvited. "I hope the Crown Prince of the Divine Prefecture can forgive me." As the voice fell, a young man wearing an iron gray cloak walked over with straight legs and appeared in front of everyone. The maids and eunuchs of the Eastern Palace couldn't help but sneak a glance at him. Ming Yasi's pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the two people on his stern and handsome face. His lips were tightly pursed, and his gaze directly went past Imo Yin to land on the child in his hands. Seeing that the Grand Master looked like he was going to beat up the Crown Prince and steal his child, the palace maids and eunuchs silently raised their legs to block the Crown Prince. Their family's little master was still young. He was not even a month old, so he could not be scared of anything. Ming Yasi strode over and rudely pushed aside the eunuch in front of him. "Get out of the way. What are you doing?" Arbor roared with his eyes wide open. Ming Yasi's hand paused as he glanced at her angrily. He already knew how protective this guy was of his own people. Back then, he threw some weapons at Murong Sun and her group, but this damn girl looked down on him from beginning to end until today. It was as infuriating as it could be. Ming Yassi's handsome face darkened as he stretched out his hands in Baby Mo's direction. Hand it over. Hand what over? Do you think it's an object? Emol Yin and Arbor glared at him ferociously at the same time, looking like they were eager to protect their child. Hand it over for a hug. Ming Yassi said awkwardly with a cold expression. Xiao Mu immediately reached out and took the child from her husband's arms with a protective expression on her face. Chapter 5484. She glared at Ming Yassi and said, "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to take revenge on my baby? You saw that I wasn't easy to deal with, so you had a brainwave and wanted to trip my baby up?" Emol Yin's mouth twitched, and he looked at Ming Yassi sympathetically. Sure enough, smoke was already coming out of the latter's head as he choked on his anger. "I'm telling you, no way." Arbor roared at him again. She hugged the baby with both hands, but her eyes were still glaring fiercely at Ming Yassi. Ming Yassi retorted exasperatedly. "Do you think I'm like you? Heartless and emotionless with a stoic face. Don't need to lay my hands on a baby. Hand it over." Arbor turned her head angrily. "Husband." Emol Yin was used to being called by his wife, so when he heard his wife call him that, he immediately took a step forward and rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was going to pick a fight with Ming Yassi. Ming Yassi was so angry that he was amused. He took out a palm-sized jade fan from his sleeve. There were even some pearls and jade tassels hanging from the bottom of the fan. It looked exquisite, small, and pretty. "I'm here to give you a gift. Don't be ungrateful." Fuck, rushing over to give him a gift. This couple really made his heart ache every time he saw them. That darn lass, darn lass, darn lass. So many years had passed, but her temper was still as bad as ever, just like when they first met. What a vicious and petty person. Arbor blinked. She only felt that her hands were empty, and her son had already floated in Ming Yassi's direction. The couple was instantly speechless. This son was too immoral. Why would he automatically float over as long as there was something good? Ming Yassi was also taken aback. He didn't expect that the baby would come over on his own. This tiny baby, not even the size of a cat, was suspended in midair and staring at him expressionlessly. Why did this scene make one's scalp go numb? Why was the child of the crown prince and darn lass so different from other people's babies? Ming Yassi followed the baby's gaze downwards and landed on the jade fan in his hand. He hurriedly handed that exquisite little thing over. He himself didn't understand what was going on. It was clearly a baby in front of him. Was it possible for him to hand it over? Does the other party have hands to hold it? Just as he felt that his actions were strange and comical, he saw a flash of light on the jade fan in his hand, and it disappeared in an instant. Ming Yassi, did this kid inherit JoJo's fine tradition? How did he receive gifts so quickly? Moreover, this little fellow had put the jade fan into his inner world. Dark Yas felt that this thought of his was somewhat terrifying. What kind of person could have an inner world? Only 1 in 10,000 people would be able to open their profound veins. Although the divine land was rich in spiritual power, it was rare for a child to be born with an inner world. Baby Emo stared at the person in front of him expressionlessly. After receiving the gift, he silently floated back to Arbor. The child did a beautiful somersault in the air and landed perfectly in Arbor's outstretched hands. Everyone was speechless as they stared at the swaddled baby with strange gazes. Arbor looked at Dais expressionlessly and curled the corners of his mouth. He forced a smile that didn't look like a smile. The child resembles his father. Please forgive me. Prince Emo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had received 10,000 critical hits. Ming Yassi was speechless. He glanced at Arbor. I heard that the people from Tianyin sent you a special letter a few days ago. You're quite well informed. Arbor glanced at him indifferently. The letter asked you to go to Qingzhou? Chapter 5485. Arbor didn't reply, but his expression clearly implied his tacit agreement. Ming Yassi couldn't help but become agitated and grumpily retorted. You aren't really thinking of going, right? You're usually so smart and arrogant. So why do you like to drop the ball at crucial moments? Sir Jojo glowered at him as he silently took out a shiny golden club from his inner world. Mo Yin twitched her mouth and wanted to go up to hold his impulsive wife's hand. However, Ming Yassi, this death-seeking fellow, continued to prattle on in front of Jojo. Do you know the situation in the kingdom of Qing province? Right now, it's completely blocked by countless zombies. Don't joke around if you go. Let me tell you, that's where I came from. With your strength alone, it's impossible for you to sneak in unless you force your way in. You must be clear-headed. Didn't you see that Duan Yu hasn't made much of a move for so long? He's such a black-bellied and shameless scoundrel. Something that can make him treat it so cautiously definitely isn't simple. Perhaps there's something incredible hidden inside and outside of Qing province. You must not walk right into a trap. You'll be out of your mind if you go. You're the one who's out of your mind. Arbor abruptly raised his golden club and smashed it at Ming Yasi's head. Mo Lien couldn't resist covering her face with her hands. Ming Yasi was even more frightened, and he immediately turned to flee. I'm saying this for your own good. He furiously turned back and roared at her. Don't think that you're so capable. I couldn't beat you several years ago because my spirit meridians were sealed. But that doesn't mean I can't beat you now. I'm telling you, I'm just giving in to you. Your virtue is because you've been spoiled. But do you think that the Qin family's pack of ambitious thieves will give in to you like I did? If you dare to brandish a knife in front of that old geezer Qin, he'll dare to send several hundred zombies to gnaw you to death. F.I.O. Ming Yas tilted his head to the side and dodged a fiery meteor. When he turned around to look, he saw the little stoic stopping with a spurious smile. She raised the golden club in her hand and retorted with a single word, long-winded. Minya was so angry that he turned around and glared fiercely at Mo Lien. Prince Mo, baby Mo, who had been stuffed into her husband's arms before the beating, floated up on its own again. This fellow was like a spirit on her back, drifting along with his mother. Wherever his mother went, he would follow, always hanging behind his mother's back. This strange scene made the corners of everyone's eyes involuntarily twitch. Arbor slapped the club in his hand and said angrily, "Who told you that I'm going to Qingzhou?" Ming Yasi glanced at her. "Given your character, how could you not go?" Jojo, Sama glared at him. Ming Yasi calmed himself down and continued, "You have to know, that is the headquarters of the Tianyun organization. You also said that this organization, Tianyun, has accumulated power for over 100 years. It's just that it's only gradually surfaced now. It's clear that the faction behind it isn't small. Even a swindler like Duan Yu has to be cautious. So how could you go there and act rashly?" Arbor silently glared at him when she heard his long-winded speech. "Humph, you all understand him quite well." He made it seem like Sir Jojo was the only one who didn't understand him. Jojo was disgruntled and turned to glare fiercely at her husband before turning to trot away. Her son followed behind her and floated along. Chapter 5486. This scene was inexplicably bizarre and comical, and the onlookers couldn't help laughing. Mo Lien silently turned back to glance at Ming Yasi as she grumbled in her mind. "It's fine if you two are quarreling, but why are you glaring at me when you're upset?" Ming Yasi was even more at a loss for words, and he turned to glare at Mo Lien again. "This little ancestor, can't you listen to the main point?" After listening for half a day, she said something along the lines of, "You two understand him quite well." What does she mean? Is she angry? Mo Lien irritably rolled her eyes at him. Isn't it obvious? How can she leave if she's not angry? It's all that guy Duan Yu's fault. It's fine if you don't mention him, but Jojo gets even angrier when he's mentioned. The irritated Ming province's crown prince casually picked someone to berate. However, Mo Lien was amused by his rascally behavior and irritably retorted, "Do you think it's easy to bully him just because he's not here? You're venting your anger on him when there's no one to vent it on." She was used to berating Duan Yu, but it was usually her berating him. Why did it feel a little jarring when she heard someone else berating him? She inexplicably wanted to retort, "Humph, it must be because there were too many things troubling him recently, so he was also irritated." Simply baffling. Mo Lien turned to leave in a huff as she casually muttered, "It's not like he's your punching bag." Ming Yasi glared at her departing figure and angrily asked, "Hey, why are you leaving too? Hey, I'm here as a guest, but you're not even going to treat me to a meal? What kind of freaking hospitality was this? Why don't you ascend to the heavens?" The royal maids and eunuchs who had been watching a good show quickly turned around and pretended to be busy wiping the tables, stools, vases, and curtains. They secretly turned to look at the Ming province's crown prince, who was hopping mad. Everyone silently felt that the Ming province's crown prince seemed a bit miserable. They didn't know what was going on, but they just felt that this guy seemed to have been completely ignored. Arbor stomped around the garden for a long time before she realized that her son was like a little shadow floating behind her. This child usually didn't make much noise. If you teased him for a long time, he might just give you a lazy response. Arbor thought it was a little funny. She reached out and hugged the child, caressing his little face. Son, Mother isn't angry. Mother just feels a little annoyed. Why do they all think that I, your mother, would be impulsive and brainless? Humph. Don't you think they are stupid? They're the brainless ones, not Mother. Baby Mo's black eyes stared at Arbor and suddenly blinked. Arbor immediately kissed him happily. See, even her son was blinking at her in approval. As expected of her son, he could understand everything she said. A bunch of brainless fellows. How dare you say that your mother is stupid? They're the real idiots. The little stoic muttered as she walked past the flower path with her son in her arms. Suddenly, she turned her head and shot a cold glance over. Attack talisman, attack talisman, attack talisman. She threw out 3 god-rank attack talismans consecutively, landing in the direction of the flower thicket. Following the 3 bangs, Arbor's gaze instantly chilled. Do you think this crown princess can't see you because you have an invisibility talisman stuck on you? Come out obediently, and I can still consider sparing your life. Reveal talisman, reveal talisman, reveal talisman. Arbor's fingers moved, and she threw out several dozen reveal talismans in all directions. They were as fast as shooting stars and instantly landed in the flower thicket. Chapter 54:87. Streaks of talisman energy flowed past, and under the whooshing of light and shadow, 2 sneaky figures emerged as expected. However, they abruptly hid behind a tree. Arbor chuckled and abruptly struck out with her palm. You're courting death. With a crisp bang, half of the short tree was immediately snapped in half by the wind from her palm. Arbor recalled her son into the star domain in passing before swiftly darting over and viciously smashing her fist down. When Ming Yasi and Prince Emo rushed over, they saw the little stoic ruthlessly smashing her opponent's big head with her fist. The group of hidden guards stood expressionlessly on the side, wielding swords and sabers, but no one stepped forward to help. Ming Yasi's mouth twitched. He felt that the little stoic seemed to be even more violent than before. He couldn't bear to look straight at her, but he still couldn't resist shouting, "What are you all standing around for? Attack!" How could they let their master charge forward alone while a group of hidden guards leisurely watched from the side? They really were a bunch of insensible fellows. The hidden guard leader abruptly glanced at the Ming province's crown prince. That contemptuous gaze disgusted the Ming province's crown prince. Fuck, this guy even dared to despise him. Seeing that Ming Yasi was about to jump forward, 2 of the hidden guards very kindly extended their arms to block him. You probably don't understand our crown princess very well. Our crown princess didn't call for the crown princess personal guards today. This means that the crown princess doesn't need us to attack at the moment, and you don't need to go forward and help. If you help, the crown princess probably won't be too happy. Ming Yasi. As expected, you guys have captured the crown princess's heart. These words were extremely reasonable, so Ming Yasi stopped and silently stood to the side. He glanced at Emo Yin, who was also watching with folded arms, and harumphed. You actually found a group of considerate hidden guards. They quite understand their master's intentions. Emo Yin conveniently cast him a glance and sneered. Why don't you take a look at who hired these hidden guards? How can the people I recruit be bad? Ming Yasi instantly didn't want to talk to this person in front of him. He turned his head and didn't look at him. Emo Yin couldn't help but curl her lips. She cursed in her heart. You make it sound like I really want to talk to you. If you don't want to talk, then don't talk. You better stay away from me. However, Emo Yin ignored him, so he couldn't resist turning back to say to Emo Yin, you probably don't know how deranged that guy Duan Yu is in the kingdom of Qing State, right? Emolien looked at him expressionlessly. Don't even think about trying to sow discord. This monarch will not listen to your untruthful words. Did you know that Duan Yu would have people use you in Jojo's name to go up the city gate tower to shout insults every few days? Oh, that's right, you probably don't know, but Duan Yu had someone build a watchtower outside of Qingzhou to allow his subordinates to go up and curse in the streets every day. He's mainly hiding in the back and not saying anything, but he's using you and Jojo's name to scold us. Tell me, why do you have such a bad friend? Emolien, the kingdom of Qing State was a small kingdom to begin with. The entire kingdom was even slightly smaller than Dragon Flame City. As long as they could invade the kingdom of Qing State, they could basically invade their capital within a day. Hence, Ming Yasi seriously suspected that Duan Yu, this idiot, might have discovered something, which was why he hadn't made a move yet. His subordinates used 18 different styles of cursing and even said that they were following your and Jojo's orders to participate in this war of words. Emolien, you don't know, right? That guy has done so many deranged things behind your backs. Who says I don't know? Chapter 5488. Emolien was so annoyed by his words that she couldn't resist rebuking him coldly. This time, it was Ming Yas's turn to be stupefied, and he stared at him in disbelief. You knew. Realization dawned on him. So it turns out that you and him are secretly communicating with each other. Then does Jojo know? Jojo definitely doesn't know. Prince Emo wished for nothing more than to slap him to death. Do you know how to speak? What do you mean by communicating with each other? What kind of fucking words are you using? You scoundrel. Scram. Who are you telling to scram? Ming Yas glared at him. You better be more polite to me. I'm not that person from many years ago who could be casually beaten and scolded by you. What a pitiful child. While they were speaking, Arbor had already swiftly ended the battle. He kicked the two fellows who were forced out by the appearance talisman and kicked them in front of Emolien and Ming Yas. Everyone silently retreated, leaving a suitable distance to continue spectating. The little stoic charged forward with a golden club in her hand. Without any explanation, she smashed the two people who still wanted to get up to the ground with two bangs. She took advantage of the situation and kicked the person in front of her, sending him tumbling forward until he reached a hidden guard. The group of secret guards very considerately retreated a bit, forming a perfect encirclement, trapping the person in a circle. As long as the guarantor didn't escape the encirclement, the rest would depend on how the crown princess would perform. As expected, the little crown princess didn't disappoint. She threw down two binding talismans, making it difficult for the thief to escape, even though he had spun a cocoon around himself. Both of them were bound by the binding talismans and couldn't move for a moment. Arbor leaped forward and viciously smashed the club into that person's back, directly knocking him to the ground. Speak. Did that Hall Master of Charms send you guys to scout for information? Arbor stepped on that person. Don't try to deceive me. I know you guys are people of the Blessed Ones. With the enhancement of invisibility talismans and aura concealing talisman matrix, it wouldn't be believable if they said they weren't disciples of the Blessed Ones. But how could the two of them sneak into the garden of the Eastern Palace? The two of them were only at the high level of the spirit realm. The young crown princess knew very well that with their skills, it was almost impossible for them to get past the many spies outside the Eastern Palace and the various checkpoints to get here. So these two people should have come in through normal means. She sized up their attire. Sure enough, they were dressed in eunuch attire. Moreover, this kind of eunuch attire should be the attire of the kitchen in the backyard. Prince Mo's expression instantly chilled. He beckoned for Hui Feng to come over and quietly instructed, "Pass down my orders. Strictly investigate every courtyard and place to see if there are any outsiders who have snuck in. Once discovered, kill them on the spot." Yes. Hui Feng knew the severity of the situation, so he immediately accepted the order and left. At the same time, the young crown princess stared coldly at the two who had committed suicide by consuming poison on the ground. If he died, then so be it. He could still ask questions even if he died. He could ask for more details. Xiao Mu's lips curled into a sneer. With a flick of her finger, Two strands of talisman energy emerged from the two soul-summoning talismans and instantly burrowed into the two people's foreheads. Although Arbor couldn't see the souls, she could sense the talisman energy within the souls. Thus, she coldly questioned the two wandering souls the moment they appeared. Unfortunately, the other party knew very little. This was also what she had expected. After dispersing the two wandering souls, Arbor turned to look at her husband with a dark expression. Tomorrow definitely won't be peaceful. Chapter 5489. The next day, before the sun had even risen, everyone in the palace was already busy with their respective duties. Today was the little imperial grandson's 1-month-old birthday banquet, so they had to make it a perfect one. Actually, everyone had already started preparing half a month ago. Today, everyone was just in their respective positions to ensure that no mistakes were made and no one caused trouble. The banquet was held in the Eastern Palace's Sanua Hall. The little imperial grandson was placed on a small jade bed in the warm room, watched over by 2 wet nurses and 4 palace maids. When the banquet attendees arrived at the Eastern Palace, they all eagerly looked at the little baby. Once this baby was born, he would be a precious and pampered child. Putting aside the fact that His Majesty had pardoned the world for his sake, this child's parents were also such extraordinary people. He inherited his parents' terrifying talent and caused a huge commotion with 3 days and 3 nights of heavenly tribulation and lightning punishment as soon as he was born. Such a little baby would definitely have a bright future. Princess Consort Kong was overjoyed as she held baby Mo. Several first-ranked title madams also surrounded the princess consort, laughing and playing with the baby. The baby remained expressionless and did not smile. There were no fluctuations in his heart. This calm little face made the princess consort very amused. She waved a small jade ruby in her hand and called out, "Little dumpling, little dumpling." Suddenly, she realized that the jade ruby in her hand had disappeared. Princess Consort Kong looked at her palm in confusion, then took out a golden pendant from the jade plate at the side to tease the baby. The 2 wet nurses who were squeezed by the group of madams couldn't help but facepalm. The little imperial grandson was now at the age where he was interested in everything. Basically, as long as something flashed in front of his eyes, the little imperial grandson would treat it as his own possession and silently store it in his inner world. No one knew who he had this problem with. After this happened a few times, the princess consort noticed that something was wrong and called out to the wet nurses in surprise. Nanny, does this child have an inner world?" A slightly older wet nurse said with a smile. "That's right, Princess Consort. The little imperial grandson had an inner world when he was born. Not only that, the little imperial grandson was also the youngest godly realm expert in the 3 continents." Wang Fei couldn't help but roar with laughter. She reached out to tap the little baby's pearl-like forehead. "Io, Annie's little darling, why are you so cute?" When the little stoic sent people to invite the titled madams over, everyone was in the middle of a heated game with the little stoic royal grandson. Their so-called game was to take out good things from their pockets and dangle them in front of the little prince's eyes, only to see them disappear one by one. After repeating this several times, the group of women actually laughed heartily. When Princess Kong returned to the main hall of Sanua Palace, she was very happy to see Jojo. She kept telling her about baby Mo's interesting stories. Arbor first glanced at her, then was slightly stunned, and then looked her up and down a few times. Princess Consort Kong immediately looked down at herself and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Jojo?" Arbor blinked and looked expressionlessly at Princess Consort Kong. He raised a hand to grasp her wrist and quickly took her pulse. Subsequently, Sir Jojo looked at her with sparkling eyes and said crisply, "Royal Aunt, congratulations." Princess Consort Kong was a bit baffled. "Jojo, what are you congratulating me for? You're more than a month pregnant, Royal Aunt." "What?" The little crown princess's voice wasn't soft, so there were many people in the main hall right now. Today was the little imperial grandson's 1-month-old birthday banquet, so the male and female guests weren't seated separately. Instead, they were all in the same hall. Chapter 5490. When the little stoic said this, Not only did the nearby titled madams and royal court officials hear it clearly, but some of the patrician family's madams and young misses also heard it. Princess Consort Kong instantly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression, and her voice trembled slightly. "Jojo, you didn't deceive Royal Aunt." Arbor stroked the back of her hand and said with a nod, "Royal Aunt, it's absolutely true. It's been more than a month." Lu Lanyan couldn't help but tremble in her pleasant surprise. Arbor was already on guard and knew that Lu Lanyan must be very excited right now, so he hastily helped her to sit down on the side. "Royal Aunt, I'll prescribe a nourishing prescription for you. You just need to take it once every 3 days. Your body has been nourished very well, and the child is also very healthy." "Jojo." Lu Lanyan couldn't resist crying tears of joy. She held Arbor's hand and nodded repeatedly. "Royal Aunt is really, I don't know what to say. It's all thanks to you, Jojo. Don't mention it. We're all family, so it's only right." Arbor was speaking with Lu Lanyan. Just then, he heard cries of surprise from the door. "Prince, Prince, hurry, hurry and help Prince, hurry and help him up." What happened? It seems like the old prince was too excited when he heard that the princess consort was pregnant, so he tripped over the threshold. A madam explained while suppressing her laughter. Arbor couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. When he looked up, he saw Prince Kong running over aggressively, as though he was seeking revenge on someone princess consort. The old prince jogged over and hastily grabbed his wife's hand, asking excitedly, "I heard them say that you... Princess Consort Kong couldn't help but chuckle when she saw his stupidly excited appearance. She nodded at him with a smile and said, "It's Jojo's conclusion after taking her pulse." Then it was undoubtedly accurate. In this world, who didn't know of Si Chiao's alchemy skills? The old prince couldn't help but laugh until his eyes turned into slits. The crowd of courtiers and upper-class women hurriedly came forward to form a circle, smiling as they congratulated Prince Kong and his wife. Nowadays, the old prince found anyone pleasing to his eyes. Everyone he saw had a good expression on their faces, and he laughed heartily. Arbor was also very happy. Ani Emperor's sufferings were finally over. After her body recovered, everything would be better in the future. Arbor took the time to visit his son in front of the jade bed in the warm room. She picked up the baby and played with him for a while. Then, she patted the baby's swaddling clothes and coaxed him to sleep. Only then did she gently place the child back into the small jade bed. After covering him with a small blanket, she slowly stood up. "All right, let the child sleep for a while. There's no need for so many people to stay here." "Yes." Everyone saluted in unison and left one by one. In the end, only a wet nurse was left in front of the jade bed to watch over the child. Arbor also turned to leave, but when he reached the door, the corner of his mouth slightly raised into a sneer. The atmosphere in the Three Mountain Palace's main hall was excellent. It just so happened that the little imperial grandson was 1 month old, and they also heard that Prince Kong and his wife were expecting a child. It really was one happy event after another. The emperor and empress were also very happy. However, it was in this joyous atmosphere that a wet nurse who had been beaten bloody ran out of the warm room and shouted in panic, "Oh no, oh no, the little imperial grandson has been taken away." Bai Wuxia jumped up from his throne and sternly rebuked, "What did you say?" The wet nurse fell to her knees with a thump. Chapter 5491. She kowtowed repeatedly with all her might and cried, "Your Majesty, this old servant deserves to die 10,000 deaths. I was unable to properly protect the young master." Just now, a black-clothed masked man suddenly appeared behind this old servant and viciously smashed this old servant with an unknown object. Fortunately, this old servant's head was hard enough and did not faint. That thief snatched the young imperial grandson and escaped through the window. When this old servant chased after him, I discovered that the servants outside the warm room had long been drugged unconscious and were lying all over the floor. Your Majesty, it's still not too late to chase after him. That person should not have escaped from Three Mountains Palace. Just as they were speaking, someone among the guests exclaimed, "A black-clothed masked man." Everyone hastily rushed out of Three Mountains Palace. Sure enough, they saw a black-clothed masked man jump onto the wall with a whoosh. He seemed to be carrying something in his hand. The Empress was so frightened that her entire body trembled. She pointed at the wall and shouted sternly, "Stop him!" Hundreds of hidden guards flocked over and flew out after jumping onto the wall. However, the black-clothed masked man was faster than everyone else. He had already jumped off the high wall and swiftly concealed himself. Xiao Mu stomped her feet and suddenly called out, "Baby ya," in an extremely pretentious manner. She then flew out with a whoosh and leaped onto the top of the wall, disappearing without a trace. Everyone was startled by her shrill cry of "baby." Prince Imo, who was standing beside his lovely wife, couldn't help but silently raise his hand to cover his face. His wife's acting was really fake enough. Sure enough, the quick-witted Empress immediately sensed that something was wrong. She turned back and glared fiercely at her son. What's going on? These two brats, she didn't know what they were scheming. They actually didn't tell her, causing her heart to clench for a moment just now. Her daughter-in-law's baby was too casual and careless. It didn't sound like she was really anxious hearing this little rascal's cry. Empress was instead relieved. Ming Yasi understood this pair of black-hearted people even more. He hurriedly lowered his voice and asked, "What are you guys doing? Where's the child?" The crown prince ignored him and followed after them in a flash. Seeing this, how could Yas wait idly? He hurriedly brought his men and rushed over as well. Xiao Mu chased after the black-clothed and masked man with quick steps, wretchedly shrieking, "Baby, let go of my baby." The secret guards silently cooperated and couldn't help but wave their sleeves to wipe off the cold sweat on their foreheads. "Master, your words are too fake." Arbor blinked. How could it be fake? I've seen people act like this on stage when they lose their children. Chio, he didn't know what to do to save his little master. Sometimes, Master Silver looked exceptionally intelligent, but other times he felt like an idiot. Arbor threw out several revealing talismans and screamed miserably, "Come out, hero. Everything is negotiable. Let go of my child. I'll promise you anything you want. Sob, sob, sob. Chio. Blurred next time, he definitely couldn't let his Master Silver go and watch those messy dramas that were put on the stage. What was all this about? Recently, Despondent Pavilion had been putting on some bitter and tear-inducing dramas, and it was especially popular with the madams and young misses in the capital. Chio couldn't help but facepalm. Master Silver had learned a lot. Arbor stopped and looked around with teary eyes. Suddenly, hundreds of black-clothed, masked, and uniformed pursuers emerged from the bushes, surrounding her in the center. Chapter 5492. Arbor covered her face with her handkerchief and sobbed. Chio was speechless. "Master, I'm begging you. Can you not act so pretentiously?" Chio really wanted to tell Master Silver that her high and mighty image in the past had already been established in everyone's hearts. No one would think that she was a weak and helpless little wife. As expected, the hundreds of masked men in black all looked at her in astonishment and exchanged glances. "Be careful of traps," one of the masked men said in a low voice. Master had once instructed that the woman in front of them was extremely difficult to deal with. She was cunning, ruthless, and vicious. But why did it feel like Master's description of the woman in front of them didn't match? Therefore, this woman must be pretending. However, there was also a possibility that Master's calculations were very accurate. This woman's weakness was the child that they had captured. As expected, Master's guess was right. A child was indeed the most important thing to a mother. Once the child was captured, no matter how strong a woman was, she would have to obediently submit like a little lamb. The crowd opened up a path for the man holding the baby to walk over. This person was the leader of the masked men who had grabbed baby Mo and jumped onto the wall. At this moment, his vicious little eyes were shining. He held the baby tightly in one hand and let out a sharp and cold laugh. "Arbor, you didn't think that you would have such a day, did you?" Master Jojo held her handkerchief and stared at the baby in the man's hand with watery eyes. She stretched out a pair of small claws and called out weakly and pitifully, Baby, Prince Mo and Ming Yas, who had rushed over, couldn't help but look at each other silently. Jojo's act wasn't over, yet Master Jojo, who was possessed by the drama queen, used her handkerchief to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and said pitifully, "Big brother, please have mercy. If my son loses a single hair, I will definitely make your entire family pay with blood. Not only that, I will also make you disappear into thin air. Not even a single hair of yours will exist in this world." Her voice became colder and colder as she spoke. He raised his head and stared at the other party with a pair of cold and merciless eyes. Cheen Grass, who was holding the baby, felt her body stiffen. She couldn't help but shudder. The gaze of this damn woman, Xiao Mu, was incomparably frigid, just like the icy soul pearl. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be frightened by her. Seeing Arbor take a step forward, Qin Xiao couldn't help but take a step back with the baby in her arms. She then turned around and ran, one hand still tightly clutching the baby's neck. "All of you back off. If he dares to chase, I will kill him." Sir Jojo's eyes lit up as he hurriedly shouted, "Baby!" She shouted frantically, "Don't move, don't move." After saying that, one of them hurriedly chased after him. Like I said, the show is halfway through. If you quit halfway, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Since these people were targeting her, she had to meet them no matter what. Ming Yas chased after him for 2 steps before Arbor shouted, "Don't move." He turned to look at Mo Lien. "What's that in that person's hand?" Xiao Xiao, that cunning little scoundrel. It was impossible for her to leave her son alone in the warm room. He must have swapped the baby long ago. Cheen Grass grabbed the baby with one hand and ran wildly while looking back. Chapter 5493. Seeing Arbor chase after him, a sinister sneer involuntarily surfaced on Cheen Grass's lips. "The effect of you chasing after me alone is exactly what I want. As long as you dare to chase after me, you won't be far from death." A sinister glint flitted through Cheen Grass's eyes, and he abruptly raised his hand. Many black-clothed and masked men jumped out from all directions and surrounded them. Several hundred yellow talismans floated up in the air and circled around the crowd before rapidly gathering around Arbor. Like shackles, they abruptly trapped her inside. Cheen Grass watched as the little stoic ran headfirst into the talisman formation in a panic and frantically pulled at the talismans in front of her. She shouted in panic, "Who exactly are you? Why did you capture my son? Let go of my son." "Baby," a carefree smile instantly flitted across Cheen Grass's heart. As expected, a woman who lost her child was like a tiger without its fangs and didn't possess the slightest bit of deterrence. That woman's chilly, venomous glare just now must have been a misconception. How would she dare to be unyielding with them now? They captured her child, so she could only allow herself to be captured. Enough nonsense. Now obediently walk in here yourself. Cheen Grass took out a triangular tent from his inner world and said coldly to Arbor, "Otherwise, I'll strangle him to death." Faint disdain flitted across Arbor's eyes as she was wrapped in a pile of yellow talismans. She thought they had some way to take her away, but it turned out they only wanted to take her son away to restrain her. Their method of taking her away was also extremely barbaric and crude. Using the space spiritual abode to store her was underestimating Jojo too much. "You don't have any other methods?" Arbor couldn't help but ask again. Cheen Grass. Why did he inexplicably feel that the situation in front of him was a bit off? "I've cooperated with you until now, but you only sent these few people?" Arbor gloomily glared at the several hundred masked men in black. "You have to work hard." She clenched her small fists and made an encouraging gesture for everyone. "Cheen Grass, I thought you would send at least 1,000 people to capture me. At the very least, you should send that mysterious hall master of your talisman hall. At the very least, you should send Luo. Why is it only you bunch of shrimps?" Arbor was indignant. She pointed at them and said angrily, "Are you looking down on this crown princess?" After a round of reprimanding, Cheen Grass and the others were dumbfounded. What was the situation now? What's going on? Emolian held back her laughter and cleared her throat. She couldn't help but reveal herself. "All right, Jojo, these are the people in front of you." Arbor swept away the messy pile of yellow talismans in front of his eyes and stepped on them several times. Then, he took 2 steps forward and slapped Cheangrass. "Idiot!" The corner of Ming Yassi's mouth twitched. "Do you think that no one will find out just because you sent some people to infiltrate the Eastern Palace? That wet nurse was left behind on purpose to help you. Otherwise, we would have dealt with her yesterday." Arbor roared at him in annoyance, his face gloomy and angry. "To think that I was full of anticipation, wondering how your Qin Hong would deal with me. And the result?" Arbor roared at Cheangrass. "Useless. Everyone." She lifted the tent in Qin Hong's hands and stepped on it twice. "You want to take Jojo away with a lousy spiritual abode? Dream on. We're the Crown Princess's personal guards." A group of secret guards suddenly jumped forward and answered in unison, "Here." Chapter 5494. Deal with it. Sir Jojo waved his hand dispiritedly. Boring. She had been excited for an entire day and night, thinking that someone would definitely come to cause trouble for the full moon banquet tomorrow. Perhaps she could even meet that mysterious talisman hall master. After all, she had already gone to the Star Domain to draw many talismans. She had prepared a large number of talismans and talismans, just waiting for that mysterious hall master to come today. She wanted to compete with him in talismans. And the result? Cheangrass, this stinky shrimp, came. She had been excited for nothing the entire night, and was so excited that she almost couldn't sleep. Sir Jojo was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. Cheangrass had been digesting the meaning of Arbor's words, and now he finally realized what was going on. This damned woman. She meant that she had been waiting for him here since early in the morning. She had predicted that he would come to steal the child. Impossible. Who was she trying to fool? This woman must be forcing herself to be calm to trick him. Cheangrass hurriedly grabbed the child in his swaddling clothes and shouted sternly, "Are you really going to ignore your child's life?" Arbor rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to respond to this retard. Could he trouble himself to take a look at the child when he was kidnapping him? The shadow guards had already swarmed forward and were fighting with the masked men in black. Fortunately, they were in a flat plaza, and there were no obstructions around them, nor were there any plants or flowers blocking the way, so their field of vision was very wide. The battle was about to start, and it was in full swing. The shadow guards were serious this time. Just now, in order to cooperate with the little crown princess, they had been giving way to the masked men of the All-Seer. They had purposely revealed a few openings, allowing them to come to this empty plaza. The crown princess had said before that she felt sorry for the flowers and plants in the garden, and didn't want these innocent flowers and plants to be tainted by the All-Seer's stinky blood. So they had been going easy on the All-Seer. It looked like they couldn't beat the All-Seer, but they had been forcing the All-Seer's disciples onto a straight path. When the two sides started fighting, Cheangrass's entire face was dumbfounded. If he still didn't realize that there was something strange about the child in his arms, then he really would be an idiot. He hurriedly lowered his head to open the child's swaddling clothes, and looked inside, and almost fainted from anger. How could he be the precious little imperial grandson of the divine land? It was clearly a little black mechanical puppet. Seeing him lower his head to look at it, the little golem grinned at him strangely and said, "Idiot." Qin Shao was enraged. He fiercely threw the golem that was wrapped in swaddling clothes onto the ground. Who would have thought that after the golem landed on the ground, it would grow in the wind and evolve to a height of 2 meters in a matter of minutes? With a stiff iron fist, it rushed towards Zithergrass without hesitation. Cheangrass was shocked and hurriedly raised his arms to block. A ferocious hammer fiercely smashed into his arms. Cheangrass could even hear a light "Kacha" sound. His arm was almost crippled. It was clear how powerful that mechanical puppet's heavy punch was. Cheangrass's entire body was sent flying backwards. He did a backflip and landed heavily on the ground. He barely managed to stabilize himself with his hands. He raised his head and looked at Arbor, who was looking at him coldly. His heart trembled and his pupils dilated. Fast, too fast. That little stoic simply didn't wait for him to adjust his breathing and regain his composure. A vine whip that meandered like a fire dragon had already swept in front of him. The vine whip landed heavily on Gras's face, causing him to howl in pain. He immediately rolled on the ground, covering his face as he desperately rolled. TSK, TSK. The face slapping actually came so quickly. Chapter 5495. Xiao Mu gazed icily at the zither grass as she scoffed. Do you think that this crown prince consort is a fool? That you can do whatever you want with him? There must be something wrong with these people's brains, coming to the Eastern Palace to steal her son. They thought that with so many people coming and going at the full moon banquet today, the crown princess would not be able to watch over the child in time and would be able to take the child away. However, they did not know that after discovering that someone had infiltrated the Eastern Palace in disguise, the young couple had already swept through the palace. Within an hour, they had caught 4 or 5 Tianyan spies hidden in various parts of the Eastern Palace. It was the crown prince's idea to leave behind the wet nurse with evil intentions. It would be too easy to switch his son with the Bao. As long as they waited for Princess Consort Kong and the rest to finish fooling around with their son and leave the warm room, they would let Little Tree drag their son into the Star Domain and let Debao hide in his swaddling clothes. Then everything would be fine. It was laughable that Grass was such a fool. He had pinched baby Mo several times, but did not realize that it was a little stiff he had risked his life to come to the Eastern Palace to steal the child, so he was already panicking. How could he still notice so many details? Therefore, this was also what Arbor was dissatisfied with. She had already prepared everything and was ready for battle, but in the end, the only one who came looking for trouble was Grass. Tianyun did not even send Luo He over. Were they looking down on the little crown princess too much? Arbor, don't think that you have succeeded in scheming against me. Grass berated loudly. He clutched his chest and struggled to stand up. Let me tell you, don't be so smug. Our Tianyun, whoosh, the vine whip that was covered in sparkling blue flames suddenly slid in front of Grass. Once again, the whip whipped away that fellow's vicious curses that had not yet left his mouth. Grass was sent flying to the ground by the whip. He sprawled on the ground, and even his breathing became much weaker. A wisp of fear involuntarily spread across his eyes, like wild grass growing wildly. Why did he feel that this perverted woman's cultivation level seemed to have increased by quite a bit again? During the previous battle, the oppressive feeling was not so heavy. Today, when he stood face to face with her again, he could only feel the endless pressure coming from her body. It was so heavy that he almost couldn't breathe. Arbor coldly glanced at him. 3 clusters of blue spiritual cleansing flames leaped up from her fingertips, dancing back and forth around her fingers. Grass was shocked. He lay on the ground, motionless. From his soul to the depths of his bones, he was screaming at him, "Run!" He had to escape immediately. Run, run, run. If he didn't escape now, he wouldn't have another chance. Now that his plan had been exposed and he had failed to snatch the child, he had no one to rely on. If he didn't escape now, he might lose his life here today. Slurp. Everyone took a closer look and saw a little mouse crawling out from a pile of clothes and running away in a panic with its tail between its legs. But very quickly, everyone discovered that this pitiful little mouse was bumping into walls everywhere. Taking a closer look, he saw that the little mouse was surrounded by defensive walls. It had nowhere to run. Arbor hooked up the corners of her lips, a trace of cold mockery appearing on her lips. She took a few steps forward and raised her hand with a frown. The blue spiritual cleansing flames turned into an empty palm and grabbed the little mouse's tail from a distance. The vine whip in Arbor's hand ruthlessly lashed at the little mouse. I told you not to underestimate me. Her whip heavily lashed at the little mouse's body, almost tearing that tattered body of the mouse into 2. Chapter 5496. Do you really think I'm that stupid? I'll let you use the transformation talisman to escape once. Do you think I'll let you escape a second time today? Her eyes coldly stared at Grass without a trace of sympathy. This person had been Qin Hong's lackey for so many years. It was unknown how many people he had killed. What was there to sympathize with? Even if he was as weak as a mouse right now, he didn't deserve any sympathy. Cheen Grass didn't think that even after transforming into a mouse, he still couldn't escape from the vicious woman. He let out a miserable scream, but the sound that came out was the squeaking of a mouse. Arbor coldly snorted. She waved her hand to have the wooden vines form a small wooden cage and threw the fool inside. Cheen Grass frantically scurried around the cage, but the cage was full of barbs made of wooden thorns. After he frantically jumped around in a panic, he was covered in wounds, and there wasn't a single piece of flesh on his body that wasn't injured. Cheen Grass, this little mouse, had walked right into the trap. At that time, he felt that there was no way for him to live. He collapsed to the ground with his belly sticking out, squeaking for a while. After using the transformation talisman, he wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Arbor's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. With a move of her finger, clusters of blue flames were thrown into the cage, erecting several blue flame walls around the little mouse. The high temperature of the fire spirit made Cheen Grass squeak and scurry around, but there was nothing he could do. On the contrary, his originally dirty and dark fur was burned by the blue flames, becoming even more disheveled and disheveled. Arbor saw that this guy was about to be tortured, so she waved her hand and took out a purple talisman. She said to herself, "Let's see what the effects are." This was the newest talisman she had learned from the 11th Jade Slip, Soul-Searching Talisman. As the name implied, its effect was the same as manual soul-searching. Moreover, its greatest advantage was that manual soul-searching could result in something like a soul explosion, causing the soul searcher to fall into a dangerous situation and suffer a backlash from the soul explosion. Soul-Searching Talisman was different. If the other party wanted to explode their soul, they would be suppressed by the Soul-Searching Talisman. In the end, it would be very painful and their soul would scatter. With this kind of Soul-Searching Talisman, there was no need to be afraid of being tricked again. Arbor happily threw out the Soul-Searching Talisman. So what if the other party turned into a rat? In essence, his spirit was still that of a zither herb. As the Soul-Searching Talisman took effect, the rats in the cage let out a series of shrill screams. At the same time, Arbor could selectively receive all the information from the other party's consciousness. Leaving aside some useless information was the important information about the heavenly fate. The soul-searching process lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. As for Cheen Chow, that pitiful smelly rat, it was now lying in the small cage on the verge of death and gradually stopped moving. Obviously, Zither Grass's divine sense couldn't withstand the pressure of the soul-searching talisman. He was completely finished. Arbor tossed a torch over and burned it to ashes. Only then did he turn to look at the Eastern Palace Shadow Guards, who were slowly coming to a stop. More than half of the hundreds of Heavenly Fate disciples that Cheen Chow had brought in with his spatial spiritual abode were dead or injured. The rest were surrounded by the Shadow Guards and forced to kneel on the ground with swords and knives at their necks. Arbor's cold gaze swept over them. He raised his hand and waved. The Shadow Guards immediately retreated with the remaining Heavenly Fate disciples. Arbor stomped back to Emollien's side. Chapter 5497. She raised her small head and was about to speak to him. Suddenly, she felt a gust of wind blow past her, and a soul immediately floated over from the side. The little stoic turned her head to take a look. She saw the dull-witted M.O. with his long hair hanging loosely over his shoulders suddenly appear beside her. Arbor found it a bit strange that this guy had suddenly appeared after facing the wall and pondering over his wrongdoings for so many days. "Why are you?" Arbor glanced at her speechlessly and raised his hand to hold this wispy soul. It couldn't be that she had gone too far with her acting just now and alarmed M.O. Arbor reflexively covered his face. Cough. Her acting just now was indeed a bit fake. "Friends." She reached out to pacify the dull-witted M.O. "Don't listen to my mournful cries just now. I was actually just fooling around with them. I'm really fine." She tugged on that soul and turned around to walk a few steps before abruptly turning her head back. At the same time, Emollien and Yasi also sensed an unusual fluctuation in the air abruptly emerge at the first instant. However, Arbor felt it more directly than the two of them. because this hidden talisman had suddenly activated at this moment, and the surging talisman energy hidden within it could be considered the first time she had seen such a thing in her life. A life-affirming talisman. It was actually a saint-rank, life-affirming talisman. The little stoic's pupils contracted, and disbelief flitted through her eyes. As expected, there was always someone better than you. Could it be that there was still a saint-rank, great talisman practitioner in this world? She didn't have time to think too much, because the life-affirming talisman pounced at her once it activated. The golden light of the talisman abruptly enveloped her. The two strands of sacred energy that Mo Yin and Yasi sent over were actually blocked by the light of the talisman and couldn't rush in for the time being. Mo Yin immediately panicked and flashed in front of Arbor with a leap. She swung her sword at the light of the talisman from a distance. With a swish, a crack as wide as a person was instantly cut open in the light of the talisman that resembled a barrier. In the blink of an eye, before Xiao Mu could react, she felt a huge force abruptly pushing her from behind. This force was extremely formidable, and it instantly blasted away the wisp of talisman energy that came straight at her. Then, it suddenly pushed her out of the gap and into her husband's arms. Mo Lien hurriedly reached out to hold her waist. Only when he truly hugged his wife did his wildly beating heart suddenly relax a little. Arbor abruptly turned around, his pupils constricting slightly. Under the light of the life-severing rune, Mo's figure appeared somewhat blurry. Yes, after the death charm took effect, it would definitely capture its target, Arbor. But now, Arbor had been pushed out by Mo. Mo didn't even have the time to change the target of Arbor's death talisman. He could only deal with Mo, who was enveloped by the light of the talisman. Xiaomu was startled, and she shouted. Mo, along with Mo Lien, Yasi, and He Chun, and the others who flew out of the star field, they all rushed over together. Countless bursts of sacred energy suddenly struck the outer layer of the light of the talisman. Xiao Mu had even flung out her vine whip, wanting to yank Mo out the moment the opening opened. However, Mo was right in front of her eyes. She looked like snowflakes that were falling off her soul body. The light and shadow shattered. She had simply disappeared too quickly. Arbor saw her turn around and smile at him. The smile between her brows was gentle. Arbor flew over and reached out to hug her. This person turned into pieces in front of her eyes and disappeared without a trace. No, she couldn't accept it. Chapter 5498. She disappeared so quickly that Jojo didn't even have time to take a closer look at her. Although her eyes were clear before she disappeared, Jojo could still hear her soft voice. Don't worry, Jojo, my primary soul, is summoning me. I'll be fine. I'm only leaving temporarily. We'll meet again, Jojo, but Jojo really couldn't accept it emotionally. Arbor knew that this fellow would leave sooner or later. She would definitely follow her primary soul and follow the sun and moon wheels. But it wasn't today. It definitely wasn't today. They didn't even have time to properly bid farewell or have a meal together. They hadn't even discussed whether the little monkey would leave with her or stay here. She disappeared before her eyes, just like that, disappearing without a trace. She couldn't catch her even if she wanted to. Her rationality kept telling her that Mo's soul was so powerful, so she would definitely be fine. But emotionally, Jojo really couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept that this slow-witted fellow disappeared before her eyes. Disappeared. Damn liar. Arbor suddenly chased after her, inexplicably wanting to follow the dissipating talisman energy and retrieve her scattered soul. That's right, retrieve it, retrieve it. He could retrieve it. Jojo. Mo Lien hastily dashed forward and hugged her waist. When she looked down at the little stoic's expression, she instantly panicked. The little stoic's entire body was ice cold, and even her palms were sweating. He hastily covered her and shouted anxiously, Jojo, Jojo, calm down first and listen to me. She's a liar, Xiao Mu shrieked. Her beady black eyes bulged as she stared fixedly at Mo Lien, stubbornly holding back the tears that filled her eyes. Who asked her to save me? That life-affirming curse was directed at me. I have the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron protecting me, so the life-affirming curse can't kill me. Why did she have to push me out? What right does she have to die for me without any hesitation? Damn liar. She even said we would meet again. The next time we meet, she might not even recognize me. She thinks I won't forget? The pill she asked me for is called love severing. Once you start taking it, there's no turning back. Jojo, calm down. Jojo. Emol Yin was afraid that she would have another inner demon, so she quickly reached out to hug her and comforted her softly. How could he be a liar? Although she's a little slow, she's a woman of her word. After wandering in the void for so long, I finally met a friend like you. You cherish her, and she also cherishes you. She definitely won't lie to you. What do you think, Jojo? You lied. If she takes that medicine, it's hard to say if she can recognize me. Even if she does, she might not like me anymore. Emol Yin looked helpless. Jojo, you know very well. She went to look for the host soul and the sun-moon wheels. As long as she had this sacred tool, her host soul would be safe and sound. You just can't accept the fact that she suddenly left. Yes, this is too sudden, but we know that everyone must have their own path to walk. Emol Yin lowered his head to look at her while hugging her. She's gone now, but it doesn't mean that she won't come back. Besides, what are you worried about? Jojo is so cute. Even if that dumb girl forgot about you for a while and doesn't like you, you'll always have a way to make her your friend again, right? Xiao Mu drooped her small head, listless and listless. That was the reason, but she still couldn't accept it psychologically. Chapter 5499. At night, the little monkey came back and found out what had happened. He hugged Arbor and cried. After settling the children down to sleep, Xiao Mu instead tossed and turned on the bed, unable to fall asleep no matter what. A raging fire burned in her heart. She sat up on the bed in a flash. Emol Yin sat up as well. She held her little hand. Jojo, can't sleep? How can I sleep when that curse master is scheming against me? This curse master had used a trick. He had sent Qin Xiao and the bunch of brainless people to the Eastern Palace, but he had secretly ordered someone to place a life-ending talisman and activate it remotely. He had not shown himself, but he had forced her into a panic. He had even made Mo abandon half of her soul to save her. She had no choice but to return to her main soul as soon as possible. Arbor clenched her two little fists. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Even I have to be careful when drawing this kind of saint-level life-ending talisman, Arbor said in a low voice, because a heaven-level curse master and above is needed to activate the talisman. A life for a life. In other words, that mysterious curse master wanted to use this saint-level life-ending talisman to take Jojo's life. He had to sacrifice someone. Sacrifice himself? That was impossible. Thus, he had to sacrifice some unlucky curse master. The underworld court guards searched the streets and alleys. They reported that they had found Luo He's corpse in a dark alley. It was bleeding from all 7 orifices. The answer was self-evident. This Master Luo was the unlucky curse master. He had used a life for a life to drag Arbor down to hell together with him. Unfortunately, the curse master had miscalculated. Arbor was unscathed, but Mo had sacrificed herself for this. Thus, in the end, Arbor had lost this round. Her heart was filled with bone-deep hatred for that curse master. If she didn't kill him, she wouldn't be human. Little Ball. The little Trant knew that she was in a bad mood. After hearing its little master's call, it hurriedly crawled out of the star domain. Dodo ran between the two of them and waved its branch. Mistress, what are your orders? Give me the bone-forging pill you mentioned. Emol Yin was startled, and so was Little Tree. He asked blankly, Master, do you want to eat that sage-level bone-forging pill? Yes, no one below the Paragon stage can kill me. I want this bone-forging pill. But, compared to all the bone-forging pills in the past, this one is exceptionally dangerous. Why, you also need to break your bones and regenerate them. Master, can you do it? Arbor smacked Chio's head in annoyance. Do you think your master can't do it? Chio immediately shook its head like a rattle drum. The main bank. Chio is just worried that Master Silver might be in danger. The little Trant obediently took out a shiny golden pill from its tree pocket and handed it to Arbor. Arbor sensed the divine power inside the pill, took a deep breath, and reached out 2 fingers to take the pill. She thought for a moment and temporarily put the bone-forging pill into the fragrance pouch at her waist. After a few days of mental preparation, she would be able to take this pill very quickly. She had to quickly overcome the fear in her heart and face the past and the future. The little stoic clenched her fists and turned to look at Emolien, whose eyes were full of worry. Don't worry, Jojo's Lotus. If the other party uses the mirror image spirit locking formation again, your divine sense will be sealed, Emolien said gravely. At that time, you won't even be able to enter the star domain. I won't. I have the condensing light mirror, so it can't seal my divine sense. Chapter 5500. Emolien nodded, thinking that was true. His worry receded slightly, but he was still a bit uneasy. Thus, he grasped her hand and muttered, Jojo, are you really going? At noon, he even gave Ming Yasi a torrent of abuse, saying that he wouldn't take the risk. In the end, he immediately changed his mind after a night had passed. Lady Qiao nodded her head vigorously. After careful consideration, I have decided to make a trip there. Listen to me first. I'll bring people with me. I'll bring Senior's sister and the others. Feng Chongqing and the others, as well as Rotten Peach Blossom, will also be there. My star domain won't be sealed off by the mirror image soul locking formation. At a critical moment, I only need to wave my hand, and everyone can come out to help. You, lead the Emperor's Shadow Guards to reinforce Duan Yu. This time, we'll coordinate from the inside and outside. We must annihilate them all. This way, we can restore clarity to the world. Besides, the main battlefield is in the kingdom of Qingzhou this time, so it won't affect us. If we don't go this time, are we really going to wait for them to launch a counterattack and fight their way back to Dragonflame City? This way, who knew how many lives would be destroyed? Emolien knew that his wife's words were very reasonable, but he was unwilling to let her go alone. I want to go in with you. Duan Yu and Ming Yasi can coordinate from the outside. Arbor shook his head. I can only be at ease if you stay outside to preside over the overall situation. Emolien sighed and suddenly hugged her tightly. He muttered softly, How can you be so cunning? You clearly know that I can't refuse you at all. The little stoic blinked and pinched his handsome face. She said seriously, Don't worry, I'll definitely be more careful and won't fall into that damned cursed practitioner's trap again. She just didn't know whether the person who used Luo he to secretly harm her was Master Yi, who followed Sir Omega Kitoku, or the mysterious Hall Master, who never showed himself. No matter who it was, they were probably already dead in Arbor's eyes. Jojo, I believe in you. Emolien cupped her face and said softly, Don't let me down. You're not allowed to get hurt, and you're not allowed to have anything happen to you. Okay. Xiaomu nodded her small head heavily. The two of them didn't sleep for almost the entire night, cuddling and talking for half the night. Early the next morning, Arbor took everyone and bid farewell to Jojo's Lotus. They sat on the Blue Phoenix and flew out of Dragonflame City. When Empress Bai and the Great Emperor arrived, their daughter-in-law was already far away. This infuriated the Emperor and Empress so much that they slapped the table and scolded their son for his carelessness. How could they let the little stoic go to the Qingzhou kingdom alone, where there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Arbor sat steadily on the back of the blue lawn, flying in the air neither too fast nor too slow. Her mood was unusually calm for no reason. It was so calm that even she found it strange. Without any ripples, his state of mind was perfect. She even activated a defensive barrier to block out the wind and started drawing talismans out of boredom. Going through the front door was out of the question. Apparently, Duan Yu had erected a fort at the entrance of the West Pond in Qingzhou. Every day, he had people go up there to curse and yell, forcing Omega Kitoku to come out and fight. Yet the second young master had never paid attention to him all this time. Arbor hurried along while drawing talismans. She could already see the Qingzhou kingdom in the distance. The closer she got to the Qingzhou kingdom, the more she felt that the air was very polluted. The ending was finished, but the author needed to edit it a bit before reading it again, adding something or changing something. The ending would be released starting tomorrow, and it would be updated 6,000 plus times a day. It would probably be finished by the end of the month, so the author could take a break for a few days. After that, we'll enter the side story and scatter flowers in advance. Chapter 5501. Arbor forcefully swept away the billowing black fog drifting in front of her. She took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve and stuffed 2 pills into her mouth. Then, she expressionlessly stared at the city shrouded in dense, dark clouds ahead. The heavenly kismet existed in such a dark, deformed, and perverted nook and cranny. She had prepared many great gifts for them. She wondered if Qin Hong, this old fellow, would be grateful. Qing Wan let out a shrill cry and flapped its wings, charging into a layer of miasma. Arbor only felt her vision darken as she plunged into a place filled with black fog. The little stoic remained expressionless as she sat on Qing Wan's back. If one looked down from above, they would see this little troublemaker holding a fist-sized luminous pearl in one hand while her entire body was enveloped in an eggshell defensive barrier. 3 layers of defensive talisman matrices were set up outside the eggshell, enveloping Qing Wan as well. 1 person and 1 divine bird flew aimlessly along the spreading black fog. Arbor wasn't in a hurry. She took out a roasted corn from her pocket and took a bite before saying aloofly, "Big Green, get ready." If nothing unexpected happened, that Qin Hong should have received the news by now. The little stoic deliberately avoided Duan Yu's group's location and entered through the thick fog from above. The first to receive the news would definitely be the heavenly kismet's higher-ups. If it wasn't Qin Hong, then it would be the Omega Kitoku. Didn't that Omega Kitoku tell her to come alone? They must have prepared their men early in the morning and arranged a place to wait for her to arrive. Right now, she brazenly entered Qingzhou's territory and landed at the West Pond's entrance in a very high-profile manner. When she turned her head, she saw 5 to 6 zombies wandering around in a daze. They turned their heads with difficulty and met her eyes. Qing Wan transformed into a human and eagerly followed behind her. "Master, should we kill them?" Several whooshing sounds could be heard in the air. His little master had already started attacking without another word. The crow repeating crossbow in her hand shot out several crow-gold arrows, directly piercing through those zombies' heads and causing them to fall to the ground in disarray. Arbor gracefully put away the crow repeating crossbow and moved his fingers. A surge of energy pulled the numerous black gold arrows into the air. They circled around in the air and returned to her side. Arbor leisurely released a wisp of water spirit, cleansing the few black gold arrows, then took them back. His eyes flickered as he glanced at a spot not far away. She heard a flurry of footsteps approaching, and a graceful and gorgeous red figure slowly walked up to Xiao Mu while leading a group of more than 100 men in black armor. She gazed at Xiao Mu indifferently. "Crown Princess, you've come from afar. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you." This Miss Zhao Qiran could be considered an old acquaintance of hers. When she was on Seacone Planet, she had been lurking in the Jade Hue brothel. It was said that she had always been in contact with Qin de Omega Kitoku's son. She was a talented woman who sold her skills, but not her body. The little crown princess and this person had not interacted much before. Even if they had met a few times, they had only sized each other up and had never really exchanged more than a few words. Now that she saw Zhao Qiran, Arbor was not too surprised. "Where's Qin Hong? Tell him to scram out here." Arbor glanced disdainfully at the group of brawny men in black armor, and a trace of mockery curled at the corners of her mouth. "These little weaklings are not my match. It's best to have Qin Hong invite out that hidden charm master of his to come out." She liked to settle them all quickly so that these people would not jump out one by one and be troublesome. Chapter 5502. Zhao Qiran chuckled and said indifferently, "Crown Princess sure knows how to joke. Crown Prince Consort, please make a trip with Rand first." Zhao Qiran gestured for her to leave. Arbor glanced at her and suddenly threw 3 spiritual energy balls in her direction and shouted, "Explode." Then, with a swish, he quickly grabbed Qing Wan and turned around to run. The poor Qing Wan, who was eager to fight, was caught off guard by the little Master Silver and almost slipped to the ground. The corners of her mouth twitched as she ran. The sound of the spiritual energy balls exploding reverberated in the air of the West Pond and instantly attracted the attention of everyone around the base. Quite a number of people rushed over. When Xiao Mu saw that someone was coming, she didn't hesitate to throw a spiritual energy ball and explode it. Along the way, he threw more than 100 spiritual energy balls, blowing up the West Pond into a mess. It was a horrible sight to behold. Broken fences and broken walls were in ruins. When Qin Hong received the news and rushed over, he was so angry that his old face turned green. Fuck, he had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an arrogant and despotic person. She broke into their Tianyin headquarters alone and used spiritual energy balls to destroy everything. Fuck, he wanted to see how many spiritual energy balls she had for her to smash all the way. Qin Hong didn't understand Jojo at all if he thought so. To Xiao, these spiritual energy balls were actually not of much use. The lowest level of spiritual energy ball she had stored was the divine energy ball. The spiritual energy balls were collected along the way when she was in the lower star region of the middle 6 prefectures. Normally, it was useless to keep it, but now it was useful to use it to blow up the zombies that were slow and not strong enough. Qin Hong led old Steward Luo and the others to chase after her. His face was slightly distorted as he raised his finger and pointed forward. Quick, take advantage of the fact that eldest brother and second brother haven't reacted yet and get rid of this disaster for me. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. He was still thinking about how to get rid of this damn facial paralysis and help eldest brother and second brother break free from this damn inner demon. In the end, this bitch barged in on her own. No matter what her purpose was, she had to die here today. Arbor pulled Qing Wan and ran for a while, blowing up the walls in front of them along the way, causing destruction. The two of them crawled out from a pile of dust, coughing and fanning the dust in front of them. Taking a closer look, they realized that their escape had led them straight to the farm. This was not a chicken, duck, or fish farm. What appeared in front of them was a wide pond. There were hundreds and thousands of half-naked undead hags soaking in the pool of special medicine. When they heard the sound, they all opened their eyes and looked in their direction. Qing Wan was shocked. He raised his hand and threw out the last spiritual power ball in his hand. It landed right in the center of the pool. After a muffled explosion, the originally silent zombies suddenly seemed to have been revived. One by one, they struggled in the boiling pool and crawled to the shore. Run! Arbor pulled Qing Wan, and the two of them rushed over the edge of the pool. While running, he hurriedly took out 2 1-meter-long rods from his inner world and stuffed one into Qing Wan's hand. The two of them swept the rods back and forth, directly knocking the dozens of zombies that crawled to the shore back into the pool. The sound of water splashing could be heard as the master and servant duo made their way over. Chapter 55:03. Xiao Mu turned around and dug out 3 divine energy balls from her pocket, tossing them into the pool with all her might. The power of this explosion was different from the small spiritual power ball from before. The explosion of the divine power balls directly blew up 1/3 of the corpse puppets in the pool. Arbor looked back at the crystal cores that had rolled all over the ground. She struggled, but finally gave up. She didn't run back to pick them up and hurriedly left with Qing Wan. She had to be willing to give up to get something. Jojo muttered in her heart as she ran all the way to the gate that connected the West Pond to the main city. There were already hundreds of disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect waiting for her. Seeing her appear, one of them hurriedly screamed, "Quick, quick! The Lord has ordered us to stop this woman. Regardless of life or death, take her down first." At his command, everyone surged forward. Countless streams of divine energy and spiritual energy simultaneously converged in Xiao Mu's direction, forming a brilliant purple and crimson light. Arbor looked at them expressionlessly. With a wave of her hand, the Tianji treasure painting suddenly flew out of her consciousness. This Tianji treasure painting had been improved by her husband. The original divine weapon had been refined by her husband and was almost perfect as a divine weapon. When the 12th layer of the Tianji treasure painting was opened and the hidden weapons were released, this group of pitiful people above the spiritual realm in front of her simply became living targets. In an instant, thousands of gravel flew together and wiped away their vitality. Arbor didn't stop. She immediately ran to the city gate and threw a flying talisman to Qing Luan. There was no need for Qing Luan to transform again. The two directly used the flying talisman and jumped over the city gate that was thousands of feet high. The main city of the Qingzhou Kingdom was actually only a few hundred miles away from the West Pond, East Mountain, and other places. They could reach it in half a cup of tea's time with nimble legs. The entire Qingzhou Kingdom was about the same size as Dragonflame City, but this Qingzhou Kingdom had always considered itself a kingdom. If the Heavenly Fates sect hadn't used them as a base, the Qingzhou Kingdom would have always existed at the border of the Tsang Prefecture. Although the Qingzhou Kingdom couldn't offend any of the Tsang Prefecture, it had always been famous for its wine. Qingzhou's wine was famous far and wide. It was also a special tribute offered to the three prefectures every year. It was also because of this that their Qingzhou country, from the country king to the citizens, were all cautious. They never thought that one day their peaceful life would be disrupted in an instant. This peaceful country would be chosen by the upper echelons of the Heavenly Fate Organization and would be used to create zombies for the Heavenly Fate Organization to secretly plot a rebellion. Now, the entire Qing state, from top to bottom, had become the experimental base of Tianyin. Arbor turned around and looked at the city gate that was high up in the clouds. His eyes were dark and gloomy. Open the city gates. Stop her with all your might. Don't let her run into the inner city of the main city. Qin Hong's exasperated voice came from outside the city gate. Qin Hong's speed was not slow either. At the same time, the city gate creaked, and the two towering iron gates were pulled open from the inside. Arbor turned around and saw the old man, Qin Hong, stepping on a plank-shaped flying spirit tool and crossing the city gate. His old face was tense as he chased after them. Qing Luan turned around and shouted, "Watch the ball." She raised her right hand and prepared to attack. Qin Hong hurriedly stretched out his arms to block in front of his eyes, and his whole body was covered with a layer of defensive spiritual aura. He was ready to be bombarded by the spiritual energy ball, but when he looked up, Chapter 5504, he saw the little stoic grabbing Qing Luan and running away at lightning speed, and the two of them bounced over 1,000 meters away in an instant. The old man was so angry that his face turned green and white. He roared, "Chase after them. Go seal the main city district's central gate. Don't let the news in. Don't let those two rascals know that this disaster has come in. If those two rascals knew that this jinx had come, they would definitely run to find her at the first opportunity. If they saw that she was chasing Arbor with so many people, perhaps they wouldn't even be father and son anymore." What a headache. Second brother was also in the city today. If he knew, Qin Hong's head felt like it was about to split open. "Run." Arbor waved her arm forcefully. Qing Luan, who was running at lightning speed beside her, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. She asked quietly, "Master, why don't we fly?" What was there to fly about? The effect of running was what he wanted. "Run, run, run." Sir Jojo's little stoic face was taut as she expressionlessly called out several times. Qing Luan's mouth twitched. Although she didn't understand what Little Master was doing, she inexplicably felt that Little Master was very, very powerful. She just had to run with her. Arbor ran at lightning speed around the central city, and Qin Hong led a group of Heavenly Fate black-armored soldiers to follow closely behind. Following them were large batches of emotionless zombies. There were no less than 4,000 to 5,000 of them. The black mass followed Qin Hong and chased after Arbor from all directions, running back and forth inside the central city. When Arbor saw that it was about time, she called for Qing Luan to quickly transform and leaped onto Qing Luan's back. Qin Hong was furious and roared at the sky. "Damn, girl, do you think you can still escape from here alive today? Archers, get ready." On the city gate towers, inside the dilapidated pavilions, As long as it was high ground, hundreds and thousands of heads popped out in unison. With a whoosh, they aimed their bows at Qingluan and Arbor. At the same time, Arbor stood on Qingluan's back and looked down at the common people with apathetic eyes. Her voice was icy and heartless to the extreme. Since this crown princess has come today, in that case, before all of you die, I have no intention of leaving. With a wave of her hand, a pure black pearl rose from her palm. Qin Hong's eyelids suddenly twitched, and a bad premonition arose spontaneously. The moment the heart of misfortune was activated, a heavy pressure instantly enveloped everyone below. Aside from the Qin Huan, who was still able to hold on, all the other disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect were bound by the oppressive force. They struggled and twisted their bodies in fear. The disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect who hadn't completely mutated and were still conscious immediately tried to escape this control. However, there was no way to escape. Once the heart of misfortune was activated, everything around it would be absorbed by it, except for its own master. Qin Hong suddenly stretched out his hand and summoned a huge black eagle. This giant eagle had a slender neck, a fist-sized head, 8 pairs of wings, and 4 pairs of hooked claws. As soon as it appeared, it blocked out all the light in the area. With a light flap of his wings, a violent gust of wind rose and quickly swept towards Arbor's side. However, what made Qin Hong depressed was that in the next second, he saw that the gust of wind caused by the harpy was directly absorbed by the heart of misfortune. It was absorbed. It didn't fall on Arbor at all. It was completely absorbed by the heart of misfortune. Chapter 5505. Immediately after, all the disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect who were enveloped by the light of misfortune below also began to be sucked into the realm of misfortune one by one. Arbor stood on Blue Phoenix's back and watched coldly as everyone screamed and screamed miserably as they were sucked into the realm of misfortune. Her expression was cold and unchanging. There was not the slightest fluctuation in her heart, as if what she saw was not a tragic scene in the human world. The fate of the disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect who were sucked into the realm of misfortune was not something she cared about, until all the corpse puppets present, as well as the disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect, were sucked into the realm of misfortune. Arbor then frowned and looked at the giant harpy who was flapping its wings vigorously to create a gust of wind. Her gaze slowly fell on Qin Hong. The realm of misfortune absorbed thousands of corpse puppets and disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect, and now was in a saturated state. It probably could not absorb anything in the short term, unless her divine perception once again made a qualitative leap. Or perhaps the last soul fragment was recovered. Arbor frowned and waved her hand to put away the heart of misfortune. She stared coldly at Qin Hong's pale old face. Damn it! Qin Hong clutched his chest. His face was pale as a sheet. The little stoic in front of him was really infuriating. She cheated. This fellow threw out a natural mystic realm's heart as soon as she came up and sucked in all the corpse puppets of the Heavenly Fate sect. Now, they really did not even need to fight. Qin Hong looked up and saw that there was not a single person in sight. He could not help but feel angry. Even the large number of archers he arranged were sucked in by the heart of misfortune. Arbor just casually used a mystic realm's heart to absorb 1/10 of their Heavenly Fate sect's power. Seeing her put away the mystic realm's heart, Qin Hong breathed a sigh of relief. This fellow did not continue to absorb it. It was definitely not because of her rotten kindness. It must be because the mystic realm's heart had to first digest all the things it sucked in. Damn it. Thinking of this, Qin Hong's old face instantly turned green. He suddenly raised his arm and shouted, "Mirror image, God-locking array." Following his shout, black figures darted out from the corners one after another. They held ancient bronze mirrors in their hands as they swiftly shone them in Xiao Mu's direction. Various lights and shadows connected into a line and instantly intertwined, neatly forming a grid-like defense line, forming the mirror image God-locking array. Arbor glanced at it. Since she was already prepared, she naturally could not be locked. She activated her divine perception. Little ball. Master Silver Master. Master, don't panic. We have the light condensing mirror in our hands. No one can lock Master's consciousness. Arbor nodded in satisfaction, but a cracked and panicked expression suddenly appeared on her stoic little face. She exclaimed, "Qin Hong, you despicable person. You used this shady mirror image god-locking array on this crown princess again. Do you think you can get away with it? I advise you not to be too smug." Qin Hong felt an inexplicable headache when he heard her yell a long sentence. When he saw her slightly panicked expression, a trace of smugness inevitably rose in his heart. Ah ha ha, damn stoic face. Even you have a day like this. I'm telling you, once the mirror image god-locking array is activated, there's no way it can't lock you up. Chapter 5506. Ha 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 ha. Are you panicking now? Do you feel like you can't use your divine sense? How does it feel to not be able to open your inner world? How does it feel to not be able to use the divine artifact hidden in your conscious? Ha 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 ha. Qin Hong guffawed and swept a disdainful glance at Arbor. If you kneel down and cow down now and admit your mistake, I can still leave you with an intact corpse. He had to avenge his great enmity. It was all his fault for not being prepared in time and not activating this mirror image spirit locking formation at the first moment. He wasted so much time talking nonsense with this little stoic and ended up losing 1/10 of his disciples and grand disciples. He really hated him to death. Hand over the heart of the mystic realm just now, Qin Hong said coldly. Perhaps I can still consider sparing your life. Of course, that was impossible. As soon as he thought of this demoness who caused his 2 sons to become mentally unstable, Qin Hong's heart burned with rage. He wished he could slap this woman to death right now. He was only fooling her. A cold light flickered in Qin Hong's eyes. Arbor was possessed by a drama queen again, but this time, she learned from her previous exaggerated performance and pretended to work very hard to use her divine sense. She whispered in a panic, divine sense? You damn old man, you clearly know that my conscience is locked, and you still want me to hand over the heart of misfortune? Are you sick?" Qin Hong was taken aback and was instantly vexed. That's right, that damned stoic took back the heart of the mystic realm just now. It must have been stored in his inner world or his portable spirit domain. Yes, it was said that this damned stoic had a portable spirit domain on him. It was really too tempting. Unfortunately, she had to die here today. Otherwise, perhaps he could throw her into a laboratory and study her to see if he could extract her portable spirit domain and the heart of the mystic realm. Thinking of this, Qin Hong quickly rejected this idea in his heart. With how protective his 2 sons were of her, no, he couldn't let her live. It was even more impossible to turn her into a living experimental subject. Otherwise, those 2 troublesome little bastards might come knocking on his door to make trouble before the experiment even started. If this matter were to reach the ancestors' ears, then everything that had happened before would be impossible to suppress. Arbor couldn't help but blink when he saw Zhang Heng's sullen face. He asked curiously, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Qin Mu's eyes coldly swept over her. "Stupid girl, you're already at death's door. Yet you still have the leisure to ask about other people's matters." Charles, who was possessed by the drama queen, suddenly screamed, "You old thing, you would dare to kill me? You got guts. You're just a cripple whose divine sense has been sealed. You only have a cultivation base, yet you dare to clamor in front of this old man? This old man only needs to press down with his spirit, and you won't be able to withstand it. Don't you want the heart of Arcana?" Of course, Qin Hong wanted it. He also wanted to release the disciples and grand disciples that had been absorbed by this dead-faced stoic. Qin Hong's eyelids twitched slightly, but his expression did not change. "You have a way." Arbor nodded and hooked his finger at him. "Why don't you come closer? I'll tell you." Qin Hong glanced at her defensively, yet he saw the little stoic expressionlessly cast him a disdainful look. "What? You don't even dare to approach someone whose divine sense has been sealed? It turns out this crown princess's accumulated power is this great." "Bullshit." Qin Mu was so angry that he couldn't stop swearing. This dead-faced crown princess was truly infuriating. He hadn't even spoken 3 sentences with her, yet he felt his blood pressure suddenly shoot up. Chapter 55:07. Then come, Arbor's eyes were scornful as he hooked his finger at him again. Qin Hong hesitated, but he still couldn't resist the temptation of the heart of the mystic realm. He hesitantly walked forward a few steps and slowly approached Arbor's side. What exactly do you have to say? Don't give me that nonsense. I'm telling you, don't even think about stalling for time. This kind of trick is useless against this old man. Arbor cast a sidelong glance at Qin Hong with a cold little stoic face. In the blink of an eye, he pretended to take out a storage talisman and pretended to take out a thunderclap. The third move of the 9 Heavens lightning sword art, 10,000 swords returned to origin. In a split second, it drew upon the power of the lightning spirit between heaven and earth, and a huge sword blotted out the sky. There was a sizzling sound of thunder and lightning. Qin Hong stared in shock at the huge, illusory sword hanging high in the air. With lightning speed, it chopped down toward his head. Qin Hong hastily activated several defensive devices, but he heard a series of loud clangs. Within minutes, several defensive barriers were split open by the thunderclap sword. An unstoppable, earth-shattering power of the lightning spirit soared from the sky and smashed down with a bang. Qin Hong was horrified and furious, and he hastily formed a partial godly armor over his head to block it. Unfortunately, this godly armor could only defend against ordinary power, but what he was facing now was the little stoic drawing upon the power of the lightning spirit that existed between heaven and earth. 2 clicks were heard. The little stoic's thunderclap sword immediately slashed open 2 slashes on the godly armor, and even the back of his shoulder blade was cut open. At the same time, this stoic face was especially deceitful and directly sprinkled a handful of unknown poisonous powder. With a whoosh, the white powder rippled in the air. Qin Hong had already sealed off his 5 senses at once, but this damn white powder seemed to have eyes and directly came into contact with his wounds, burrowing into them. Qin Hong was thoroughly shocked. His old face instantly turned purple, and a bad premonition grew wildly in his heart. He turned his head and touched the wound on his shoulder blade. Arbor, you actually used poison? Could this little stoic's methods be any more vicious and shameless? The fight was going well, but she suddenly scattered a handful of poison powder. She was simply despicable and shameless. Arbor was too lazy to pay attention to this person. Seeing that the poison powder had taken effect, he grabbed Thunderflash, turned around, and hacked at him from top to bottom. The giant harpy on the other side saw this and wanted to swoop down from midair. However, it was blocked by the divine bird Qing Yuan, and they started fighting on the spot. Arbor held Thunderflash in his hand as he chased after Qin Hong and hacked at him expressionlessly. Qin Hong hurriedly fled in the direction of the center gate. He clenched his teeth and wanted to slip away first. At this moment, he did not know what kind of ghost poison he had been poisoned with. The situation at the scene was extremely unfavorable for him. He could not stay any longer. Qin Hong didn't know if it was his own mind playing tricks on him, but at this moment, he felt that the injury on his shoulder blade seemed to be painful, numb, and itchy. It was extremely uncomfortable. He was so angry that his head spasmed. He leaped up, wanted to speed up and leave. However, he had only leaped up a few meters when he felt his head become heavy and his feet become light. His entire mind was in a daze as he fell from the sky. He crashed heavily onto the ground with a bang. He lifted his eyes, trying his best to glance at the little stoic, but he discovered that everything before him was a blur. In the end, that giant harpy did not have many human thoughts and did not know how to turn around and rescue his master. He didn't even look at Qin Hong and was teased by Qing Yuan. Chapter 55:08. This guy went all the way to the southwest, following Qing Yuan as he fought and ran. In a short while, he was far away. Qin Hong cursed this harpy's ancestors in his heart. No matter how he roared, the harpy had already run away with Qing Yuan. Naturally, he would not pay attention to Qin Hong's roar. In just an instant, Qin Hong felt that his whole person was very unwell. This poison was very powerful. It might corrode the nerves. Now, in just a moment, he only felt numb, itchy, sore, and painful all over. He lay on the ground and groaned in a low voice. Suddenly, he felt a spiritual sword aura fall along his left arm. Qin Hong wanted to block it, but at this time, he could not even form the divine armor. Qin Hong was shocked. The tearing pain in his arm made him sit up straight reflexively. The sound of his left arm being cut off shocked Qin Hong again. A pair of blurry eyes that could not see anything clearly abruptly widened, and a hoarse yell came from his mouth. "Xiao Mu, what did you do? Arbor, where are you? Come out. You despicable and shameless villain, you actually poisoned me." Arbor looked at Qin Hong with some surprise. He took out a handful of white powder from his pocket and directly sprinkled it down. "So you're not a transcendent god." Her poison powder had no effect on people above the mystique venerable realm. So this Qin Hong looked powerful, but in fact, he was just a paper tiger. He had not even broken through the mystique venerable realm, or he had just broken through the transcendent god realm on the surface. In fact, the real cultivation inside was fake. Well, Tian Yun habitually used drugs to make people look strange. It was not impossible to develop a batch of drugs that could quickly make one reach the transcendent god realm. Arbor sighed and shook his head. "You jump up and down, thinking about killing me all day long. Have you ever thought that this day would come?" "Arbor, don't be so proud. You're just lucky." Before Qin Hong could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp sword aura cut down his neck. Although he could not see, he was not stupid. When he felt the strong wind coming, he quickly rolled on the ground. He rolled to the side with an unsightly expression on his face. His left arm was bleeding profusely. Who would have thought that this vicious and merciless brat would chop off someone's head before they could even finish a conversation? Could it be that she didn't want to know who the higher-ups of the Heavenly Fate organization were? Didn't she want to hear the story behind the Heavenly Fate organization? How could this stoic face be so impatient? Xiao Mu expressionlessly glanced at him before raising her sword and charging forward without another word. Since he knew that the person in front of him was just pretending to be a transcendent god, Arbor's lips curled into a mocking smile. His cold eyes flashed slightly, and he arrived in front of Qin Hong. At the same time, the group of black-clothed men holding the bronze mirrors were almost stunned by the audacity of the little crown princess. This person didn't even say a word before he tried to kill their master. Shouldn't the usual routine be to first catch the person and then ask him about the whole story? However, the little stoic had a different routine. She couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Qin Hong. In any case, they had already come to this point. It was already an irreconcilable feud, so what was the point of talking nonsense? He sent people to kill her MO, so she killed him and all of them in return. Wasn't this a very normal thing? Could it be that heaven forbade people from fighting back? Chapter 5509. Why were these idiots looking at her with such strange gazes? It was as if she had done something disgraceful. Wasn't this what hubby meant by reciprocating politeness? Arbor's small stoic face was taut. She waved her hand, and the thunderclap sword abruptly rose, absorbing the lightning spirit energy surging in from all directions. "Qin Hong, you're dead meat." Arbor chanted coldly in her heart and didn't say another word to Qin Hong. She directly executed the Nine Heavens Lightning Sword Art's third move. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The large sword projection hanging in the air slowly formed, and purple-red lightning suppressed and rolled in the surroundings. It was as if there were small purple lightning dragons soaring in the clouds, rolling back and forth in the black fog. The group of black-clothed men holding the ancient bronze mirror were greatly shocked. After all, not everyone could gather the lightning spirit energy so quickly and release this kind of big move in succession. Furthermore, this crown princess in front of them didn't seem to have any lightning spirit energy. So to say, it was actually this sword, this sacred weapon, that actively attracted the lightning spirit energy of heaven and earth. Not to mention these disciples of the Heavenly Fate sect with mediocre aptitudes. Even if an exceptionally talented aristocratic family's young master came here and saw this scene, he would probably be so envious and angry that he would vomit blood. What was this called? This couldn't be called strength at all. This was wealth, all right. Who in the world would have the wealth to buy this ancient saint artifact? The little Stoic, who didn't control the lightning spirit energy at all, relied on this sacred weapon in her hand to continuously release the ultimate move for the ages twice in a quarter of an hour. This time's 10,000 swords return to origin was even more turbulent and terrifying than the last time. The instant the large sword projection pressed down on the central city gate, it was pushed open from the inside with a creak. The two young masters, Qin Xian and Qin Xian, led a group of people and looked at this scene in astonishment. It was too fast. Thousands of lightning bolts converged into a large sword projection wrapped in purple-red light, and the instant the city gate opened, it swiftly beheaded Qin Hong. Fast, so fast that people didn't even have time to react. Everyone could only stare blankly at the beautiful woman with a frosty expression outside the city gate. The little Stoic was dressed in crimson battle clothes and was currently standing next to the decapitated Qin Hong with her sword in hand. The sword was a good sword, not stained with a drop of blood. She was a peerless beauty, but her eyes were emotionless. Even though her red clothes were stained with blood, it was hard to tell whether the redness of her clothes was more intense or whether the bloodstains made her clothes redder. "I'm here for revenge." His icy, cold voice was like a bead falling onto a jade plate, startling Qin Xian so much that her heart shrank. "If you have the guts, then hand over the mysterious hall master of the talisman spell hall. This crown princess wants to fight him to the death." The fan and eldest young, Sir Qin's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Only then did he react and hurriedly bend down to pick it up. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Why are you here?" He reflexively looked behind her. There was no one in sight. Apart from a group of black-clothed men who had been knocked to the ground by the power of lightning, there was no one else. "She came here alone?" The eldest young master was in disbelief. She? Was she crazy? Why did he come here alone? Why didn't Emolien, that guy, stop her? What was Duan Yu doing squatting outside the city gate? Why didn't he stop her? They were all blind. The little Stoic kicked away Qin Hong's corpse like she was kicking a piece of flatbread, directly sending the headless corpse rolling to the side. Chapter 55:10. Dugu Ling stammered, second young master, that the patriarch was killed. Qin Xian naturally saw it long ago, but he was still extremely shocked and didn't know what to say. Seeing that the second young master didn't say anything, everyone stared blankly at the fiend nearby, completely at a loss for words. The little Stoic was instantly impatient. "I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for that cursed practitioner. Are you coming out or not?" It was Dugu Ling who couldn't resist stammering. Our curse hall has many people. You're looking for which one?" After saying that, he wished for nothing more than to slap himself. "Why the hell are you stammering? Why are you intimidated by the little lady's aura? You're simply crazy." The place where the little Stoic was standing right now was their heavenly fate's headquarters. She was alone, yet he was still stammering in front of her. It was simply too embarrassing. "The cursed practitioner that Qin Hong sent to kill me. Get out here." The little Stoic was concise and didn't want to waste words with them. Mo, whom she raised in the Star Domain, was killed by them just like that. Although Mo kept comforting her, saying that he would come back. Who knew? Mo died because of Qin Hong, that old bitch. He wasn't a gentleman if he didn't avenge this grudge. Killing Qin Hong was the first step, and killing the cursed practitioner that Qin Hong sent was the second step. The little Stoic had a score to settle in her heart, and she had to calculate it clearly. "Go invite Great Master Yi over," young Master Omega Kotoko ordered coldly. "Great Master Yi?" The little Stoic was taken aback. The second young master explained aloofly. "Yi Weixing left for a day and a night 2 days ago. Now that I think about it, he should be the person you're looking for. He really was a good father." Young Master Omega Katoku inwardly thought. He secretly sent people to cause trouble at the child's 1-month-old banquet behind everyone's back, right? Eldest young Master Qin was also pondering in his heart. It looks like father probably stepped on Jojo's tail. Otherwise, Jojo wouldn't come alone and talk about revenge every time he opened his mouth. I wonder who my father's men managed to get rid of? Could it be that they injured him, Olien? First young master blinked and shook his head. The little stoic was so angry that she killed her father as soon as she attacked. It was evident that the situation was a bit serious if Qin Hong was in heaven and knew that his two sons were thinking about this. He would probably be so angry that he would crawl out of the ground. They didn't want to avenge their father. Instead, they were wondering why Arbor was so angry. He was such a good son. The Raksha princess jumped to her feet and screamed with righteous indignation. Eldest young master, second young master. Xiao Mu came knocking on our door so arrogantly and killed our master without a second word. We must avenge him. Young master, please send me out to battle. Princess Luosha clasped her hands and shrieked. The eldest young sir glanced at her with a spurious smile. Rakshasa, you can't possibly be thinking that the little stoic definitely isn't your match, just because her divine sense has been sealed by the great mirror image God sealing formation, right? Don't forget, your kung fu is not as good as my father's. Princess Luosha's heart trembled, but she suppressed it on the surface and said calmly, Young master, you must be joking. This subordinate only wants to avenge my lord. I can't let my lord die in this bitch's hands in vain. Eldest young Master Qin cast her glance. Princess Luosha only felt her heart turn cold, and she hastily cupped her fists and said, We absolutely can't let my lord die in vain. This stoic face is truly hateful. We absolutely can't let her off. Chapter 55:11. The young master's cold glance just now was truly a bit frightening, so the Raksha princess didn't dare to call her a bitch without thinking, so she cowardly changed her words. A low chuckle was heard from the side. The crowd parted slightly, and a peerlessly gorgeous man in purple walked over with a grin. His seductive eyes flitted past the stupefied Raksha princess. Since the Raksha princess is so cordial, then there's no harm in letting her accept the challenge. Eldest young Sir Qin couldn't resist knitting his brows. Long Yun, this guy, wanted to tire his Charl to death by taking turns. That wouldn't do. He had watched this little stoic grow up. Although she had foolishly walked into a trap and her previous cleverness had vanished without a trace, he still had to protect her. He couldn't allow a bunch of people to bully her. Eldest young Sir Qin, who was about to speak, heard Omega Kitoku's cold voice. Then I'll let you perform. The Raksha princess's glowing eyes stared intently at the smiling, handsome, and distinguished Long Yun. Before she could react, she was instantly doused with a basin of cold water. Fuck! The Raksha princess couldn't help but widen her eyes, and her heart trembled in fright. What kind of joke was this? She merely wanted to perform in front of these young masters. At most, she was just shouting slogans. The young masters naturally knew how strong she was, so how could they let an egg like her run over and knock the stone stoic to death? She almost knelt down before young Sir Omega Kitoku. Last time, she was beaten by the little stoic until her parents couldn't recognize her. This time, she didn't want to be disfigured by the stoic again. Why, young sir? The Raksha princess stammered. Long Yun chuckled softly and was about to mock her when he heard the little stoic's stiff and icy voice. Scram! Does any Tom, Dick, or Harry have the right to fight with this crown princess? Everyone, can you not freaking be so arrogant in the enemy's camp? The eldest young Sir coughed lightly and was about to step up to mediate when he heard young Sir Omega Kitoku say coldly, Go! The Raksha princess knelt on the ground with a plop. Dead silence instantly descended on the scene. The second young master turned around and looked at her coldly, as if he was looking at a dead person. At this point, Princess Luosha knew that for the sake of Tian Yun and the second young master's face, she had to do it no matter what. Princess Raksha hurriedly got up from the ground and rushed to Arbor. I am not afraid of you, Arbor. Eldest young Sir Qin's hand that was holding the fan stiffened, and his mouth involuntarily twitched. Rakshasa's terrified face was actually even uglier and more humiliating than his refusal to fight. He was so scared that he was trembling all over, yet he was still so stubborn. I see that you came here alone. Presumably, you don't have any helpers. I'm so scared. What should I do? There was no turning back now. Arbor didn't wait for her to finish her nonsense. Without a word, he leaped forward and knocked Princess Luosha's head with his Thundercrash sword. Everyone, PFFF, Princess Luosha staggered a step and kowtowed to the ground. She prostrated herself on the ground in young Sir Omega Katoku's direction. Arbor took advantage of the momentum and arrived behind her, but in one step before ruthlessly kicking her. The eldest young sir couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his eyes. Then, he heard Princess Luosha let out an earth-shattering shriek, and she shot toward Long Yun like a cannonball. Chapter 55:12. Young Sir Long helplessly dodged to the side. The Raksha princess crashed headfirst into the crowd with a thump. Dugu Ling, Seven Flowers, Gong Song Fong, everyone simultaneously scattered and ran in all directions. Almost reflexively, they emptied out an area and waited silently. They allowed the Raksha princess to crash to the ground with a thump. This crash was truly too loud. Everyone looked at her speechlessly, feeling that the Raksha princess's fall was a bit unbearable. In reality, the Raksha princess didn't even know where she was right now. She was flying in the sky. She was swimming in the sea. Where was she? Who was she? The Raksha princess lifted her head with a nosebleed. Her face was a bit dazed, as if she had become stupid from the head knock, a load of nonsense. After the little stoic sent her flying with a kick, she cursed furiously. A pair of pitch-black eyes coldly swept over the Omega Katoku group in front of her before ultimately landing on the Raksha princess, who was standing up shakily. The little stoic abruptly leaped up like an arrow, dashing toward the Raksha princess's back with thunderclap raised high in her hand. Eldest young Sir Qin hastily pulled Fan Meng, who was standing next to him, and the group once again dispersed at the fastest speed. They left behind a circular empty space in the center for the unlucky Raksha princess, who was all alone with her back facing Sir Jojo. It looked like this sword was about to strike a certain someone's head again. The Raksha princess abruptly turned around and knelt in front of Arbor with a plop. She hugged her calf and wailed tearfully, Crown Princess, please be magnanimous and don't strike my head again. I'll really be an idiot if you strike my head again." She finally saw through it now. The little Crown Princess looked at eldest young Sir Qin, young Sir Omega Kataku, young Sir Dugu Ling, Vice Hall Master Meng, and the others standing here all by themselves. But in reality, she was freaking Raksha, who was all alone. Why the hell did she want to run her mouth and say that she wanted to avenge the Lord? Avenge what? She'd almost reported herself to death. Eldest young Master's lips twitched as he stared at Princess Raksha. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the side. "Rakshasa, what are you doing? Get up." The crowd silently parted again. At this time, a man walked out from the city gate. He was about the same age as Qin Hong. Behind him was the graceful Miss Ran. Zhao Qiran looked calmly at Arbor, a complicated expression flitting through her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation was out of control, she wouldn't have asked Second Master to come out. Now, she lowered her head, almost not daring to meet the second young master's sharp gaze. Second Master took a few steps forward with a cold face. Following behind him were two tall and sturdy men. One of them was an old man in a green robe with white hair and bangs parted in the middle. Arbor was too lazy to pay attention to the Second Master, but his gaze fell on the green-robed old man. The old man had a faint aura of talisman power flowing around him. It was too obvious. So much so that Xiaomu immediately recognized her. "You're Yi Weisheng?" Sir Jojo asked with a solemn face. Hearing by reputation was not as good as meeting in person. This talisman master, who had been at odds with her since Seekong Planet, finally appeared in front of her. Black Cat and Chu Qingfei's master, Tan Fa's grandmaster. This great master, Ye's disciples and grand disciples had spared no effort in plotting against her, from the lower star domain to the middle 6 prefectures and then to the upper 3 prefectures. They had fought with her many times and wanted to kill her at every turn. He finally appeared. Chapter 55:13. Duan Yu led 30,000 elites from the 3 prefectures and several 100,000 soldiers to station at the outskirts of Qingzhou's eastern reservoir. It was nearing evening, and the sun was setting in the west. 8th young Master Qi hastily lifted the curtain and walked inside before bowing. Has the underground passageway been completely opened? A certain person, who was wearing a thin white robe and had her hair loosely tied into a bundle, was currently leaning against a large tiger skin chair. Her jade-like fingers were flipping through the map in front of her. She didn't even look up when she heard the footsteps and merely inquired aloofly. "Reporting to Your Majesty, the Crown Prince of the Divine Province has arrived." Duan Yu's hand paused in the middle of flipping through the map, and he looked up at 8th young Master Qi with a frown. "Who did you say came?" "We have come." Mo Yin lifted the tent flap with one hand and walked inside expressionlessly. Duan Yu glared at her before flipping over and sitting upright. "Where's Jojo?" "Huh." The aloof little person in Mo Yin's heart instantly jumped out. She pressed down on another small person that resembled Duan Yu and forcefully knocked on his head with a loud thud. "I'll beat you to death for asking about my wife so brazenly. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. What are you thinking about with your expressionless face?" Duan Yu tilted his head and suspiciously glanced at him. This guy had a taut face the moment he entered and didn't say anything. Why was he acting aloof just by standing there and avoiding the cold air? Prince Mo walked over and sat down across from him. "What's the current situation?" "There are tens of thousands of harpies densely set up above the Qingzhou kingdom, and they are reinforced by a formation. If we advance blindly, we will probably suffer. And, judging from the terrain, they dug a passageway here, so there should be a corpse-nurturing ground below. We originally planned to break in from here, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to completely open the passageway after so many days. I suspect they have a backup plan in the near future, but we don't know what they are planning after brewing for so long." Duan Yu couldn't resist glaring at Mo Yin after saying everything in one go. "Why are you interrupting?" "I'm asking you, Jojo." He was baffled. She didn't want to talk to him at all. So why did he interrupt? Mo Yin tapped on the map on the table. Duan Yu moved closer to take a look, and his expression abruptly changed as he glared at him in disbelief. "You let her go in by herself?" Mo Yin expressionlessly looked at Duan Yu. "There are nearly 3,000 people in the Star Domain, including the Holy Water Sect and the Phone Clan. But there are tens of thousands of corpse puppets inside. There are also tens of thousands of court guards and 200,000 Divine Prefecture soldiers in the storage talisman." Duan Yu. The corners of 8th young Master Qi's mouth twitched. Duan Yu merely pretended not to hear Mo Yin's words. He calmly spread out the map and pointed at a spot in the center. "I estimate that the tunnel should be dug open by tomorrow night. When the time comes, we'll bring our men here. Let's enter the city from the east first. When the time comes, use the Godstone cannon to blast open the middle gate and enter directly." Mo Yin gave him a non-committal look. "Didn't you just say that this Tianyin might make a big move? I wanted to wait a little longer, but we can't wait now." Duan Yu directly rolled his eyes at him and grumpily said, "Jojo is inside, so I'm worried." Scram! This person's words were especially loathsome. He felt so stifled when he heard him call him Jojo. "Scram my ass." Duan Yu directly ignored him and tossed the map to the side. He asked, "I haven't been eating or sleeping well these past few days." Chapter 55:14. Did Jojo prepare good food for me? 8th young Master Qi. He really couldn't bear to look at His Majesty's adorably dumb appearance. Although he was a bit irritated these days because the siege was progressing slowly, how could he not provide for Your Majesty's daily necessities? Mo Yin expressionlessly took out a storage talisman from her pocket and slapped it in front of Duan Yu. "Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. Hurry and get down to business after eating." Huifeng turned around and grinned at 8th young Master Qi, who was trying to stifle his laughter. "8th brother Qi, Our Highness and Your Majesty get along like this. Let's not worry about it, and help Our Highness arrange a tent first." Okay, this way, please." 8th young Master Qi quickly nodded and left with Huifeng. Duan Yu silently took out a row of dishes from a storage talisman and a bowl of sacred rice. He then looked up at the expressionless Mo Lien. How could you bear to let her run to such a dangerous place by herself? This guy's eyes brightened after eating a mouthful of fish. This was his favorite colorful divine fish, and this fish was roasted quite well. It wasn't Jojo's cooking. Mo Lien glanced at him and also sat down. She took out a clean bowl and chopsticks. You think I wanted to? You're too unbiased. If you have a stance, why don't I see you stopping her? Me? Duan Yu was confused as he looked at the person across from him in astonishment. Did this guy have no sense of shame? Did he know beforehand that Jojo would go to the Qingzhou base, the zombies' base camp? Mo Lien harumphed. Even if you knew beforehand, could you stop her? You're even more unprincipled than me. Who are you laughing at? He thought irritably. What if? I'm saying what if. Duan Yu scooped half a bowl of fish soup for himself with a ladle and couldn't resist asking quietly, what if Jojo was? He made a hand gesture and stared at Lien nervously. What should we do? Do you think Jojo is stupid? She brought the light, condensing mirror. Being locked once was enough. If she was locked a second time, what was she if not stupid? That's true. Duan Yu nodded in agreement. Jojo is extraordinarily intelligent, so she definitely won't be tricked by others. Mo Lien said in his heart. I was afraid that my wife would be possessed by a drama queen like last time. Her acting would be very fake, and people would see through her. But have you ever thought about it? That Omega Katoku is crazy. He might do something extreme to Jojo. How dare he? Mo Lien put down her chopsticks and frowned. Her emotions were fluctuating. Hurry up with that tunnel of yours. Dig it overnight. They're working on it as soon as possible. Duan Yu couldn't resist rolling his eyes. It should be ready by noon tomorrow at the earliest. On the other side, Arbor coldly stared at that gray-haired elderly man in a green robe. This elderly man had a head of short hair parted in the middle and wore a tight-fitting green robe with arrow sleeves, which made him look vigorous despite his age. His eyes were sharp and his spirit was hale and hearty, and his back was ramrod straight. Arbor coldly stared at the other party, a merciless flame dancing in her eyes. Yi Weisheng, old man, do you dare to step out and fight this crown princess? The white-haired elderly man, Master Yi, narrowed his eyes and looked up to stare deeply at Arbor. This stare was filled with countless peculiar emotions. Chapter 55:15. Little girl, this old man doesn't want to bully the weak. Great Master, Yi coldly refused. You can, without another word. Arbor tossed out a dazzling golden attack talisman at Great Master Ye's face. Great Master Yi was truly shocked, and he swiftly dodged backward. He hastily tossed out a handful of jade talismans to form a defensive talisman matrix, barely blocking that golden light. With a crisp bang, the defensive talisman matrix instantly vanished under the golden light's impact. Yi Weisheng truly jumped in fright, and his entire body practically shuddered. When she focused her eyes again, she only saw the little stoic crown Prince Consort coldly glaring at her, her eyes brimming with ridicule. That's right, it was such a joke to say that he was bullying the weak. The little stoic strength was evident as soon as she made a move. This first round of contact already forced this great Master Yi into a fluster and almost made a fool of himself in front of Second Master. When Second Master of the Qin estate saw this, he immediately berated, You audacious woman, who exactly are you to dare come to our Qingzhou base alone to cause trouble? Do you know where this place is? As soon as he finished speaking, the little stoic immediately tossed a dazzling divine power ball at him. Previously, she had practically thrown out all the spiritual power balls in her inventory, so she started throwing divine power balls now. Once she threw out all the divine power balls, she could start throwing holy power balls. Yes, that's right. Not only did she have several tens of millions of divine power balls, but she also had divine power balls made by the Divine Province's Nether Court guards and members of the Phoenix tribe. She also had Ji Chun, the Peony Fairy, Boundless Saber, Venerable Immortal Jin Shang, and the otherboard Transcendent God Realms who made several thousand holy power balls. If you asked her what she had the most in her star domain, it would naturally be the various offensive and defensive treasures that could be used for consumption. She also had a lot of talismans, curses, and pills. Now, with so many divine power balls and holy power balls, it wasn't that the little stoic was bragging. In fact, she had enough capital to challenge the Heavenly Fate sect alone. Besides, she really wasn't alone. No one would believe her even if she said it. Everyone would think that her divine sense and star domain were sealed, forcing her to take out a storage talisman to store it. Actually, she had always kept a low profile and didn't really want to be in the limelight. However, if someone were to stop her from challenging the Grand Charmaster, then she could only let him die first. Because it was too annoying, he didn't want to listen to their long-winded chatter. If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have to spout nonsense every time? As this thought flashed through the little stoic's mind, she had already made the first move. At the same time that this fellow threw out the God Powerball, he had already taken a step forward and quickly rushed in front of Master Yi. Lightning flashed like a baton, smashing Grandmaster Yi's head to death. Grandmaster Yi probably didn't expect to meet such a straightforward person. For a moment, he was a little flustered and confused. He had seen the power of the thunderclap sword from afar, so he naturally did not dare to directly receive it with his hands. Pieces of jade talismans suddenly appeared around him and lined up in rows and columns. They slowly floated up and down and coiled around his body to form a solid armor formation. When the thunderclap's sword came crashing down, it was blocked by the jade talisman formation and immediately bounced back several inches. However, it quickly attacked again, and its speed was even faster than before. Every time it bounced back, it would rapidly slash down in less than a few seconds. It was so fast that it was dazzling. Grandmaster Yi really wanted to ridicule it as a freak. However, he didn't have time to think about anything else. Every time the thunderclap sword came crashing down, it would destroy several of his jade talismans. Chapter 55:16. This forced him to replenish the jade talisman formations on him as soon as possible. Jade talismans were consumed one after another, causing his old face to twitch and his heart to ache. One had to know that these jade talismans required a very long time just to draw them. He could only draw 2 to 3 of these God-ranked defensive jade talismans in a single night. Yet in less than a quarter of an hour, the number of jade talismans he had consumed, no, the number of jade talismans destroyed by that damn stoic face's sword, reached as many as 10. Simply hateful. Grandmaster Yi couldn't resist berating angrily. "Junior, why aren't you stopping?" This damn stoic face was seriously too arrogant. Who exactly gave her the guts to be so impudent in Heavenly Fortune's headquarters? Second Master Qin Ao glowered at Arbor and snorted coldly. "Qin Xin, Qin Xian, what are you two standing there foolishly for? Don't tell me you're going to be merciful to someone who barged into the headquarters? Why aren't you attacking yet? Capture him first." When they received the news just now, didn't they say that this intruder's divine sense was already under control? Why did it look like that's right? Qin Ao couldn't resist sneering. The other party was a high-level talisman practitioner. He just didn't know who would emerge victorious between her and Grandmaster Yi. Eldest young Sir Qin glanced at Qin Ao with a troubled expression. "Second uncle, the little stoic is challenging Grandmaster Yi, so it's best if we don't interfere. Let's wait for them to finish their fight first." Qin Ao was instantly enraged, and he turned to glare fiercely at the eldest young sir. "Are you—" A sudden clap of thunder made him jump in fright, and Qin Ao's curses were instantly swallowed back into his throat. When he looked back, he saw that Grandmaster Yi's head had been cleaved by the thunderclap sword. Although he used many defensive spirit tools to block it, Grandmaster Yi had also set up 2 layers of defensive talisman matrices around him. However, a flower of blood still blossomed mercilessly from the little stoic's attack. Qin Ao roared in anger. "Quick, someone come quickly and treat Grandmaster Yi. You guys." Qin Ao held back his anger and pointed at Dougal Ling, 7 flowers, and the rest were standing motionlessly in front of him. "Are you all dead?" These people were actually enjoying the show and didn't mind blowing things up. All of them retreated far away, leaving an empty space in the center, allowing that stoic-faced little crown princess to do as she pleased. He didn't interfere, or make a move. He just watched silently. Since when did their Heavenly Fate headquarters have so many onlookers? You're too weak, Arbor said coldly. If you hadn't used Luo, he is a bait to create a life-ending charm. My MO, you wouldn't have been killed by you. I'm going to kill you now to avenge my friend. Do you agree? Everyone looked at the guy in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. Grandmaster Yi was dumbfounded and speechless. When the little stoic asked this question, she was especially serious, and her eyes revealed a bit of heavy fury. Eldest young, Sir Qin's mouth twitched, and he hastily covered his handsome face with his fan. Actually, it would have been better if the little stoic didn't ask. Which idiot would agree to someone else killing them? Unless their brain was damaged. Since you don't have any objections, then eat one of my charms as well. A cold glint flitted through the little stoic's eyes, and she suddenly waved her hand. I came back late today, so I didn't have time to edit a portion of the content. I'll post it together tomorrow after editing it. Chapter 55:17. A streak of golden light instantly drilled into Great Master Yi. Be careful, Qin Ao hastily shouted. But right now, Qin Xian and the others were all standing there as spectators. None of them would help. Even if Qin Ao dared to rush up, she didn't dare to casually receive a talisman of unknown origin. Hence, she could only stand there and shout, "Be careful." The talisman flew toward Yi Weixing at the speed of light in a split second. Yi Weixing's lips curled as he formed talisman seals with both hands. His robes rapidly swayed as he rapidly blocked the talisman rushing toward him. Everyone only saw defensive talismans being thrown in front of Yi Weixing, simultaneously blocking the other party's torrential curse power. 4 defensive talismans in succession seemed to block that torrential curse power. However, the little stoic extended 2 slender fingers. Her robes fluttered, and her eyes were cold as she casually drew talismans floating with golden light in the air. She softly said, "Go," and streaks of unknown talismans as thin as leaves broke through the other party's defensive talisman matrix with a whoosh and mercilessly rushed between Yi Weixing's brows. Soul-seizing talisman. The instant the talisman entered Yi Weixing's body, his mind instantly reacted. The legendary saint rank soul-seizing talisman, and it was even a saint rank soul-seizing talisman drawn out of thin air. Was this kind of monstrously talented disciple, specially born by the heavens, to ridicule the mediocrity of all living things? The power of soul-seizing was quite enormous, especially since the other party drew more than 1 soul-seizing talisman. After 3 soul-seizing talismans fell, Yi Weixing spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Arbor held Thunderclap in one hand as he withdrew his talisman, drawing in the air. He coldly stared at Yi Weixing on the ground. Seal. The little stoic clenched her hand into a fist and drew a sealing talisman in the direction of a flowing talisman to her left, directly sealing Yi Weixing's hastily fleeing soul in her hand. Accompany my MO in death. Even if I cut you into 1,000 pieces, it won't be enough to dispel the hatred in my heart. Arbor stared at the ball of ghostly fire in his left hand and sneered, directly throwing him into the stronghold's pagoda of punishment. Others naturally didn't know and only thought that she sealed Yi Weixing's soul and stuffed it into her personal storage talisman. Qin Ao pointed at Arbor and shouted in fury. He was truly too audacious. Not only did this woman barge into the Tianyun headquarters alone, she even brazenly killed Qin Hong and Yi Weixing. Take him down, Qin Ao roared with a cold face. The surroundings were as silent as chickens. Everyone looked at each other, but no one moved. Qin Ao was even more furious now. He glared angrily at Gong Song Feng, 7 Flowers, and the others. You guys, do you dare to openly defy the ancestors' orders? Take it down. 7 Flowers glanced at their eldest young master. Duge Ling, Tang Quan, and Tang Li all looked at young Master Omega Kotoku. Qin Ao was embarrassed. He had tried to take him down twice, but no one listened to him. Isn't this a fucking joke? Qin Xian, Qin Xin, are you two trying to rebel? On behalf of the Patriarch, I order the two of you to capture her. Now, immediately. Chin Ao roared angrily. As the angry roar fell, a large group of black-armored guards suddenly surged out from behind Chin Ao, roaring as they quickly surrounded him. Chin Ao's expression eased slightly. Finally, he didn't have to put on a one-man show with this order. There was some reaction from the back, which saved him from embarrassment. The black-armored guards swarmed forward in a fan-shaped formation, encircling the little stoic alone inside. Chapter 55:18. Arbor expressionlessly looked ahead, his icy gaze moving past them inch by inch. The black-armored guard were wrapped in layers of black armor and black scarves, so their true appearances couldn't be seen. However, Arbor could clearly sense from the aura exuding from these people that they probably hadn't mutated. It could be seen that the forces in Tianyun's hands weren't all zombie armies. Zhao Qiran glanced at Arbor with a complicated expression before slowly lowering her head. The little stoic's small face was cold as she emotionlessly watched the several hundred weapons aimed at her. She slowly took a step forward. The fan-shaped encirclement couldn't help but simultaneously take a step back. When she took another step forward, the group of black-armored guards couldn't help but take another step back, until Chin Ao angrily roared. "What are you retreating for? Stand firm. None of you are allowed to retreat. Do you hear me?" The black-armored guards, standing in the front row, couldn't help but tremble slightly with their weapons. If the little stoic took another step forward, she would inevitably bump into the sharp weapons in their hands. At that time, this little stoic crown princess would probably be injured, and none of them would have a good ending. "Do you think I won't recognize you just because you're hiding?" Arbor suddenly spoke, his tone extremely icy and resolute. "Look at all of you. Your cultivations aren't ordinary. You must be the Long clan and Lin clan members who fled to Tianyun." Arbor's gaze swept around and landed on a person in the front row. "Mo Shikong, do you think I can't recognize who you are just because you're masked? You're too disappointing." Arbor's tone carried mockery as he said disdainfully, "Say, you're a grand prince who fled the capital to join Tianyun, but how come you can't even become a small ringleader? You're truly regressing as you live. You don't want to be a proper prince, but instead, you're a lackey who loves Tianyun." "Shut up." Mo Shikong, whose identity was exposed by her, couldn't help but berate angrily. Mo Shikong was indeed standing among this group of black-armored soldiers. His face had a trace of depression as he stared at Arbor strangely. Arbor couldn't be bothered to tell him that even if his entire body was wrapped in that layer of black leather and his face was covered with 18 layers of veils, with her current eyesight, she would still be able to see him clearly. What a joke. He even hid his head and tail and stuffed himself into the black armor. Did he think that no one would recognize him? Wasn't it just some people from the aristocratic families of the three prefectures who sought refuge with the Heavenly Fate Empire and didn't want to show their faces? These people were really funny. They thought that once they came into contact with Tianyun, they would be able to reach the sky in a single bound. They didn't expect that even a person like Mo Shikong could only be a nominal little brother in Tianyun. Chin Ao pointed at Arbor and shouted angrily, "Why are you talking to her? Why aren't you taking him down? Do you want the ancestor to personally appear and instruct you on what to do?" Mo Shikong secretly gritted his teeth and took the lead to step forward with his sword. However, before the tip of his sword could even get close to the little face, a bolt of lightning and fire shot out from the side and chopped the sword in his hand into two with a whoosh. Chin Xion's face was cold as he suddenly reached out and grabbed Arbor's arm. Grabbing her, he entered through the central gate and headed straight for the inner city. Chin Ao was stunned and couldn't help but jump back and scold. "Chin Xion, you bastard! Are you really going to rebel? No wonder. Previously, there was news that said that you went to the Pingjin Prairie and destroyed all the lilies that the organization painstakingly cultivated." Chin Ao's gaze landed on the Omega Kitoku's finger. Chapter 55:19. The little stoic knitted her brows and turned to look at Chin Ao, who was cursing loudly, a chilly glint flitting across her eyes. The second young master was currently tightly grasping the little stoic's wrist and dragging her towards the inner city. He He didn't even look back and completely ignored Chin Ao's cursing as he chased after them. Chin Ao couldn't conceal his agitation under his furious expression. The venerable ancestor was in need of people, yet Big Brother died inexplicably. Now, even Big Brother's stunningly talented son was walking on a path of no return. Then, was he the only one who could shoulder the responsibility for the future after Tianyin? Shouldn't he be the one in charge of all the operations? I thought you were creating rumors to stir up trouble, but I didn't expect that there's no smoke without fire. You greedy thing. You actually dare to betray the venerable ancestor for this woman? Chin Xian, stop right there. Are you listening to Second Uncle? Second Uncle. Eldest young Master Chin stopped him with a chuckle. Don't curse anymore. Second Brother knows his limits. What limits could he possibly have? Didn't you see what he did just now? I told him to capture that damn stoic, but what happened in the end? Chin Xian actually interfered. He really doesn't respect the venerable ancestor. Chin Ao couldn't conceal his excitement. He glared fiercely at eldest young Master Chin. Don't offend your younger brother. I must report this matter to the venerable ancestor. Right, report it now. Ha ha, Chin Xian, this rascal, actually courted death himself. That was truly great. He would overthrow him first, then drag eldest young Master Chin down with him. Then, all the remaining power would be his, After being illuminated by eldest brother's halo for so long, he finally had a chance to shine. Uffed. Eldest young Master Chin looked at this second uncle of his, and he could practically discern his thoughts from his expression. This person was truly foolish. Chin Xin shook his head and closed the folding fan in his hand. He said with a grin, "Let's go." Fan Ming nodded and turned to look at Chin Ao, who was still secretly laughing. "Young master, don't we need to deal with him? Second Brother will deal with the aftermath of the trouble he caused." Eldest young Master Chin waved his hand and said calmly, "We'll go where?" The eldest young master's footsteps paused slightly. If he boldly went to visit the little stoic at this time, he would probably be beaten out by Second Brother, right? Fan Ming lowered her head and gently bit her lower lip. "Young master, do you think something will happen to the little stoic?" "What can happen to the little stoic?" Eldest young Sir Chin pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's go to Crane Garden to take a look." Fan Ming quickly nodded. Just now, the second young master had fiercely dragged the little stoic away. Although the little stoic had a calm expression, why was it so worrisome? At this time, Omega Kitoku had already dragged the little stoic all the way back to Crane Garden, where he was currently staying. The little stoic knitted her brows apathetically and forcefully swung her small hand, using all her strength to finally shake off the man's hand. "What are you doing?" she angrily roared. "Don't think that I can let you do whatever you want just because I don't have divine sense and my cultivation is not as good as yours. I'm telling you, if you dare." Chin Xian closed in on her and abruptly grabbed her slender wrist, glaring viciously at the woman in front of her. "So, even if you're about to be beaten to death, you won't ask for help? You're the one who's going to be beaten to death." Chapter 55:20. Just now, when Chin Ao rushed over with his men and was surrounded by so many people, the little stoic didn't reveal the slightest intention of asking him for help. Even if there was only the slightest intention of asking for help, perhaps he wouldn't be so angry. The little stoic swung her hand irritably. "I'm warning you. Hurry and let go. And if I don't?" An ominous glint appeared in the little stoic's eyes, and she kicked him. "I'll kill you." Dugaling saw this scene as soon as he stepped in. The second young master was kicked in the leg by the little demon god, and then several more times in succession Dugaling. I suddenly feel like I'm a bit redundant. I shouldn't appear now. So how do I deal with this? The two brothers, Tang Quan and Tang Li, crashed into Duguling's dumbstruck figure and pushed him into the door. Chin Xian was in the midst of a violent rage when she suddenly turned around and roared, "All of you scram." Arbor stomped on him angrily and abruptly took out a storage talisman with a wave of his hand. A glittering silver dagger flew out from it, and his eyes were fiendish. "You son of a bitch! Are you going to let go, or not?" The dagger slashed at the place where the two of them were holding hands. If this dagger slashed down, Qin Xian's 5 fingers would be broken, and the little stoic's wrist would also be broken. Du Guling couldn't resist exclaiming, "Stoic, calm down." However, Qin Xian let go first and turned around to avoid the dagger that she abruptly stabbed at him again. He raised his hand and directly swept it away. That dagger left a bloody mark on his palm. Qin Xian didn't feel the slightest bit of pain, but she felt like her heart was stabbed by something. She really didn't want to have the slightest bit of contact with him. Second young master. Du Guling hastily ran forward and called out to Ouyang Su, who had just stepped in. Quick, quick, Ouyang, quickly come and take a look at this injury." "No need." Qin Xian brushed him aside indifferently, and her icy gaze landed on Arbor. She said word by word, "You really don't want the Holywood fragment, your wisp of soul remembrance, is that it?" The little stoic was startled, and then she sneered icily. "Would you be so kind as to give it to me? If you say, I won't believe anything you say." Arbor interrupted him mercilessly. "The Holywood shard is my sole remembrance. Take it if you want. Even if it's destroyed, I won't even frown. You think I'm here to throw myself into a trap? Let me tell you, when the time comes, even if I have to self-destruct, I will drag you all down with me." Qin Xian stared at her blankly for a long time before she suddenly smiled. Arbor thought to himself, why is this smile so scary? His face was full of sorrow and desolation. If another woman who loved him saw this, she would probably be heartbroken. But not only did the little stoic not feel anything, she even felt that this person was especially pretentious. It was annoying to watch. What was going on with that expression of someone who had been deeply hurt by her and bullied to the point that he wished he could die? Wasn't he the one who had been pestering and annoying her all this time? She had already told him not to get close to her. Did he not understand human language? She already said that she didn't want to have anything to do with him in this lifetime. Arbor, have I ever told you that you're very heartless? When you're heartless, you're scarier than anyone else in this world. You've said it now, the little stoic said expressionlessly. Du Guling's heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Yes, too heartless. Chapter 55:21. No matter who it was, they would not be able to say anything more heartless than Xiao moved towards this picturesque second young master. The second young master suddenly pulled her in front of him, a light green glint appearing in his icy eyes. "You're very good, Arbor." He grabbed her chin and enunciated each word clearly. "I'll make you remember. Our matters, everything between us. I will use my own method to prove to you that no matter if it's that Mo Lien or that Duanyu, none of them are as deeply in love with you as I am. You will understand, Arbor. You know that the entanglement between us isn't limited to this lifetime." After saying this, he ignored her resentful kicks and directly dragged this vexing little stoic into an empty room, personally locking the door behind him. When he turned around, he saw Du Guling's hesitant expression. "What do you want to say?" "Young master, the little stoic, she is amenable to coaxing but not coercion." "Amenable to coaxing but not coercion? No, you're wrong. This little thing clearly isn't amenable to coaxing or coercion." Young Master Omega Katoka sneered and sized him up. "You seem to understand her very well." Seeing his unfriendly gaze, Ouyang Su hastily stepped forward and bowed in greeting. "Young master, you should treat the wound on your hand first." The wound was bleeding nonstop. The blood flowed very slowly, but it gradually turned into a strange color. It was no longer crimson and seemed to have a few traces of dark green. The second young master sneered and bent down to lick the wound on his hand. "It can heal itself." This was probably the benefit of mutating. His body was stronger than before, and he was probably the only one who knew the changes inside. Eldest young master. Two servants' whispers came from outside the door. Second young master said he won't see you today. Eldest young master. Eldest young master. Qin Xian looked up and saw her elder brother waving the folding fan in his hand as he strode into the courtyard with a grin. The two servants guarding the door were knocked to the ground by Gong Songfeng's group. They looked terrified and didn't dare to make a sound. "Stand down." Second young Master Chen's apathetic gaze swept across the two servants who had collapsed on the ground, and he waved his hand indifferently. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly retreated. Forcing them to stop, eldest young Master Chen had already exhausted all of their courage. Now that he heard Omega Kitoku's words, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Eldest young Sir Chen crossed the threshold and scanned the courtyard. "Where is she?" "You don't have to interfere in this matter," young Master Omega Kitoku said coldly. "Second brother, do you know what second uncle said before he left?" Eldest young Sir Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. "He said that he was going to report you to Ancestor." "What time is it now? You still have the mood to stay here leisurely? Why don't you hurry up and take a look in front of the Ancestor and see what nonsense second uncle said?" "Humph, the old Ancestor is still in closed-door cultivation. He doesn't have the chance to talk nonsense," Chen Xin said coldly. Eldest young Master Chen was strolling in the courtyard. "Where's Jojo? I told her about this matter." Eldest young Sir Chen floated to the second young master with a swish and looked at him carefully and seriously. "Second brother, you've interacted with the little stoic quite a bit, so you should know what kind of explosive temper she has, right? If you really plan to use force, I'm afraid she'll fight to the death with you and make you lose both your woman and wealth." Young Master Omega Kitoku pursed his lips and stared coldly at his elder brother. He said coldly, "I know my limits." Chapter 55:22. What sense of propriety do you have? Look at how your eyes are burning with fury. Aren't you just adding fuel to the fire by confronting her like this? Eldest young Sir Chen waved his folding fan and blocked Chen Xin. "How about you let me have a good talk with the little stoic? You're strong, but she's stronger. She won't submit to you. Besides, you need to go take care of second uncle's matters. You don't really want him to report you to the venerable Ancestor and make you unable to turn back, right? Besides, don't you need to explain to the venerable Ancestor about father's death?" Chen Xion's handsome face was cold, and he left without looking back. "Where's Chen Ao?" Eldest young Sir Chen couldn't resist rolling his eyes when he saw him leave like this. He looked around the court and said, "Go look for him." Seven Flowers quickly dashed out. Dugaling was about to stop him when Fan Meng reached out to stop him. She said aloofly, "Even second young sir didn't stop our eldest young sir, so why are you stopping him?" Soon, red clothes and green clothes arrived together, and they glanced at the people present with odd expressions. "Speak frankly." Eldest young Sir Chen knitted his brows. Could it be that they couldn't find the little stoic in the court? That was impossible. Second brother had dragged her all the way back, so he must have thrown her into the guest room and locked her up. He had Red Clothes and the others look around. So how could they not find her? Red Clothes was speechless, and he coughed lightly before saying, "She's in the wing room over there, but she seems to have fallen asleep." Eldest young Sir Chen. They were still worried and ran over to take a look. Looking in through the caltrop flower window, they saw the little stoic lying down in her clothes, wrapping herself up like a cicada pupa. Her entire body was curled up in the blankets, and only her clean, small face was exposed. She was still expressionless as she slept, and the muslin curtains that drooped to the ground undulated slightly in the wind outside the window. Eldest young Sir Chen couldn't resist rolling his eyes. Royal guards. Two black-armored guards jumped down from the other side of the window with a whoosh. These two people were actually quite speechless when the second young sir arranged for them to watch over the little stoic here. They thought that this little crown princess would definitely kick up a fuss and jump up and down after being captured and locked in a room. Who would have expected, as soon as he entered the room, he began to make the bed. Then, he rolled onto it and went to sleep. The two of them hadn't told the second young master about the commotion outside and the little stoic sleeping. He looked at eldest young master helplessly. "Young master, should we wake her up for a chat? What kind of creature was this? She was actually able to sleep in the enemy's base camp after being locked up in a room by the enemy. Wasn't this ambition a little too big?" Eldest young Sir Chen glanced at her through the window and waved his hand, saying, "Let her sleep. Let's go sit in the forecourt for a while." Everyone was speechless. Was this stoic person a hostage or an honored guest? Arbor hadn't fallen asleep at all. She knew that eldest young Master Cheen and the others had been strolling around and chatting outside the window. She pretended to turn her back to the window and used her divine sense to communicate with the sapling. Chio, there's always someone guarding outside. Why did you let Tao Hua and the rest out without anyone noticing? Master, you can ask Venerable Peach Blossom, Feng Changqing, and the others to use a transformation talisman to transform into a small animal or something. Then you can sneak out. That won't do. That won't do. Arbor hastily vetoed. Although their movements wouldn't seem to be restricted if they transformed into an animal and ran out, it wouldn't be easy to take away even if they found the sapling's fragment and her soul remembrance. After all, the transformation talisman's duration was still very long. Chapter 55:23. If she became a defenseless animal, wouldn't she be at the mercy of others? No. It was better not to harm them. Then, Chio, go knock out the two people outside. Arbor hastily stopped her. We can't alert the enemy. Wait first. She hadn't even seen that important and mysterious hall master of the Talisman Incantation Hall. She had to think of a way to meet this person. According to Qin Xin and Qin Xian, the biggest leader behind the Tianyan Empire should be that patriarch. Who exactly was this patriarch? He had never shown his face from beginning to end. She had infiltrated the enemy's ranks now to figure out the ins and outs of these people. Even if she couldn't catch all of them in one fell swoop, she had to at least figure out who this patriarch was. Chio, tell Rotten Peach Blossom and the others to calm down. Don't come out until the right time. Chio stammered for a while. They're a little unsettled, Master. Chio can only do my best to dissuade them, especially when Mo Shi Kong and the others had surrounded Little Master earlier. Esteemed Peach Blossom Divinity had almost jumped out. If not for Chio's sharp eyes and quick hands stopping her in time, her identity would have been exposed long ago, and the Tianyan Empire would know that Master's conscience had never been sealed. Arbor considered for a while. Chio, if I directly mention that I want to meet their patriarch, how confident do you think I will be? Chio said righteously. Master, His Highness the Crown Prince told you not to act alone. Chio thinks that you should be obedient. Calm down first. When His Highness the Crown Prince and the others attack the city and gather, you'll definitely see who the Tianyun Patriarch is. Master, Chio, I beg you, quickly rein in your curiosity. Arbor snorted and didn't say anything else. On the other side, Zhao Qiran walked in a crane garden's courtyard and saw eldest young Sir Qin sitting under a flowering tree in the courtyard, flipping through a book. The sunlight was just right. White steam rose from a teacup in front of eldest young Sir Qin, and he was holding a book. He truly looked like a picturesque beauty. Zhao Qiran walked up and bowed. The two people who followed behind her hurriedly bowed to eldest young Sir Qin as well. Eldest young Sir Qin raised his head to glance at them. Miss Ran has arrived, but second brother isn't here right now. Zhao Qiran smiled faintly. Ran didn't come to find second young master. Please forgive me, eldest young master. Ran still has matters to attend to. Please excuse me. Eldest young Master Qin raised his chin slightly. Fan Meng's figure flashed and appeared in front of her. May I know what Miss Ran wants? Zhao Qiran was neither servile nor overbearing. This subordinate is here on second master's orders to bring him back. Fan Meng stopped her and said indifferently, There's no need for that. Miss Ran, please go back. Young master, the person is in second young master's court. If I want to take him away, I don't think I need your permission. Zhao Qiran, that person was left in the courtyard by our second young master. You can't have that person just because you want it. De Galing couldn't help but interject. I have second master's warrant. Zhao Qiran took out an iron tablet from her pocket and showed it to everyone. Second master is also here on Patriarch's orders to bring him back. If eldest young master doesn't believe me, you can go ask Patriarch. Zhao Qiran's expression was serene, as if she didn't care about everyone's obstruction at all. She was very confident that no one could refuse her request to bring someone back once this iron tablet was issued. This was indeed the transmission token that Patriarch had given Second Master. Chapter 55:24. Duga Ling's gaze chilled. The second young master was the one who brought them back, so no one could recklessly come to the second young master's court to take them away. That would be openly slapping the second young master's face. Not even Omega Kitoku or the venerable ancestor. Long Min, Long Chong, Zhao Qiran said aloofly. Search them. The youth named Long Chong looked up, unable to conceal the perverted excitement in his eyes. Duga Ling said coldly, Trespassers of Crane Garden die. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Quan, Tang Li, and a group of experts jumped down from the rooftops and surrounded Long Min, Long Chong, and the others with cold gazes. Long Min was alarmed and hastily tugged at her younger brother, indicating for him not to act rashly. Long Min was a smart person. Although she was very displeased with that stoic face for harming her Long family to this extent, she still considered the pros and cons. But at least she knew how to weigh the pros and cons in front of her. She knew when to make a move and when to pretend to be a coward. Zhao Qiran came to bring them back on the venerable ancestor's orders. But the problem was that the second young master's subordinates were not to be trifled with. There were no less than a dozen Transcendence Realm experts here. How could they possibly deal with them? Zhao Qiran coldly stared at Duga Ling's group and said word by word, Young Master Dugu, you can't be thinking of becoming enemies with the entire Tianyin, right? Sir Jojo was lying on the bed and could vaguely hear the commotion coming from the front courtyard. However, with her personality of not moving if she could, she truly couldn't be bothered to care. Perhaps there was internal strife in Tianyin. Previously, she saw that eldest Qin Omega Kitoku's second uncle didn't seem to be a good person. He didn't seem to get along with the two zither young masters. Furthermore, they didn't seem to be on good terms with each other, whether it was the Flying Heaven, Burrowing Earth, or the Star-Picking Hall. If she could infiltrate the enemy's ranks and cause them to fall apart, then things would probably be much easier to handle. A strange fragrance suddenly wafted into the little stoic's nose, causing her nose to twitch involuntarily. This smell seemed to be the special poisonous powder on Ding Tingding's body. That's right, this person carried poison from head to toe and had an innate strange fragrance that fused with the fire Qilin Fang snake's poison. Sir Jojo couldn't move. At this moment, other than her mind being especially clear-headed, her limbs were a bit numb, and it was very strenuous to move them. A faint sigh appeared beside her. I just knew that you little imp was pretending. A slender index finger poked the little stoic's forehead. I'm guessing that your conscious pool wasn't sealed at all. Don't be in a hurry to recruit people. I just want to talk to you for a while. Just a few words. Young Master Long turned around and sat down on the edge of the bed. I'll leave after you answer my questions. If you don't want to see me, I'll never appear in front of you again. Facial paralysis. If I hadn't approached you in a joking manner, teased you, and unintentionally hurt your mother, would you have treated me better? He said softly as his gaze fell on her face. If only he hadn't sent out that invader's challenge letter back then he wouldn't have met her. Or, if they had met in another way, would the ending have been better? Arbor was stunned. His dark eyes were filled with a ferocious light. How could there be so many ifs? If possible, he really didn't want to meet these people. Troublesome. When I met you in a mystic beast forest, you were under some kind of curse, right? Long Yun smiled bitterly at him. After that, you completely lost this memory, right? Chapter 55-25. The little stoic's small face was cold. She opened her small mouth and spat out, Nonsense. Don't be so stubborn. Long Yun looked at her and sighed. You don't remember when my mother sent the North Altar Protector to kill you, right? Ding Xian was simply a lunatic. So, she had once tried to kill her in the Mystic Beast Forest? How could the two of them have any interactions at that time? She only sent some protector to kill her. Most importantly, Sir Jojo, she actually knew nothing about this matter. Your mother is an abnormal person, the little stoic coldly said. She then knitted her brows and stared at young Sir Long. She asked uncertainly, She thinks I stole her son, right? I heard that there's a type of woman who raises a child by herself and has an abnormal desire to control their child. I always felt that your mother's mental state wasn't too normal. It must be so. Long Yun. My mother was poisoned by that vicious woman from the Long family with the passion-severing poison. I've been carrying this poison since I was a fetus. Arbor couldn't help but be enraged. I didn't do it either. What right does your mother have to do this to me? Her mental illness is acting up, and she doesn't like anyone. Long Yun, why do I freaking feel that talking to you is so tiring? Can't you think about what the symptoms of the passion severing poison are? You're such a blockhead that you can't even understand. Inside the star domain, Venerable Peach Blossom and Feng Chongqing, who were desperately stopped by Chiochio to make them listen to Sir Jojo's orders, silently looked at each other. Murong Sun couldn't resist covering her eyes and muttering to herself, "It's still that punk who's two-faced and knows how to strike first to gain the upper hand." Otherwise, with her disciple's adorably slow-witted personality and slow comprehension of emotions, let alone having a child, she probably wouldn't even have a partner right now. What are you doing here? The door to the room was kicked open, and Qin Xian quickly entered with a cold expression. When he saw Xiaolian looking at him with a paralyzed face, he didn't know why, but he actually heaved a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Long Yun would act recklessly. It was said that as long as the source of the love-severing poison was eliminated, he would slowly return to a peaceful life. Thinking about it, once the love-severing poison entered the body, it would be like being cut by 1,000 knives and 10,000 ants gnawing at one's heart. As long as the root, Jojo, was eliminated, time would dilute all feelings. This was why Ding Zian wanted to kill Xiaomu back then. It was just that she did not understand why this Charles was talking to Long Yun like a chicken talking to a duck. She felt that it was funny and sad at the same time. "You go out first. I have something to say to Jojo," the second son said coldly. Long Yun glanced at Dougal Ling, who was standing at the door, and walked out with a sneer. Omega Kitoku, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get him far away. He came back too quickly. It could be seen that even if this person went out to do something, he didn't just place 2 spies outside the door. To be able to rush back as soon as he received the news, this person cared more about Arbor than he showed. Seeing that Long Yun had left, young Master Omega Kitoku flicked his sleeves and closed the door. With a raise of his hand, a light yellow sapling floated above his palm. "Jojo, how about we discuss a business deal?" Chiochio immediately exploded with joy in the little stoic's conscience. Master, it's our family's little Seven. It's little Seven without a doubt. Look at her. She's so pitiful and drooping. She's been ridiculously ravaged by someone. I received news that Seacombe Fulling will lead people to set fire to Duan Yu's camp tonight. Chapter 55-26. Rewind time to 30 minutes ago. The Qin Estate's second master had just led a group of people to the Patriarch's place of seclusion, but the moment he left his residence, he was surrounded by Qin Xian and his men. Qin Ao's expression froze, and he subconsciously took a step back. Pointing at Qin Xian, he angrily said, "Qin Xian, you brought so many people here. Do you really want to completely break off relations with our Tianyin?" Qin Xian didn't waste time talking nonsense with him. With a wave of his hand, a short and stout man holding a purple gold hammer chuckled and rushed forward with several dozen subordinates. The crowd directly waved the weapons in their hands, and all the shrimp soldiers and crab generals around Omega Kitoku fell to the ground. Qin Ao's expression changed. Seeing the one-sided situation, he couldn't help but shout hoarsely, "Qin Xian, you disgraceful scoundrel. Previously, you looked on helplessly as your father was beaten to death, but you didn't stop it. And now you want to kill your second uncle." Before he could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly shrank. Young Master Omega Kitoku suddenly flashed in front of him at an extremely terrifying speed. 5 fingers that seemed fair, but were actually as hard as iron suddenly grasped his throat. In an instant, Qin Ao's bellyful of words were all stuck in his throat, and he couldn't clamor anymore. Previously, Qin Xian had rushed to Omega Kitoku's residence after leaving Crane Garden's gate, because he knew that his elder brother was right. If he didn't take advantage of this time to control this troublemaking second uncle, he might really complain to the Patriarch and accuse him of death. Of course, he wasn't afraid of this person going to complain. Capable people, no matter what kind of storm they face, can still remain indifferent. For example, right now, this second uncle, who was jumping up and down, was like a pheasant struggling on its deathbed when his neck was grabbed. He had no ability to resist at all. The second young master had always been disdainful of people who weren't on the same level as him. It was as easy as flipping his hand for him to pinch this noisy second uncle to death. Chin Ao's pupils shrank in disbelief. Now that his life was in the other party's hands, it was extremely difficult for him to concentrate and focus his gaze on the second young master. He really wanted to beg, but unfortunately, his neck was being held, and he couldn't even make a simple sound. Chin Ao was astonished. He probably didn't expect that his nephew would attack him right under the nose of the heavenly fate patriarch. Only now did he finally understand that there seemed to be nothing in this world that could restrain this second young master. Even that famous ancestor of theirs didn't seem to be a supreme existence in the eyes of the second young master. His eyes, the two jade-green springs, were like rippling emerald lakes. Chin Ao's eyes widened in fright as he stared at Chin Xian, who was looking at him from a short distance away in astonishment. A loud sound came from his throat. "Second uncle, if you're willing to tuck your tail between your legs and behave yourself, I don't mind taking care of you when you're old." The cold voice of the Omega Kitoku rang in Chin Ao's ears. It was as if the bell of death had rung for him. Chin Ao couldn't help but tremble from head to toe in shock. Chin Ao really wanted to open his mouth and ask him what he meant. He even wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, but soon he knew that he would never have such an opportunity in this lifetime. Chapter 55:27. The last sound he clearly heard was the crisp sound of his neck bone breaking. Then, there was no then. The second young master loosened his fingers and glanced indifferently at his white, jade-like fingers. He heard the muffled sound of Chin Ao's corpse falling to the ground. The second young master didn't even look at this second uncle, as if the life he took wasn't his blood-related second uncle's life, and it was merely an insignificant ant on the side of the street. The plump man holding the purple gold hammer chuckled mischievously while rubbing the back of his head. He bowed to the second young master and then waved his hand, ordering people to drag Chin Ao's corpse outside. As for how to deal with it, his subordinates would handle it. This Chin Ao normally relied on the venerable ancestor's support and truly jumped up and down without a care in the world. On his deathbed, he should be able to understand a principle. It was useless no matter who looked after him. He was a weakling and would be crushed by others wherever he went. What a pitiful man. The young master of Omega Kitoku collected his chaotic thoughts. His gaze landed on the little stoic, and he lifted his hand to help her sit up. On his left palm, a wilted sapling was currently bending at an inconceivable degree, its branches coyly extending toward the little stoic. Chin Xian raised her hand slightly and allowed that crooked and ugly sapling to hop onto Arbor's body. Arbor was somewhat surprised and glanced at Chin Xian. She indeed didn't expect that Chin Xian would hand over the sapling's final shard to her, just like this. Someone had previously fed this shard with blood and forced it to produce a semi-finished holy fruit. It was currently severely injured. It would be best to immediately store it into the star domain and let the sapling's main body nourish it. However, the Omega Kitoku was sitting here, so it naturally wasn't suitable to do this. Arbor knitted her brows and pondered in her heart. That bastard Long Yin had already seen through her conscience not being sealed. She wondered if he would inform Chin Xian of this. Forget it. She would just take one step at a time. Arbor stared at him for a while. His fingers twitched slightly, and he let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Long Yun's special ability, poison, could only make her body weak for a while and could not lock her movements for a long time. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Otherwise, I would have fallen into this vile person's trap. Sir Jojo used a bit of strength to adjust his body slightly. At the same time, the wilted sapling had already jumped onto Charles' shoulder. In a very human-like manner, he peeked out from behind her neck and sneakily glanced at the Omega Kitoku. Chin Xian glanced over indifferently. The sapling immediately became terrified and hid in Arbor's waterfall-like black silk, wishing that it could immediately merge with its master. Little Ball pitifully wiped his tears in the star domain. Master, our little 7 is too pitiful. Why don't you keep it in your storage talisman first? Arbor raised his left hand with difficulty, straightened his body, and asked expressionlessly, "What do you want to do by telling me this? I won't work with you. Don't you hate the heavenly fortune? What a coincidence. I've actually long been tired of this organization. I can work with you and help you completely destroy it. But you..." Chin Exen suddenly grabbed her hand. "Promise me. Let us return to the past. Okay?" Arbor looked at him with a stunned expression. Was this person possessed by a demon? Chapter 55:28. What nonsense are you talking about? Go back. How do I go back? What do I take back? Chin Xin. Do you still remember? When I carried you out of the dark dungeon, when I carried you out, you looked at me, didn't you? Arbor's whole body trembled. Even if it was a long time ago, she was no longer the same person. But every time she thought of the past, she would always feel a bit of fear. She struggled to pull her hand out, angrily glaring at the person in front of her. Chin Xin did not notice her angry expression, nor did he notice that her hand had already been pulled away. He continued to recall the past, as if intoxicated by the memories, unable to extricate himself. He grasped the air, muttering to himself, "Xiao Qiao, it's okay if you don't remember. I can tell you bit by bit. When I carried you out of the dungeon, not only did you look at me, you also opened your mouth and said your first words to me. Thank you. You said thank you to me. Do you still remember?" Arbor's movements were not very nimble, but she still instinctively shrank her body, tried to avoid contact with this lunatic in front of her. Yes, she felt like this Omega Katoka was crazy. His mouth was full of nonsense, inexplicable. What time was it now? She was already married, living so well. She even had a child. Was he crazy? Inexplicably talking about the past with her, or the messy past of her previous life, she did not want to recall the things from the beginning. This person was as stubborn and unreasonable as always. In his heart, he was always thinking about himself, never thinking about other people. If it was JoJo's Lotus, she would definitely not force JoJo like this. Xiao Qiao, if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. Chin Exen suddenly reached out to grab her shoulder, shaking it a bit, his eyes flashing with an abnormal flame. Xiaomu simply did not have time to say anything before she saw this man walking out in a huff. I'll go make arrangements right now. Don't worry, it won't be long before everything you want will be realized. Arbor tried to raise her hand, trying for about a quarter of an hour, then suddenly clenched it into a fist. Rotten peach blossoms come out quickly. In a flash, Hu Jinxian appeared in front of her. JoJo, it's too dangerous here. You should follow me back to the star field and hide for a while. Looking at Omega Katoku's reaction just now, he was simply crazy. He couldn't leave JoJo in such a dangerous place again. When the Crown Prince attacked, they would then coordinate with him from the inside. That would be more appropriate. Arbor blinked. You and Mayan, help me find soul remembrance. I'll stay here for the time being. Arbor hurriedly interrupted Ma Yingqin's words and tugged at his sleeve. If that pervert takes another step forward, I will immediately return to the star field. The venerable peach blossom divinity was a bit worried and stared at her little stoic face. I think he's a bit crazy. I can't be at ease leaving you here alone. Arbor pursed his lips. He is indeed a lunatic, but no matter how crazy he is, he won't kill me. He still wants to go back to the past with me. If he kills me, everything will be gone. At most, he'll cripple my arms and legs. Arbor suddenly realized with a start that she seemed to have said something strange, and her small face instantly paled. JoJo. Hu Jinxian furrowed his brows and hurriedly reached out to pull her. What's wrong? Mimi? She actually said something like that just now. Why would she say Omega Katoku crippled her arms and legs? Strange? Chapter 55:29. His mood immediately tensed up because of this. What nonsense was he spouting? Arbor blinked and tugged at Peach Blossom. Go quickly. Since you're here, if you can't find my soul remembrance, it'll be a loss. Seeing him stare at him without moving, Arbor couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He took out a pill from his pouch and sniffed it. Look, I still have this Saint Rank body forging pill. If you were to go crazy and break my limbs, then I would be able to reforge my bones and regenerate them without any effort. Jichen looked at her helplessly. This girl had been like this since the first day he met her. She had a deadpan expression and said ridiculous things that weren't funny at all. After Holy Sunmi, Yin came out. He glanced outside the window. There was no one outside at the moment. The guard arranged by Omega Kitoku had already been taken down by Long Yin. They would probably arrange for someone to come over later. Go quickly, you two. Be careful, Ji-chun and Jojo said in unison and looked at each other. Venerable Peach Blossom tugged at Holy Sunmi, Yin, and the two quickly left. Arbor stared at the bone-forging pill in his hand for a long time and suddenly asked, after eating it, when will the effects take effect? It can be suppressed for 3 days at most, the little trance said weakly. Xiao Mu had Qiuqiu stealthily drag Fragment Little Seven's frail body back before saying, then I'll eat it. Master, if you take it, there's no turning back. Qiuqiu hurriedly added, aren't you afraid? Afraid of pain? I have to overcome whatever I'm afraid of. Otherwise, I'll be trouble for the rest of my life. Arbor calmly threw the pill into his mouth. The Saint Rank pill melted in his mouth without feeling anything. Qiuqiu was now full of stars in the star domain. Master, I think you're really, really great. Sikong Fuling truly hadn't expected that she would become the vanguard of the Heavenly Fate Army and lead several thousand harpies to launch a sneak attack on the Sangzhou barracks. But since this was her big brother's order, she could only do as he said. In the middle of the night, according to the original plan, she was leading a group of harpies to attack the Tsang Prefecture camp. Who would have thought that they would be greeted by the bombardment of the Godstone cannon? The one leading the team was none other than Mu Xingchen. Sikong Fuling had a slight headache looking at this, but she still proceeded according to the plan in an orderly manner. So the Sangzhou Emperor had already received the news and knew that they would attack at night? Very good. Sikong Fuling raised her hand and waved. The eagle-bodied crowd that had been following her in an orderly manner suddenly let out hoarse roars. Standing in front of the big tent, he calmly looked at the two people in the distant sky. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Duan Yu raised his hand indifferently. Immediately, thousands of God-tier masters leaped forward and formed a defensive wall under the cover of the defensive glyph formation. At the same time, that group of harpies suddenly ignited with raging flames, and they plummeted from the sky one after another. Duan Yu curled his lips and said apathetically, "It's truly surprising that Sikong Fuling would take the lead. I thought that if she and her brother were smart enough, they would hide behind the Heavenly Fate Army and wait for them to make the first move." Chapter 55:30. I didn't expect it. Sikong Fuling is actually the first to come. Duan Yu couldn't resist shaking his head. The numerous burning harpies swooped down from the sky and transformed themselves into large fireballs. They burned themselves and threw themselves into the camp. They actually used such a tragic method to attack them, foolishly sacrificing themselves to kill 1,000 enemies. Get into formation. Rong Qing, who was standing at the front, calmly ordered. The large group of elites from the 3 provinces had long become accustomed to cooperating with each other after long periods of training. All he needed to do was give the order, and all the positions and coordination would fall into place. A large-scale defensive formation was erected around the camp in a matter of minutes. No matter how many fireballs the harpies rained down from above, it was to no avail. These attacks were all blocked by everyone's defensive formation. Boom! At the same time, an earth-shattering explosion came from behind them. Hui Feng and the others' expressions changed. When they turned around, they saw Prince Imo flying towards that rapidly descending figure. Soon, Duan Yu also flew over. The 3 figures were as fast as shooting stars, and it didn't take them long to reach a mountain range near the kingdom of Qingzhou. Vassal Prince Rong knitted his brows and said aloofly, "Ignore them. Get into formation and continue exterminating the harpies." With His Majesty and the Crown Prince of the Divine Province's cultivation levels, They would definitely succeed if they joined hands. Rongqing had already seen who the newcomers were with a startling glance just now. Although the current master of the Sea of Forgetfulness was very formidable, he couldn't possibly be a match for those two. Sikong Fuling could also clearly see her elder brother being chased away by those two from Tsangzhou and the Divine Province. She was a bit worried and reflexively clenched her fists. She had to break out of here as soon as possible and then rendezvous with her elder brother. Mu Xingqian stood at the front of the crowd and was currently gazing at the dense crowd of harpies in the sky. He clenched his fingers and made a hand gesture. The divine stone cannons lined up behind him started a new round of bombardment. Young Master Mu. Qi Ba raised his hand, and two God Realm cannoneers quickly trotted over, pushing two extraordinary sacred stone cannons whose muzzles were forged from pure black crystals. Mu Xingqian's pupils contracted, and his gaze landed on these two sacred stone cannons. The power of the Saint Stone Cannon was far beyond that of the Divine Stone Cannon. If this cannon were to land, it was likely that the half-harpy would vanish into thin air. Then Sikong Fuling. Mu Xingqian's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This young lady in front of him was really a pity. Eighth young Master Qi did not notice Mu Xingqian's expression. Of course, even if he discovered something, he wouldn't say much. Everything had to go according to the plan. Once someone attacked their camp, what awaited them was death and a baptism of blood. These two holy stone cannons were the only gifts brought by the crown prince of the Divine Land. They were specially prepared for these rascals. Speaking of which, the crown prince of the Divine Land was really surprising and exciting. He still remembered that when His Majesty saw this big gift, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The Holy Stone Cannon was a divine weapon secretly refined by the Crown Prince of Shenzhou. At that time, His Majesty's eyes were probably saying, "This thing is so awesome." Boom! Rumble! The two Saint Stone cannons aimed at the sky and fired for the first time in history. Sikong Fuling's expression abruptly changed, and she immediately pulled 3 harpies to block in front of her. Chapter 55:31. Sikong Fuling's body involuntarily fell, and she stomped on the ground. When she landed, the 3 harpies who were hit by the shrapnel from the Holy Stone Cannon were reduced to cannon fodder and were reduced to ashes before her eyes. Sikong Fuling's expression changed instantly, and she looked at Mu Xingqian, who was standing at the front of the crowd, with a complicated expression. Mu Xingqian, I didn't expect that you and I would meet in the end. Mu Xingqian nodded. Miss Sikong, you have your position, and I have mine. Unfortunately, we are still on opposing sides. Actually, he didn't understand either. The River of Forgetfulness could clearly remain neutral and watch from afar, not even interfering in this matter. This was originally a battle between the 3 states and the Heavenly Providence. Why would the River of Forgetfulness interfere? Wasn't this especially strange? Sikong Fuling stared at him with a somewhat complicated gaze. Mu Xingqian, you are a good person. Unfortunately, I have no choice. Mu Xingqian, who was inexplicably labeled as a good person, glanced indifferently at Sikong Fuling. Miss Sikong, you really have no choice? Actually, you made your choice long ago. I can't say anything. Actually, everyone is the same. If it were me today, I would also stand in the same position and help my younger sister. So Sikong Fuling stood by Long Yun's side and helped her elder brother without hesitation. To put it bluntly, there was nothing wrong with that. It was really just a difference in their standpoints. My elder brother, he actually didn't want to join the Heavenly Providence. He did this. I kind of understand, but also don't. Sikong Fuling laughed self-deprecatingly. But so what? I'm already standing here, and there's no turning back. Mu Xingqian, if I die in this battle, I hope that one day, when you think of me, your heart won't be entirely filled with hatred and disappointment toward me. I hope that you can at least think about the predicament we were in the realm of misfortune that day. Mu Xingqian smiled faintly. Think about how you miserably evaded that black dragon. The two looked at each other and smiled. Sikong Fuling suddenly raised her hand, and mournful howls came from the air. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The 2 Saint Stone cannons fired again without hesitation. Although each shot consumed a lot of Saint Stones, which made young Master Chi's heart bleed and his hands tremble slightly. But the effect, that's great. The fireballs of the harpies falling from the sky did not even have time to hit their defensive shields. With one shot, hundreds of fireballs immediately turned into ashes and dissipated into the air. The elites of the 3 prefectures who were guarding the ground held their breaths and waited quietly. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Kill! With a stern shout, Mu Xingchen was the first to leap forward, the long sword in his hand, slashing toward Sikong Fuling without any explanation. But Sikong Fuling abruptly jumped up and ran in the direction of the rear mountain like a madwoman. The battle on that side was actually more intense than here. Although Mo Lien was battling Long Yun alone, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed, causing the sun and moon to dim. As an onlooker, darling Duan Yu cheered for the crown prince from time to time, while watching from the sidelines, for example. Do you need help? Say it earlier if you need help. Mo Lien, can you do it or not? If you can't, hurry and call me. Chapter 55:32. That was a good slap. Quick, quick, give him another stab. My heavens, Long Yun, you punk, you're too shameless. You actually used poison? Mo Lien, are you all right? Mo Lien was about to die from this guy's incessant chatter. She really wanted to ask, are you freaking not here to be more of a hindrance? Don't tell me you're possessed by malice and want me to perish together with Long Yun so that you can sit and reap the of the fisherman. Long Yun was also about to be annoyed to death by Duan Yu. This person was crazy, right? Every time he attacked, that guy would clamor from the side. Didn't he see that he was the one at a disadvantage? Why did he cheer when Mo Lien hit him, but he was unhappy when he hit Mo Lien? A pair of lunatics. He swung his hand to release a pair of heavenly birds, which swooped down to chase after Mo Lien. Mo Lien's eyes chilled, and she immediately summoned 7th Yin as well. At the same time, Duan Yu also hastily released his chestnut and pointed at the 2 heavenly birds in the distance. Hit, hit! The 8-tailed heavenly fox glanced at its master, unable to bear to look at it. It gave an irritated howl and pounced at one of the heavenly birds. Long Yun's expression was unsightly. Didn't you say you would just watch if you didn't attack? Duan Yu nodded seriously, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked. I didn't attack. Aren't I still standing here? At the same time, Mo Lien took advantage of this opportunity to fling away Long Yun's hand with her sword, suddenly leaving a bloody gash on his arm. Blood gushed out and dripped down Long Yun's arm. In an instant, his gaze was incomparably malicious as he stared at Mo Lien and muttered to himself. In a split second, the enormous apparition of a fire-Qilin-fanged snake rose behind him. The snake's mouth was slightly open, and it fiercely flicked out its forked tongue, releasing a loud hiss. Mo Lien's gaze was chilly as she stood there unmoving. A pitch-black lotus flower appeared in his left palm. The moment the shadow of the fire-Qilin-fanged snake pressed down, the ink-colored lotus rose steadily and bloomed. Suddenly, as if it had come to life, it slightly twisted its leaves and scuttled over. Duan Yu's eyes brightened. This must be the ancient Mo Lien, right? There had always been a rumor that the crown prince of the Divine Land had inherited the power of the ancient Mo Lien, and his power was extraordinary. It was also his first time seeing the true appearance of the ancient Mo Lien. Powerful, powerful. Indeed, it was hard to find a match in this world. Mo Lien, this brat, with such a powerful force in his hands, was playing around with Long Yun from the beginning. It was really annoying. The leaves of the ancient black lotus suddenly shattered, and specks of black cold stars shot towards the fire-Qilin-fanged snake's phantom like meteor fragments or the moon covered in black frost. In a split second, the sound of wind whistling could be heard, and the surroundings were as silent as an abyss. The fire-Qilin-fanged snake's gaping mouth was hit by the countless cold star fragments, and it immediately writhed back and forth in pain. The black shadow gradually fell apart along with the exploding cold star fragments, completely shattering into a pile of fine powder. Mo Lien's phoenix eyes were unperturbed, and his handsome face revealed an icy intent. A merciless black flame appeared in his hand, and he abruptly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already torn through the air and teleported in front of Long Yun. The merciless black flame formed an incomparably pitch-black supreme divine sword that pressed against Long Yun's throat. Don't think about it if it's not yours. The man's lips twitched as he coldly spat out these words. Chapter 55:33. The divine sword formed by the black fire instantly penetrated the other party's glabella, and the latter let out a wretched scream. His figure paused and abruptly rolled back and forth on the ground. His entire body was enveloped by dense black fire. Darling Duanyu, who was standing on the side, couldn't resist patting his chest. So scary, what a scary stinky lotus. She actually used the black fire to mercilessly destroy the other party's conscience. She didn't give the other party any hope at all. Although she didn't kill him, wasn't it more tragic than killing him to completely sever his cultivation path and completely destroy that person's conscience? Thank goodness, Duanyu was scared to death, scared to death. Mo Yin stood up with icy eyes and coldly swept a glance at Long Yun on the ground. She turned to leave with a frown. Long Yun clutched his chest and looked up. He stared intently at her departing figure and suddenly started laughing like a madman. You think you've won? Ha ha. He abruptly opened his mouth and spat out a snake gallbladder. This was the gallbladder he absorbed when fusing with the fire Qilin Fang snake. Now, it had fused with his lifetime of cultivation. Our dear Duanyu's eyes chilled, and he abruptly raised his hand. Thousands of arrows shot out from behind him like lightning bolts and swiftly swept past Mo Yin, heading in Long Yun's direction in unison. Thousands of arrows shot out in unison. Mo Yin narrowed her eyes and slightly tilted her head. She stared at a flying arrow forged from fine iron that abruptly brushed past her eyes. Each arrow was imbued with a god realm cultivation and spirit energy of various colors. Duanyu, this guy, completely didn't want Long Yun to live. After a burst of wind, Long Yun hastily heard a sharp female cry, "Big brother." He felt a warm body suddenly pressing down on him. Countless arrows ruthlessly pierced that woman's body and even pierced the skin on his chest. But most of the arrows were blocked by Sikong Fulling. Long Yun's hands trembled slightly as he softly called out, "Fulling, Miss Sikong." Mu Xingqian, who had rushed over with his men, stared blankly at the scene before him. Sikong Fulling was firmly pressed against Long Yun's body, and her back had already been pierced by countless arrows brimming with various spiritual powers. Everyone saw that her body was like a deflated balloon, and blood was oozing out of her body. The various spiritual energies in his body were also colliding with each other, fiercely colliding with each other. Eldest brother. Blood continued to seep out from the corner of Sikong Fulling's mouth. Long Yun's hands trembled as he tried to wipe it off for her. However, the more he wiped, the more turbulent it became. Boom! Under the impact of the crisscrossing spiritual power in her body, Sikong Fulling suddenly disintegrated and completely exploded like an exploding ball. Fu Ling, Miss Sikong. Mu Xingqian clenched his fists slightly. For a moment, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. Duanyu tilted his head. Suddenly, two heavenly birds screeched and desperately escaped from Seventh Yin and Chestnut's hands. They were riddled with wounds and mournful cries as they swooped down, carrying Long Yun on their backs as they staggered away. Duanyu suddenly tugged at Mo Yin's sleeve. Forget it, don't chase them. Long Yun's conscience was damaged and could no longer do anything. Although Sikong Fulling had blocked countless arrows, it wasn't as if he hadn't been hit. Now that he had lost his divine conscience, his cultivation was damaged.